Howdy, folks. What is happening? Thank you, dude. I will check that out in a little bit. What's up, Sam? I'm all right tonight. But it's been kind of crazy the last 2 weeks. That's why I haven't been around much. There's the link if anybody wants up. We just are streaming on 2 platforms tonight instead of 3 channels. I could not get the game experience on YouTube to come up. I think it might be banned right now. So we're on Sick Pats and Wiz's channel on Twitch. Hey, what's up, Bill?
All right, how you doing?
I'm doing.
I got my little canine creature next to me.
Hello, creature.
Zoom and sing in there.
I think Smouse is in there too.
Mr. Smouse. And the fight for patriotism.
I think that's Smouse.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Hello, Mr. Patriotism Smouse. Oh, so I just thought I'd come up here so you didn't have to sit up here by yourself.
Oh, well, thank you.
And then I'll probably be bugging out when people start showing up.
I don't know. Aaron's still streaming. He's got quite a few people on there. So
yeah, I noticed that.
He looks like he's pretty smashed.
It is really this clammy fog, smoggy kind of stuff here where I live. It's people are coughing, everything. And it's the air quality really bad.
Maybe is it bringing in smoke from any wildfires or anything like that?
No, it's something. I'm in a valley, so they call it the inversion. We get like a temperature inversion.
Gotcha. Yeah, and whatever particulates are in the air tend to hang in those valleys.
Yeah, and I've only got like 4 oil refineries around me, so.
Well, yeah, that don't help.
Nope, it doesn't.
I remember when I was 17, Me and my mom took a summer vacation down in the Smoky Mountains, and on the way back, we decided to take the Blue Ridge Parkway, like halfway up. Um, and we had to spend the night in Asheville, North Carolina,
Mm-hmm.
and it was midsummer, hot, humid, and everything. And we didn't know Asheville sits in a valley, and all this hot, humid air just kept rolling into this valley, and it had nowhere to go, so it just kept piling on and on. Like, we checked into a motel and sat in the room for 2 hours with the air conditioning, and it wouldn't keep up. We're like, you know what? Fuck this. We got back in the car and we kept on driving.
Yeah, this isn't a warm kind of smut. It's real cold. I mean, there's snow and ice everywhere, so it's kind of like a deep freeze. And yeah, my fingers, I can't get my hands warm, stuff like that when it's like this.
So get some of those Hot Pocket chemical hand warmers, keep them in your pockets.
No, when I was younger, it wasn't like that at all. I mean, I've got like a complete immunity to cold, or I did. But
Yep,
now,
I did too, and that's faded away over the last couple of years.
yeah, when your metabolism slows down, what happens. It's all about metabolism and your body's ability to adjust to different temperature variations.
Yeah. I mean, up to 5 years ago, I had no problem staying outside all day in the wintertime. It never bothered me up until like maybe 2, 3 years ago. I can still handle it outside if I dress properly and eat something before I go outside. So, my body's burning calories and making heat.
Yeah.
You got to dress in layers.
Yep. Make sure you wear your long handle underwear.
I don't have any. The last pair of long johns that I had fell apart about 2 years ago. I haven't gotten any more.
I actually thought I was at the Army Navy store and I found brand new those red old fashioned kind of one piece underwear. They call it a union suit.
Yep.
It's got a flap in the back.
Yep.
I bought that and I wore that sucker out, and it got bleach stains on it. And I wore that thing out. I just did it as kind of a novelty thing. I thought, they wore it back in the day. I'm going to try them and see,
Yeah, nowadays, if I have to, say, go outside and use the snowblower in the driveway, and if it's real cold, I will wear 2 layers of socks. And I have a lot of jeans that are too big for me anymore because I've been losing weight. So I can wear a pair of sweatpants under my jeans, and that helps.
Yeah, a lot of people do that. But I like the waffle kind. I've got a few sets of them.
I had some of those when I was in Scouts. They work pretty good.
I just wear the bottoms mostly. I don't use the tops. But man, up in your part of the country, it's a different kind of cold than where I live.
Yeah, we get a lot of that damp, cold air coming across the lake. It can suck.
I know.
If it happened, now, there's nothing that beats a nice, calm winter day up here. Even if it's cold, if it's dry, it's wonderful. I could, stay all day outside. But if it's damp,
Yeah, Illinois was like that.
Yeah, get all that Great Lakes cold air coming from Canada. It sucks.
Yeah, I was in a little town called LaSalle, Illinois, which is down south of Chicago, and It's nothing like Chicago. I mean, it's like a whole different world down there. It's right on I-80. If you blink, you'll miss it.
Yeah, I must have blinked when I took 80 across.
And when I moved out of there, the whole place was just a solid sheet of ice. Everything was ice. It was just winters were grueling.
Yeah, we had a real bad ice storm here about 8 years ago when I was working at the gas station, and the state, I don't know if it was the governor or Department of Transportation, they declared what they call a class 1 road emergency. So if you were out driving around and you weren't a cop or a paramedic or a fireman or something super important, if you got caught being out, like, you better have a really good reason, like you're on the way to the hospital, or you would get arrested. I think, they would at least tow your car and take you home, but like, people were getting arrested for it because it was just too dangerous to be out.
Yep.
We had I remember there was one of the freeways around here about maybe 3 miles east of us heading towards Cleveland. There was like a 16, 17 car pileup that night. I think 2 people were killed and a whole bunch more injured, all because of black ice and shit. It was nasty.
The
Yeah,
ice, the ice is weird. It's a weird ice there.
yeah,
It's like you could be standing on level ground and just
and
start
still be
moving.
moved. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
You'd think
if you got a wind going, yeah, good luck. He'll fly everywhere.
I've never seen ice like that. That was horrendous. You'll definitely fall down a lot until you figure out how to walk on it.
Uh, you almost need those things that you slip over your shoes.
Ice cleats.
Yeah, little traction footies. They're kind of like a harness that you put over the shoes.
Well, if you've got decent shoes, you can get little studs to put in them too.
Yeah. Or you can be all hardcore and put full crampons on.
Yeah. Used to be able to get a good shoe repair person to do that, and they would do it right, you know.
Yeah, we
There's
don't have many cobblers around here.
there's no shoe repair people that are worth a hill of
I,
beans anymore.
I can think of one shoe repair place in the 2 county area around here. That's it.
That was it was a real noble profession. You get your shoes or your boots back, and they'd be like brand new.
Yeah.
Be all shined up, and
Yeah, because I remember when I was, probably about 20, I had a really nice uh, pair of Italian made leather boots, hiking boots that the soles had worn out on, and I wanted to get them resoled. They were Vibram soles, and I called up that shop. They're the next town over for me, and they're like, "Yeah, we can resole them. Yeah, it'll be like $200." And I'm like, I can buy a new pair for like 160. They're like, "Oh well, think about it. They're already broken in." But whatever.
yeah, it's kind of a lonely time of year for a lot of people. A lot of people, they wish they had family around them, and other people have family around them, and they wish they weren't. And they just kind of, when you've got a crazy family, and you don't want to be around them, and you're trying to avoid them, but it's lonely because there's nobody, nobody you want to be around except your crazy family. And I know I'm not the only one.
Well, hey, fire in a bowl.
That helps.
Because the theme for tonight, as in the title of the stream, is 420 every 20. So every 20 minutes we're going to get fucked up tonight. I should call my best friend tonight.
Why?
His birthday is on Christmas or the day before. It's either Christmas or the day before, one of the two. And usually he hooks me up with a little bit of his homegrown, and his homegrown was spectacular this year. I want to see if I can get some Christmas buds.
Today's my daughter's birthday.
Oh, well, happy birthday to her.
Yeah, she brought me some nice gifts. She brought me some gifts.
Oh, some people do that.
Yeah, and they're moving my mom to a different facility now. I think
everything okay?
Well, she doesn't want to be there. Yeah. She wanted to stay at the old one. She liked it better, but they said that she's recovered enough to go to this other one. It's a assisted living situation. And she'll still have people at her beck and call, Yeah.
Man, I had a customer at work on Monday. I felt so sorry for this guy. He comes in, he's wearing a Korean veteran hat. And he comes up to the counter, and I'm like, let me shake your hand, sir. Happy holidays. And he shakes my hand. He's like, thank you. That's very kind of you. And all he has to buy is a couple Kit Kat bars. And he says, yeah, it's my wife's birthday. I'm taking him to her at the facility that she's at. And and he said, it's about the only thing that she remembers. She doesn't recognize me anymore, but she recognizes a Kit Kat bar. She loves them. So that's, her birthday gift for me. And I'm like, wow, dude, that's like really sad. And I'm like, well, tell your wife happy birthday for me too, And he just kind of smiled and shook his head and walked away. I felt really bad. And Alzheimer's sucks.
Yeah, it's kind of painful when they don't remember your name and stuff. They don't remember names of anybody. But I knew one guy that had gone senile, an old guy, and he was a World War I veteran, and he used to sit there and talk to his army buddies.
Yeah.
I mean, the family would all be there. He didn't know any of them, but his army buddies were there.
my grandfather, the last few years of his life, he started getting the onset stage of Alzheimer's. It wasn't very bad. It could have been a lot worse. He didn't have so much memory issues. He would get confused about certain things. He, like, for example, he'd be, in his bedroom in the evening getting ready for bed, and the sun would be coming through the shades in the window and be casting shadows on the wall. They'd be moving around as the light changes and whatnot. And he thought they were like, he didn't understand what he was seeing, and he started telling us all the time, I'm seeing bugs crawling all over the walls. It was like the worst of it. It wasn't that bad for him. But he would sleepwalk and basically have flashbacks to World War II when he was in the Navy, and those were awful. We'd like find him standing in the corner of the family room, just talking with more like shouting back and forth between his buddies as they were working the anti-aircraft guns under attack by the Japanese, and it was bad. And we kind of just like wheel him over gently to the couch or the chair and sit him down so that he wouldn't fall down, and we'd shake him, grandpa, you need to wake up. And then he'd come out of it. Sometimes he'd be spooked and sometimes he wouldn't. But that was hard to listen to because he was like this happened multiple times, and sometimes like he'd be talking with one of his friends as they died, they get shot and shit. It was not fun to listen to.
Yeah, I don't sleepwalk, but I do talk a lot in my sleep. And I even yell a lot in my sleep.
Yeah.
I do a lot of yelling in my sleep. Sometimes I wake myself up from it.
Yeah, it's like if I get too much sleep, like more than 7 or 8 hours in one stretch, I start having fucked up dreams. And I've had a few where I've woken up, shouting and, not quite awake yet and thrashing around. I actually had one about a week ago that it got so fucked up towards the end of the dream. And if I had to estimate, the length of the dream was probably an hour and a half long. And at the end of it, it got so fucking strange and bizarre that I like subconsciously told myself, that's enough. You need to wake up because this is just too bizarre. And sure enough, I woke up and I bolted right up out of bed, and I'm like, what the fuck was that all about?
I don't know. I have a lot of dreams. I think I do. I don't remember any of my dreams anymore. Hardly. Just once in a very blue moon. I don't remember much of my dreams. I don't think I really hit REM sleep as often as I should.
I have to sleep for quite a bit for REM to start up with me. I think that's why I don't remember most of my dreams, if I dream at all, unless I start having the weird ones.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes I just go straight to sleep, and other times it just ain't happening. And then I wind up having to take an old man nap.
Yeah, if I try to do old man naps in the afternoon or in the evening, they just don't work out. I end up just crashing for hours and hours. I can't power nap like a lot of other people can.
I pulled a lot of graveyard shifts. I mean, for years, pulled graveyard shifts.
I did for 13 years.
If it wasn't graveyard, it would be swings. So
yes. switching from night shift that you worked for 13 years and then trying to go to like an afternoon job working like 2 to 10. That took me a couple years to get my sleep cycle straightened out. Yeah, it was nuts.
Yeah, people say, "Come on, let's go do something." No. I got to rest my bones.
Yeah.
It's like that last job that I just did. All I wanted to do was rest my bones. Yeah, I got bruises on my shins from being up on a ladder now.
Yeah, that sucks. I will not work on ladders anymore. The most I can do is climb a ladder up to 1 story, not 2 stories, and that's just like to clean gutters out.
Oh, I'm not going to do any high ladder work anymore. I'm done with that.
I just had pay a guy $100 to come out and fix some gutters at my place. He finally got over yesterday and took care of it.
Good.
It's like that was a job that there ain't no fucking way I could have gotten up there myself and do that.
Oh, I can. I just don't want to take a chance of another fall because it would probably kill me.
Yeah, there's another ladder job that I'm going to have to probably hire this guy to do too. There's absolutely no way in hell I would attempt it myself because it's in a very dangerous spot. And I'm not going up to the second floor of a barn and hanging half the ladder on the stairs and half on the inside of the doorway to fix a security light that's overhanging the outside of the door. I ain't doing that. No fucking way.
You just have to learn how to handle ladders for one. They're safe if you handle them right. And some of the stuff is kind of ridiculous. Like, in my opinion, tying a ladder off is pretty ridiculous because you got to climb up to tie it off.
Yeah.
Especially when you got to make multiple ladder moves.
I really have trouble with transferring from the ladder to a roof to the point where there's only one spot on my farm that I can do it. Like we have a vestibule off to one side of our big barn, and the slope is so low that I can still get up onto that part of the roof. But anything on the house, no, there ain't no fucking way. If I tried to transfer just to the lowest section of the roof, I'd probably fall and break my neck. My knees and my hips, they don't work like that anymore.
So, like I was saying over in Illinois, I think the ice was more dangerous than the work I did. But I can tell. I remember times where I freaking did the splits on ice, and most of those times there was nobody around watching me to laugh their asses off. I mean, it freaking hurts, man.
Oh yeah, I've never done splits. My body ain't capable of that. If I did that, like I'd end up in the hospital.
No, this was working over at the refinery. I had to do pump readings on the tanks, and I was like hopping over barriers and stuff, and I hit this sheet of ice. There was nobody around. I went down and I did the splits, and I was freaking, man, I was hurting. I was hurting all over. I mean, it hurt me bad.
Yeah, I slipped on the ice about 7 years ago, getting out of the car in my driveway, and I had just put my second foot on the ground and was going to close the door of the truck, and I just went whoop and fell straight down on my ass. Yeah, that hurt.
And about 2 years ago, I broke my ankle again. So, I mean, my ankle's been broke twice. It's not good. Different places, it wasn't a break in the same spot. Usually where you get a break in a bone, when it does heal up, that part of the bone is stronger than the rest of your bone.
Yeah. I remember my dad took a nasty fall a few years before he passed. He was out blowing leaves in late fall, and we'd already had a little bit of snow that season. And I don't know if it was snow or just water, but he was backed up against a tree blowing one direction, and he lost his footing and went straight down on his ass. And I think he actually broke his fucking tailbone. He was in so much pain for a couple of months from that.
Oh, yeah.
What's up?
Sorry, I'm late. I fell asleep. I got puppy snuggled.
Yeah, it happens.
I got puppy snuggled and I fell asleep. Hey, Max K. Wow. Washburn, welcome in. Oh, man. Zoom and Sing. Good to see you, News. How you doing, my friend?
I'm here.
You're here?
Yeah.
Rock on. How you doing, Bill?
I'm all right.
You're all right? Good to know.
Yeah, that ankle I broke twice.
Yeah?
I also broke the leg there, too.
Yeah.
Well, I've had 3 breaks on my right leg. All on so I know the routine when I break, how I gotta treat it and everything.
You broke it again?
Do you know how to walk on these crutches? I'm like, you want me to teach you?
So did you break your leg or ankle or something?
No, not today. No. I'm just talking about. We were talking about falling on ice and stuff, and falling off of ladders and stupid shit that we always wind up having happen.
Oh, Sing, yeah. Yeah, getting it on my laptop is a pain in the ass.
Yep, Max 8. I got to take those old man naps. If I don't get enough sleep at night, I have to take an old man nap sometime in the day and rest my old bones.
Yeah, I was up to like 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning last night, trying to go to sleep.
Yeah, Zoom, I know you've had a whole bunch of surgeries. You've had a lot of pain in your day.
Yeah, no doubt, dude. That's crazy.
Zoom's been like freaking run over by a Mack truck almost. He's got enough injuries that could have been that,
Oh, man. So, what's the weather out there like, Bill?
It's icy and gloomy sun and nothing but this temperature inversion going on.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's fog. It's real thick pea soup fog down in the lower elevations.
Wow.
But
you missing stuff?
It's fog, but it's mixed with smut. It's just kind of whatever particulates are in the air. Like Canoe said, particulates. Yeah, that's what it is. It's particulates. And it's probably from those bastards spraying overhead, too. I don't know.
Yeah, smog.
Yeah, it's causing people lung issues. Everybody's coughing. Everybody's feeling congested. It's nothing to do with the Omicron or any of that crap. It's just this smut that's in the air.
Hey, we got 1 minute warning.
1 minute warning. Oh, shit.
Yeah, Wiz, did you see the title of the stream?
420 ever 20. Right.
And I've had the stream going for 40 minutes now, so
Oh, rock on.
kind of switching it up tonight.
Yeah, rock on, man. All right. Let me get prepared here. Yeah.
But yeah, I'll tell you what, my hands, my feet, everything is just cold. It's weird. Never used to affect me like that.
That's the moisture. That's the moisture.
I don't know.
Yeah, I do. It's the moisture.
But it's affecting it's causing me a dry cough.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Put a pot of water on the stove. And, oh.
That one hit me pretty hard.
I think I'm going to find my eucalyptus thing for my diffuser.
Cool.
That should help.
Now,
Yeah.
there's certain things that my father had that since he passed away, I have not been able to find, like in the house or in the barns. And if, some stuff I really don't care about, but like I knew he had it and I wish I knew where it was. One of those things, he had a really nice humidifier that you could add. It had a separate oil system for it, for aromatherapy, where it could just do straight steam water.
Yeah.
I'd love to find that thing because my house gets so dry in the wintertime.
Yeah.
I've got this weird diffuser that you plug in, and it you can set it for like 6 hours, and you just put a little bit of distilled water and a couple of drops of essential oil, and it helps to humidify. You could see the steam coming out of it.
Yeah.
Works better than incense. I kind of like it because I put different things like pine and patchouli and stuff like that in there.
Mm.
Oh, yeah.
I like patchouli.
You like the flannel, huh, Max? Yeah, buddy. Yeah. Yeah, that's what they do in the country. Besides, it's warm. That's what I like about it. It's nice and comfortable and warm.
I still haven't found me any of those clay flower pots. I haven't bought any. I found some. They're too small, the ones I saw. So you went from really small to super huge.
Well,
Nothing.
if you have use for small ones, I'd hook you up because I've got probably about 200 or 300 of them stacked up outside one of the barns.
Oh, really?
Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean, some of them have broken over the years, but there's still a lot of them. But they're like maybe pint sized, maybe a little bit bigger than that. They're small.
That's the ones I found. Yeah.
About 4 inches. Yeah.
Yeah, thereabouts.
Yeah. Mine, the ones I got are, I think, 8 inches. And that candle is still burning. So this is 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. I figure I've got maybe 2 more days on it. And then I'll have to refresh it. So 8 days on that one.
And you run it all day and night?
Huh?
You run it all day and night?
Yep.
Well, that's actually better than what people were saying.
Yep, 24 hours a day. And it looks like I've got 2 more days on it. It's still got about 2 inches in the bottom of it.
Still keeping it warm in there?
Yeah. Still keeping it. It last 3 nights have been below 30. They've been like 22, 24 low. And it's not keeping it warm, but it's not 22 degrees. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I had to plug in the heated water bowl in my barn for the cats the other night because it got down to like 17.
Oh, wow. Right.
Well, I mean, if it's warm enough to keep stuff from freezing, that's the big thing.
Yeah. Had an area where you needed it to keep the pipes from freezing.
I mean, some of the people would just stick like 4 or 5 candles right in a tub of Crisco. They'd put a pot over the top, and they would just like heat their whole main living area, and it'd make it warm enough to make it manageable. Like down in Texas and stuff when they had to freeze.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure that technique was actually in the Boy Scout handbook at one time.
Probably.
Yeah. Lard, fat, vegetable.
No, like specifically Crisco, like that. It was like in the 70s. Yeah,
right? Wow.
They said, go to the grocery store, your feed store, and get some Crisco and use it for your weekend camping trips and stuff in the wintertime. It's like
Crisco wasn't meant to cook with. It was first invented to be used as a fuel.
Yeah.
It wasn't meant to cook with. They didn't even call it shortening. It wasn't called shortening. That was a marketing ploy to use it as shortening. They were just looking for an alternative market for it. And they put oh yeah, you can eat this. Yeah, we'll just call it shortening.
Yeah. Well, it does pretty good in like, pastry crust and stuff like that.
Yeah, it does good. You bet. I'm not saying you don't use it for that, but just saying it wasn't originally in
fried chicken.
Yeah, there you go. A lard is better. I'd rather use lard for fried chicken.
It's been such a long time since I've cooked with lard, or even I've only cooked with lard like twice when I was in Scouts. But when I was a little kid, I remember my grandmother used to cook with lard, and she made some really good stuff.
Yeah. Especially.
Yeah, Deb, I got you, man. You know what? I got another one of those phone calls today from my boys. From John. One of my godchildren. It brought me to tears, damn near, guys. I didn't know what to think. Again, I was just dumbfounded. He's got his stuff together. He's got his house. He's got his businesses going. He's helping people as well. And he turned around and he said, "I love you, Pop. This wouldn't have been possible without you." And it's just one of those times, one of those things, the kids call and thank you for raising them the way you did.
It's about the best gift a kid can give his parent.
I couldn't ask for a better Christmas present. I'm telling you what. Dang near brought me to tears. I'm so proud of him. Man. That yeah. Yeah, I'm really proud of them.
My kids, they always give me knives.
Right?
They know I like knives, and they're always giving me knives. It's like you're trying to one up each other on who can give Dad the best knife. So my son, he gave me a knife for my birthday, and it's Damascus steel with well, I don't know if it's bone or an ivory handle, a rattlesnake skin scabbard.
Mm-hmm.
It's freaking awesome. Oh, it's awesome.
Hey, Dallas, welcome in.
Yeah.
I like stuff like that. I like big ass Bowie knives and stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know. I never got my dad much because he was real sensitive about Christmas. A lot of times he was dead ass broke, that time of year. So he basically said, no gift exchange this year. I don't want nothing. And one year I actually, he did the same thing, and I said, fuck it, I'm going to get him something nice anyway. So I got him 2 tickets for that Trans-Siberian Orchestra Band.
Oh,
Like
wow.
the rock and roll Christmas thing. They come to Cleveland every year. They kind of started out in Cleveland.
Yeah.
And it was at the big basketball arena, and he took his girlfriend, and he's like, man, that was the greatest thing I've ever seen. He's like, you got to go next year. I'm like, no, I have no interest in that.
Where, oh, there he is. I was going to say he dropped back down. Now he's back up. Now he's down.
Is he? Third time's a charm. Yep.
I saw you.
I don't think he wants to be here.
My biological dad and my stepdad are all dead.
Yay.
There you go. Was
we cannot hear you.
Yep, we got you. 5 by 5.
No, I don't hear him.
He's doing. He's mouthing his words there. What's up, Don?
Hey, is this thing on?
Yeah, it's all up there.
No.
Yes.
So my wife's going to be home in about 10 minutes from being away a week. So I just wanted to drop up in here and say, hey, Merry Christmas to everybody. Happy fucking New Year. Feliz Navidad. And what's the other ones?
All that shit.
Happy Kwanzaa.
Oh.
All that shit. Yeah. And so she's bringing chow. Plus, I haven't seen her in a week, so there'll be a fair amount of squeezing going on.
Yeah.
But, once all that's said and done, if you guys are still hanging around, which
most likely,
what the fuck else you're gonna do, right?
I think she's gonna make you unload that damn Jeep. That's
No, that doesn't happen tonight, but tomorrow, yeah, I'll have to unload the Jeep. Yep. Well, she's got 2 turkeys that she's bringing for me. Dude, we can't get birds here. Can't get turkeys.
That's weird.
Oh,
turkeys.
wow.
Yeah,
No turkeys there.
So she's bringing 2 of them back in the portable Booze RV cooler, the refrigerator freezer cooler deal. Bringing 2 of those back, and she's immediately going to start cooking.
Oh, wow. There you go.
So Uncle Don's going to immediately start getting fat.
Getting fat. Yeah, good for you.
I'm
Yeah.
good with that. Yeah.
Yeah. I just fixed the turkey rice dinner thing tonight.
Dude, she made it all across the country in 2 days and 3 hours.
Wow.
I'm not
wow.
joking you.
Nice.
Wow.
She's hauling ass.
That's fucking hauling ass. Yes.
That's awesome.
What's up, Sing? Let me throw some shout outs let me throw some shade to the chat. Max, what's up? Sing, what's up? Washburn, Billy, what is up? And always, Platoon, my mash brother. So yeah,
Trump
oh
24.
my God. Trump 24, baby.
That's right.
Brandon.
Send your nickels and dimes to Uncle Don. He needs them. He's fighting the big bad Pelosi and Schumer.
Oh yeah. Well, there's a lot of people doing that these days.
Well, that's
Yeah,
what I hear. I hear your wife is a really good cook. So yeah.
Yes, you heard right. My wife is an incredible cook.
So yeah.
And yes, I'll be eating the shit. Dude, I spend a lot of money to try to make sure that she has the right tools, ingredients, supplies, utensils, turkeys. She needs 2 turkeys. By God, she gets 2 turkeys. Ovens. She wants 3 ovens. Guess what? She gets 3 ovens.
Right.
I could send you 2 turkeys anytime you want. You just have to kill them.
Well, you see, that's kind of the problem.
Right.
A former coworker of mine's got a whole flock of them. She's like, "You ever need 1 or 2? Let me know." Give them to
We actually discussed that because our property back east has fucking turkeys by the herd that come up onto the yard. So I told her, I said, "Listen, just take the shotgun out there and take 2 of them off, put them in a fucking freezer, and let's drag them on home."
Right. Oh, she didn't? Okay. She went and bought them. Yeah.
Come on.
You might be able to start
Mrs. Sausage Gravy Biscuit, Princess Sausage Gravy Biscuit.
Maybe
Right.
Ben's going to have to start a little turkey corral down there.
You need to get a menagerie going, get a barn happening.
No.
No.
Too much work. Dude. I'm not a work guy. I'm a guy that invests in shit that gets me lazy.
Well, right, I got you.
Different viewpoint. Shitload of wild turkeys while I was fishing once. True story. No shitter, evil bastards. What are we getting through the House and Senate easy, though? Missouri is doing what? Huh?
Yeah, he sent me an article about it. I'm looking at it right now, or a video link.
Yeah, we're prepping up. The Missouri State Militia is oh yeah. They're on the
going
ball.
north and kicking Joe's ass.
Defending the state from outside influences, I should say.
Well,
okay. Yeah, I'm good with that.
Yeah, this link that he sent, it's a news article on YouTube from some outlet I've never heard of. They're basically, the F-15s are up training and they're going supersonic over special areas, and people are thinking, "Oh, we're getting ready for war." So it's just training.
Yeah, it's just training. But yeah, no, the Missouri's got their shit together. I mean, We're completely red as far as our government goes, and the people are pretty much in the same boat there.
The chat's talking bad about us. Singularity's calling us all old as fuck. Okay, and apparently we are. I'm a mere 97 years old, but my friend over here to the left is 180. And he was sexually abused by Maxine Waters in the early 1800s.
158 years old.
Excuse me, 158 years old.
And holding.
God bless you all. Oh shit! What's this?
Wiz is the actual old guy here. He's like 300 years old.
I'm old as dirt.
Methuselah got nothing on Wiz.
I'm not a day older than water.
So 37. Yeah, you're good. I wouldn't worry too much about that.
Yeah, I didn't hear any sonic booms or anything, but yeah, I was aware they were going to be doing some training. I was looking to hear it, because we got the Fort Leonard was about 50, 60 miles south of me.
Well, when Air Force units are doing training supersonic, they limit those to actual designated military flight cordons, and they don't necessarily have to be like by Leonard Wood or anything else like that. They can just be in a low population area of the state.
Well, right. They eliminated the Air Force Base at Lambert Field.
Oh, that was a long time ago.
Right. There's a support base there, but that's it. Command and control kind of thing. And I guess they'll take the airport if they had to. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because they still got that long runway they built for the space shuttle.
You guys got a couple out in that area.
Yep.
Yeah, it used to be Chanute. Or no, Chanute's not there. What am I thinking?
I was gonna say I didn't hear that one. Whitman Air Force Base is just across, and we've got what's the name of the one just on the other side in Illinois? Scott Air Force Base. Yeah.
Have you ever looked at overheads of Scott? That's a strange looking base. They got two runways that are separate, like about a half mile from each other, and one is one of those space shuttle emergency sites.
Mm-hmm.
But every major airport in this country, like even the one here in Cleveland, they are set up to handle military stuff if the need arises. Yep,
half of that Scott Air Force Base is underground facilities. It's a dumb.
Well, the main unit at the base is the VIP transport wing. It has like all the Lear jets and the Gulfstreams. They handle all the VIP movers for Air Force. So it would make sense to have VIP underground, bunkers there just in case.
Yeah. But that's why that second runway is off the way it is. Yep.
So was Kay coming up here?
Not that I'm aware of.
Oh.
Sing's just bragging on her.
Sing, I don't have 80 kids. I've got 8. I just got 24 grandchildren.
Hey, what's up, Zach?
What's up, Zach? How you doing?
Hey guys, I'm high.
Well, that's to the point.
I am not responsible for Kay situation. She ain't gotten close enough to even shake her hand. So, yeah, nope, that ain't me.
Zach,
I got done with all my chores, got things going on in here. and then sat down and got puppy snuggled and fell asleep.
What's that thing on your arm, Zach? Was it a newspaper? Oh, sleeve. Oh, okay. It's your sleeve. I was like, what the heck? I only caught a glimpse of it. I thought, oh my gosh, he's got something on his arm.
Yep, the vision's going. It's time to take the old man nap.
Right. Yeah, the puppies got up on me and they got all snuggly.
Hey,
One of them
Biden,
fell asleep and then I fell asleep. The other one fell asleep.
at least Biden takes more old man naps than I do. You know, his whole career as a senator, and before that, he was a dunce. He was an absolute dunce.
His entire political career has been nothing but like failure.
Yeah,
Plagiarized all the way. He plagiarized his way through school, cheated and plagiarized.
he plagiarized other people's political speeches. He figured out how to do public apologies to save face because he had no choice. He got busted at it. The guy, that's not the mark of an intelligent man, having to plagiarize other people's speeches. That means you probably can't write the damn speech.
Well, didn't you see that interview where Obama was saying after he was out of office, he'd love to have somebody up there and just be the one giving the commands from behind the scenes?
Yes.
That's exactly what they set up. That's exactly what they're
That
doing.
is what it is.
Yep, that's exactly what they're doing.
And the thing of it is I mean, he's so senile right now. He's just going to do whatever he's told in his earpiece.
Yep, that's
Except
all he's there for. The true
he's having a
Manchurian
hard time-
candidate.
Well, he's having a hard time doing that even. And he can't read the cards. He can't read cue cards. He can't, telepath anything.
He's a buffoon.
Well,
News, you missed the 20. Fire the bolt.
add CBD on top of a low IQ. That's not a good recipe for running the country.
Nope. Carpenter Patriot, my brother.
Carpenter in the house. What's up, brother?
No, it's a recipe for disaster because it lets those people behind the scenes call the shots and they don't hold any accountability to the people. That's exactly what Obama's doing.
Oh, he's in Hawaii on vacation.
Oh, he's got a phone.
Yeah.
And everybody needs to ride Biden's ass about this. I mean, no more playing nice guy.
Did you see? Yeah. Did you see the interview the other day? Kamala Harris was being interviewed by one of the up and coming political pundits, and he got it was a black guy or what is that? Lazara's God or something like that. He asked.
I know who you're talking about.
Yep.
Yeah.
Charlemagne is God.
Oh yeah, something like that. Yeah, Charlemagne. Yeah, and he turned around. He asked Kamala. He says, "So who's actually the president of the United States?" And she did her cackle and tried to defend Biden as president. Yeah,
And she replied to him very sternly.
yeah, very sternly. She broke her fucking neck trying to fucking get it through to him.
And then she goes, and I'm still the vice president. I am Vice President Kamala Harris. Very sternly, had to make sure that she articulated it to the utmost.
Well, she wouldn't answer those other questions. I went back and looked at the interview to give it context, you know what I'm saying? And she wouldn't answer his question. Well, he's definitely not competent, he's definitely not in charge of his own faculties.
And then Pelosi says, he's perfect for what we need right here and now.
Right. A front man for their control system. Yeah.
Joe Biden, just perfect.
Now, you want to hear something funny, a little alternate point of view. Earlier today, I was having a conversation with a lady in Russia, and I was asking her political shit about, how they view America over there and what she thinks of her government. And she's like, we all know Biden is fool, but he's so likable. Like, people don't know how to react to him. They don't know if he's good or bad. And then, like, her government, she says, like, Putin is such a waste of man and time and everything. All he does is sit there and do nothing. It's like, don't you know that, like, half your army is massing, on the Ukraine? She's like, that's nothing. I'm like, okay.
That's nothing.
Oh,
Hey, we'll see. We'll see how much nothing it is.
Well, it may just be just a bunch of hot air.
yeah.
Everything else from these bastards has been a lie that we've heard about from them. Why, and so I'm just of the mind that maybe there's not. That this is a bunch of more bullshit lies from these people. Because everything else they tell us, we can assume the opposite is the truth. Why not that? Welcome in, Valentine.
They're lying. They're full of shit.
They're full of shit. So, I'm just saying, yeah.
Valentine's here. Hello.
Exactly, Carpenter. They're full of shit. You're eating TV dinners, Washburn. What?
Hey, I do like a good TV dinner every once in a while. But I get the ones you throw in the oven, not the microwave.
Right.
I like those Swanson pie meat pies.
Yeah, those are all right.
The pie thing.
The cheap ones. The 99-cent ones.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I got a couple of those, but they're not meat ones. They're fruit.
Are you talking about the banquet pot pies?
I'm talking about the banquet ones. The bird's eye, remember?
Oh, I love bird's eye. They got some of the best canned and frozen food out there.
Those dollar store pies. I don't. 99-cent pie, just a little meat pie. Maybe beef stew pie or some kind of shit like that. I just heat one of them up and throw it on some rice, and I'm good to go.
I am a sucker for a beef pot pie, though. Banquet beef pot pie.
Yeah, I like to put it over a little pile of rice. Just kind of break it up and eat it like that. Salisbury steak with gravy.
That's my old go-to. I've loved that since I was a kid.
I grew up on those.
I make mashed potatoes with them and a vegetable like corn or green beans. It's a good dinner. And if I don't feel like making mashed potatoes, I'll put it on toast. Kind of open face sandwiches.
Yep. We've got. Excuse me. It's the air. I'm outside. We've got a lot of, even with all the weird haze and crap in the air, there's a lot of people have beautiful Christmas displays, and the Mormons, I mean, they really put up it's a light show there. Just beautiful colors and everything.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, it's really nice. Makes things nice.
Yeah, there's not a lot of people putting up lights and stuff around here. There's a few.
We have a lot in my area. All the housing developments, I'd say 80% of the houses are decorated or lit up.
They're even decorating cars with lights.
Uh,
Cars with all kinds of Christmas lights going down the road right now.
One of my neighbors has this like crossover SUV, and she leaves her decorations on it year round. It's like she's a Christmas, holic. She's addicted to Christmas. So she's all year long, she's got fucking reindeers and lights and garland all on her roof rack and everything. It's bizarre.
wow.
Well, there is bizarre Christmas stuff, like the cheap Chinese weird, inflatable snowman and that kind of thing. I don't care for that crap.
Yeah.
I think it just looks really hokey pokey, corny.
Yeah, the inflatable stuff. Yeah, that's kind of ridiculous.
Now, my best friend, probably because his birthday is like either Christmas Eve or Christmas Day, he loves decorating his place, but he does the blow molds. Everything from like the 50s through today. Dude, he sent me a picture of his house like a week ago. He's got like 250 of them in his front yard. Like literally, he rents a storage unit to keep them all in. He's addicted to these things and collects them. I'm like, okay.
So what are they?
They're all over his front yard.
The Santa Clauses?
Blow molds of all different kinds. Santa, angels, reindeer, all different kinds of shit.
Oh, okay. What's going on with Zach? He keeps going in and out.
He's got bad net connection tonight.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, Muggies, welcome in.
My internet's not very strong tonight either. I had to refresh my modem earlier, and it did not make any difference. Like the internet for the whole region is real low.
That actually sounds good. Drinking cocoa while you're looking at lights.
Yeah, it is.
People like to drive around and look at night lights around here.
I do.
Yeah.
There's a neighborhood a couple miles southwest of me where they have it's a huge, and I'm talking huge, with huge estate homes. Like there's $1 million homes back there, and almost everybody in that development decorated, and it was real classy. Like some of these homes were styled as Victorian homes, and it was beautiful. Cars would be lined up for a mile down the freeway just so they could get off at the one exit to go drive through that place.
We've got a couple places like that up in St. Charles, like St. Louis and St. Charles, which is way out west of St. Louis. But yeah, there's a couple neighborhoods like that out there. They've got some really badass displays. Some of them you turn your radio station to a certain radio station, and all the lights blink to the music.
Yep,
it's badass.
We have places like that here. Now, you get the occasional oddball that will hang just an insane amount of lights. Like they try to outdo each other in different towns. Like one guy will have 500,000, another guy will have 700,000, and you can walk through the yard and everything and look at it. I'm like, how much does that cost? It's
doesn't matter. It's not about the cost at that point, dude. It's about
it's an obsession.
It is. It's kind of a competition kind of thing. Who's got the bigger manhood, that kind of thing.
I remember when people first started doing that back in the 90s around here. There was this one house in my city where I went to high school at, and they did that one year. They probably had 800,000 something lights up, and they held a contest, guess how many lights there are, and whoever guessed it or got the closest to the guest won a really nice prize. The whole neighborhood went out to help me, and this one family got it was a little girl and her mom and dad, and they were within 20 lights just for like a random guess, and they ended up winning like a holiday stay at a big fancy hotel in downtown Cleveland and like tickets for the orchestra and all kinds of shit.
Right. Wow.
Oh, we also up at one of the ski resorts, we have a big ice palace show.
Oh,
And
wow.
it's all ice sculptures, all different kinds of ice sculptures.
That's badass. I've seen one of those before, and I forget where it was, but I think it was in Germany or northern France, and it was just amazing. You know, you walk through these buildings, and they're all made of ice, and they're all cleared, and they're all lit up, kind of thing. The walls, it was gorgeous.
I don't know if you've ever heard of the Park West ski resort. That's where it's at.
Yeah, they built castles. It was northern. That's right. That was northern Germany. I don't even know the town, but they built an ice castle.
Well, they did in Norway, or not Norway, Sweden. They built a big ice hotel, and people could pay to spend the night in the hotel.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was in Iceland, but maybe I'm wrong.
I think it was in Sweden.
But yeah, it was impressive. It was very impressive.
And when I was in high school, we had a school project. We built a giant skull that you could go inside of it, a big giant skull. And when school was closed, we'd go in there and smoke weed inside the skull.
Fire in a bowl.
Fire is a motherfucking bowl.
Freaking smoke coming out of the eyes and stuff. Go inside the skull through the mouth.
Now, have you seen that TV show, like World or Greatest Christmas, light display, something or other? It was on TV a few years ago on one of the networks. One of the finalists was a house right across the street from where I work. And they had the whole fucking film crew out, and about 300 fans of the TV show showed up. The police had to show up and close the road down so that the whole crowd could be out in the street when they turned on the display. And it was nuts. Like, these guys, they had at least 500,000 lights up, plus yard displays, and they had this holographic Santa projection in their big front window. It looked real as hell, yeah. And they ended up placing like second or third place on the show, and people around here were all pissed off. They're like, we deserve. It's like, it's just fucking Christmas lights. It's a stupid TV show. Who cares? But the funny thing is that when the film crew was over there, they did a segment inside the house, and they had to set lights up and everything. And I guess where they were filming in their living room, they didn't have enough lighting, so one of the crew guys went up into the attic above the room and was drilling a hole to add, a light fixture to the ceiling, and he stepped wrong and he crashed right through the fucking ceiling into the living room.
Wow.
So the TV network had to buy them a new ceiling, and they ended up filming like just the outside. But we all heard the story and we're like, that's fucked up.
Oh, that's crazy.
Out of it, so whatever.
Right. He got an interior redecoration. Yeah. But yeah, we got this place. It's a camping ground up by Six Flags called Jellystone Park with the Yogi Bear and stuff. They turn it into Santa's Kingdom this time of year, and they charge $10 a car, and I think it's $10 a car. And they use that big ass driveway going into Six Flags because everybody's going to the Santa's Kingdom,
Yeah.
It's badass. It's like almost like 2 miles worth of road back in there, and yeah,
Yeah,
so they got it all.
They did something similar here in Cleveland, about like a mile away from the Cleveland airport. There's a small suburb that actually has that county's fairground, and they would, do the whole fucking fairgrounds up with lights, and like they were even using lasers at the time. It was kind of strange. It was almost like a Christmas rock concert that you paid $10 or whatever, drive through it. And it took a good 30 minutes to go through. It was a couple miles,
Right.
and I remember, like, I was probably about 12, 13 years old, and at the very end of it, there was a Santa Claus guy passing out candy canes and giving free shit to the parents and stuff. And we got up to the Santa. We rolled down the windows. Santa's drunk off his ass. He can't even fucking stand up straight. He's like,
No.
Merry Christmas. Here's some candy. He reaches into his pocket and throws like a handful of crushed up little candy canes that were like in his pocket, like probably all week. And they were just like, they're all just pieces. He didn't even try to hand them to us. He literally threw them at the car from like 2 feet away, and like half of them bounced off the car and half of them flew in and like hit me and my dad. My dad was pissed. He left and then pulled back in and found their little operations center. He's like, I need to speak to the manager. He's like, your Santa's fucked up. And nothing ever happened. Shit. They didn't care.
Right.
They're like, fuck you. You see how much money we're making?
Right, exactly. He's just got a little bit of too much holiday spirits in him.
Yep.
Washburn. All right, buddy. You have a good one, man.
Yeah,
Dream well. Dream well, Patriot. Oddball. I didn't notice. Hey, Oddball. How you doing? Yeah. Welcome in. Yeah.
Woof, 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 woof.
Yeah, I always thought the drunk Santas were the cool ones.
Yeah, I saw that on video. The carpenter mentioned they arrested that Santa Claus or something because he wouldn't wear a mask, and Santa was kind of not cooperating.
But they have this thing that happens. I think it's in New Jersey, right across the river from New York City. It's Newark, New Jersey, I think. They have this annual SantaCon thing, or at least they used to. I think they banned it finally a year or two ago. But basically, It was like a convention of Santa Clauses, and they would take over the downtown area, and they get all fucked up and cause all kinds of trouble. Like they had footage from like 5 years ago where it got real out of hand, and it turned into a brawl in the street with like 20 drunk Santas, and they all got arrested.
Oh shit!
And then like you get the fans that ended up showing up to these events, and just be random people all dressed in holiday costumes. They were like fucking in the streets and pissing in the alleys and everything. It got bad out of hand.
Oh wow!
I think the city finally said enough's enough.
Right. Well, come on up, Max. Come on up. Grab a link and come up on the screen. Give us what for. Come up, join the party.
The drunk Santas are the fun ones to mess with. You like go pull their beard and stuff. They get all mad at you. I don't know if it's a thing anymore. But we used to have a lot of drunk Santas. We really did.
I used to have a whole bunch of Santa jokes. I don't remember them right now. Well, I remember one of them. Santa's actually into bestiality, right?
No.
His missus got claws.
Okay.
Get it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I told one kid, he was, this one kid in a mall one time. He was like, I want to see Santa. I was like, dude, don't be so excited. You know, that's children. That's how he got fat. He eats children. And the kid just had this horrible look on his face, like, I just blew it out the water for him for the rest of his life or something. I was like, damn, dude.
But it was a way for like winos and stuff to make a little Christmas money, you know, for booze. I mean, it was just kind of an old thing. A lot of people knew, you know,
Right.
that's why Santas were drunk at the mall. Is because he was just a wino and he just put on a Santa suit, you know, trying to make some bucks for a drink,
Right.
like Macy's and stuff. Like, would you want to sit there with kids jumping on your lap and all that? Well, Joe Biden would, but and maybe Joe Biden is playing Santa this year. Come on, kid. I got candy.
Oh no, don't even go there. Oh God.
Santa Biden.
I don't want to think about that.
Yeah, that's kind of, yeah, that's gross.
It is.
Yeah, disgusting to think that piece of
I'm
shit's
gonna.
our president.
I am sharing a photo for Carpenter. That was taken here in Ohio sometime in the last
Damn,
couple of weeks.
I wonder.
that's a monster.
Oh wow. Who's that?
Just somebody in Ohio that got a real whomper.
Oh, okay.
And he took it with a traditional recurve bow.
Yeah.
That's a beautiful mule deer right there.
That's a whitetail.
That's not a muley.
That's a whitetail.
Yeah,
it's a whitetail. We don't have muleys out here.
That's a Wait a minute. That's a big ass whitetail.
We have some big ass whitetail here in Ohio.
That's huge.
For years, we held the title for the largest buck taken by a bow. You know, whatever. What is that? Boone and Crockett Club, or no? That's for guns. I think there's a separate organization that holds the records. Pope and Young score, and for years it was an Ohio record. This dude like 20 years ago nailed this deer down in southern Ohio, and it broke record. It was the world bow champion for almost 10 years.
And he took it down with a freaking compounder.
Yep.
Or is that yeah.
actually, I like the markings on that deer.
Is that a crossbow or a compound?
No, it's a recurve. It's just a straight recurve. No gears or pulleys. Albeit it's a modern one, but it's still just a laminated recurve.
Wow.
Well, a lot of people get with recurves every year.
Mm-hmm. I have one for training.
I prefer a recurve.
This is a summertime shot when he was still in velvet. That's just massive.
It is huge.
A lot of meat on them.
Yeah, it's like a 300 pounder.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah, you're not going to carry that over your shoulders.
No.
Unless you're Paul Bunyan.
A lot of those deer back east are small enough you can carry them over your shoulders.
Oh yeah.
Probably corn fed. Your deer's probably corn fed over there. I've seen so many deer coming out of the cornfield. Big freaking bucks.
One of the suburbs around Cleveland just announced the results. They had a city paid for hunt for population control in their town for, I think it was just 2 days. They hired some professional hunters and they got 60 deer in this tiny little suburb.
I had
The
a
little
friend.
deer that hang out in people's backyards.
I had a friend. I was living in Florida, and he cooked up a bunch of venison steaks from Michigan. It was a deer that he got brought over from Michigan. I'm telling you what, that was some freaking awesome steaks, man. They were just, that's good meat on those whitetail. I like them. I won't turn it down. That was my first time ever eating whitetail venison. I usually have only had like mule deer, so now I know.
Yeah, I've never had mule deer, but I think it's more gamier tasting than a whitetail, from
But
what I've heard.
good meat.
It's
Good
Yeah.
meat.
it's all still the same meat. It's good. Yeah.
Yeah, it's good.
I'll eat any kind of deer.
No deer is gamey if you do the right thing with them. You know, cut their scent glands out, bleed them out.
Yeah.
Right.
Bleed
Well,
them out when you shoot them.
yeah.
Bleed them out real good.
One of the things people don't even realize anymore was, and this is what I was taught by an old guy when I was younger. He says you got to cut their feet off because the glands just behind the hooves, if you don't get those off of there soon enough, it will game the meat. And
Well, I see a lot of
that's
hunters that'll cut them off when they're field dressing the deer.
correct. Right. And a lot of people just don't realize that's where the problem is.
Yeah.
Well, there's scent glands up behind the knees too. They're right up near the knees, and you'll know. You can feel them, and you just cut them out. Just cut them out. You use all that leg meat. Take all that leg meat and harvest all of that and all the ribs and harvest. I'll go so far. I'll cut the antlers off right at the base, so I can save the crown of the antlers, and take the whole thing, skin it, and put it in the oven and cook the whole head like a roast. And it's probably revolting to somebody, but I don't waste anything. And maybe that's my Native American heritage or something. I don't waste anything. I'll cook the whole damn head and everything.
Well, I won't waste the head either, but I'm not eating it. I will clean it out and use the brains to tan the hide.
Yeah, that's one of the things.
I cook it.
Yeah.
Well,
There he is.
you could do that. You could do that. But there's still a lot of meat on the jaw muscles and everything. When you roast it, you can cut all that meat off, and all that meat goes into the meat grinder. You don't waste any of it. Clean that skull right down to the skull. Clean everything off. Don't throw the head away. There's a lot of meat there.
You're muted there, Carpenter.
Well, I'm saying I'm not eating anything inside the head.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, brain stuff. There's too many problems with disease out there right now.
Oh, with prions and all that.
Chronic wasting disease.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. When they're cooked, I think it'll be okay.
Well, that's what I'm saying is that they're good for tanning the hide, though.
Yeah, I will not. I ain't eating brain. Nope. I
No,
don't care what
that's
animal. I'm not eating brain.
that's best used on the hide. You know what I'm saying? For
Well,
real.
I eat beef brains all the time. I've ate beef brains a lot with eggs.
I eat pork brains and eggs. I haven't had them for a very long time, but I used to eat them all.
I
My
mean,
grandma.
it's just like the rest of the scrambled eggs. I mean, you cook it in there with the eggs, and it's just like the rest of the eggs. It's man, I don't even know I'm eating brains. Go ahead, Carpenter.
Oh, my grandpa tried to freak me out one time. Grandma made it, and she says, "I says I want those eggs with that meat in it, like you did." And she made me a big old plate of it for breakfast. And he goes, "You know those are brains, right? Brains of what? The pork brains." I was like, "Holy shit, that's good stuff."
That's a big
Cool.
thing. There are people that eat it. Yes, pork brains and beef brains, deer brains, all of it. I mean, if you're not going to tan the hide, and a lot of people, you can, some places, probably in Ohio, I'm thinking Ohio, you can buy pork brains.
Yeah,
Because
we got the big market downtown, the big historic market. You can buy, cow brain, sheep's brain,
yeah,
brain.
yeah,
It's been that way for years, over 100 years.
and it's cheap. And if you're tanning hides, actually every animal has exactly the right amount of brains to tan the hide with.
Yep.
So if it's a squirrel, the squirrel brains, even though they're small, it's enough brains to tan a hide with.
Right. To tan its own hide. Yeah.
Yep.
Unless you're a Democrat, there ain't enough brains in that bastard to tan his hide.
Well, no, AOC, there's not enough to tan her hide.
Right. If brains were dynamite, she couldn't blow her nose.
She hasn't got enough meat on her bones for a cannibal to even want her.
What's up, Carpenter?
Nothing, just the best deer I ever had in my life. This big group of does was running by, and the big lead doe came down through the ravine in front of me, and I shot her and I hit her through the neck.
Right.
I just nicked her jugular vein. And then I didn't even know for sure I'd hit her. So I got down and looked, and it was just like you took 2 ketchup bottles and held your hands about a foot apart and just steadily walked with these ketchup bottles, squeezing them out. And I must have tracked her, you guys, for a mile or a mile and a half.
Oh my God.
Never one time in that entire time, she'd laid down in the bushes or in the brush, got up, jumped, and ran a little bit further, in front of me. All this time, I mean, I probably bumped her 3 or 4 times tracking her. Never one time did I ever lose the blood or even come close to losing the trail.
Wow.
And when I finally got her, this guy helped me get her. She couldn't hardly hold her head up. She was tired. She was so out of energy. So I shot her again, and I threw her in the gator, and we took her back to camp. And when I got to camp, you guys, and I gutted that deer, I literally never got a drop of blood on me. Her heart was flat, like it was put in a vacuum sealer.
Right.
And I was like, fucking look at this. And the meat, all the meat in that entire fucking deer was gray. Wasn't meat.
Oh, wow.
It did look nothing like fucking deer meat, like the red meat you see. The entire deer was gray, and that shit was awesome. That was the best deer I ever shot. Yeah, I mean, I bled her out literally down to the last cup.
Oh, that's
wow.
Right. Okay. Good
But
job.
that was the best venison I ever ate in my entire life, and I'll never replace that shot again. But
amen to that. That is exactly what I was talking about, Carp.
yeah, I couldn't believe it, because when I gutted her, and and I zipped up and I went and I gutted her and I opened her up, and it was fucking. I mean, there was literally not a when I cut the heart off, because I cut the heart off the lungs and stuff, to show everybody, and it was just squeezed flat. Fuck, it wasn't a half, 3/4 of an inch thick.
Wow.
Look at this. Look at this. And it was just like a dark gray. Almost, it wasn't even black. It was like a dark gray. And the meat, when we took the hide off her, the meat was all like a light gray.
Do you save the heart or anything like the liver or the heart?
No, I don't eat any of I don't eat organs.
Oh, okay.
I don't eat organs.
Okay.
I have, I've eaten heart. Yeah, I've eaten liver. I don't anymore. Now I don't eat it anymore.
Is there a reason for that? Is there a reason?
No, I just don't like it.
Okay, gotcha. I don't like to waste anything.
Now, I've never had deer liver before. I've had beef liver a couple of times, and it was all right.
It's the same, only shittier.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind trying deer liver sometime.
Yeah, my grandpa used to just love the shit. He'd cut the heart in thin, like fucking half, not even a half-inch, 1/4-inch thick strips. Take the heart, the long way, and then he'd cut from the back of it and work his way forward. And he'd cut it in like little, 1/4-inch to 3/8-inch thick strips, and then he'd put it in flour, and they looked kind of like onion rings with more than one onion attached together.
Yeah,
and those were good.
Oh yeah, deep fried. And, yeah.
My grandpa used to do that all the time. No, I have all mine done. I don't butcher them anymore. I quit all that stuff. Gets overwhelming. You guys, I hunted for 6 weeks straight.
Yeah.
Right.
With everything in my arsenal. I mean, I started with a crossbow, went right straight through. As soon as that season was over, when that wasn't over, as soon as the rifle season opened, I just flipped back, come home, changed gear, grabbed the rifle, went back. As soon as rifle season was over, I just put the rifle away and pulled out the muzzle loader. By that time you're so exhausted and tired that you're up at 4 o'clock every morning. You're out on stand by 5:30. You ain't in till 5:30 at night. It gets dark at 5:15. You're not in till 6 o'clock at night. 4:15, 4:30. You're not in till 6 o'clock, and your ass is dragging after. And then you're always on them, prowling them. I go where the deer are. A lot of guys over there. The reason the guys over there that I hunt with, a lot of the guys that they're not hunters, they just hunt deer. The reason they don't get deer is they don't like to go where the deer are. They like to go to the easiest stand they can get to because it's hard getting around, Right. And I'm not that way. I go I go where the deer are. I mean, I ain't gonna go fucking sit in the woods for 8 hours a fucking day and if the deer aren't around. No way.
Drag your ass out. You get so far up. Like if I go where the deer are around here, I get so far up in the mountains. I'm all I could do is think, man, if I get a deer or an elk, I gotta drag that fucker out of here.
That happens to me a lot. I sat out one day all day long and had this big doe. There's actually 2 great big does and a group of fawns went underneath me, and I sat there all day. And I never even picked up my rifle. I was just looking down in that big valley in that ravine. I thought there is no way I'm going down in there after her, and I just picked my gear up and walked out.
Wow,
that happened a lot.
Well, yeah, the guys around here, what my cousin was doing, he'd go out about 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Well, when it was still getting dark around 7, and he'd go out like 2 to 3 hours beforehand, get set up before dusk.
Yep.
And before sunset, and then he'd wait for that. Then as soon as it got completely dark, he'd come back up and sleep for a while, and then he'd go back out probably about 3 o'clock in the morning and get set up again for sunrise.
Yeah, that's how it works.
Yep.
It's exhausting.
There's times when I can't harvest the whole elk. There's been times I couldn't harvest the whole elk. The best thing I could do is take the head, and take the critical parts of the meat and let the wolves deal with the rest. I mean, there's times you can't drag them out. I mean, it's miles. It's coming down canyons and shit.
Yeah, you quarter them up and you pack them out
As best you can.
Yeah, as best you can.
Sometimes it's 5 miles, and if you show back up where that elk carcass is, there's going to be a bear there, or a mountain lion. Then you got to deal with that fucker.
Yeah, flocks of birds.
Yeah, we found deer. We found deer using crows before.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
you hit them back in them swamps. You can't lose the trail, and you just the next day you go out and you sit up and look down through the swamp a ways, and you'll see a group of crows that'll be constantly going up off the ground and in the trees and off the ground. And I mean, it's a group of crows, and then inevitably you walk down there and there's your deer laying there.
Yeah, we got turkey buzzards here, and they'll circle. They'll circle of dead bodies.
Nothing goes to waste. Like when I gut them and stuff and leave it out there, there's times I'll go out I'll shoot one right at dusk and I'll gut it and leave the gut pile, and I'll come out the next morning and it's gone by the time I get there in the morning.
Do you know what a magpie is?
Yep.
I'd hear these magpies up there. The magpies up in the mountains. That's what you hear. There's no crows up there.
Well, they're like black and white crows, aren't they?
Oh, they're they're a lot like a crow in a lot of ways, but you could hear their squawk and they're on that freaking carcass, man.
I should have said blackbirds around here, because mainly it's blackbirds. The crows are a little farther north. Crows are huge.
They have big. They have a white streak on their wings, and they have a white tip on the tail, and they're blue. They're bluish green color. That's what magpies look like.
I figured out why we ain't got a whole bunch of squirrels. Those damn hawks. They had babies, and they're populating this area pretty hard with the hawks.
Yeah.
They're taking out all the squirrels.
That kind of works both ways, though. I mean, I know you don't have squirrels to eat, but it also keeps your buildings and stuff safe.
Right.
Because around here, you guys, squirrels are like, I went out to Nebraska and they'd have a squirrel in the yard, and the whole neighborhood would take pictures of it and look at it. Around here, you have squirrels in the yard, and them fuckers are everywhere. They're in your eaves and up in your, I mean, they'll bend and twist through metal soffit and fascia.
They'll
find a place in there where it's loose, and they'll bend that shit open, and they'll get in your house.
They'll crawl up in the downspouts.
Absolutely, they'll go. I mean, it's amazing where they'll go.
Maybe that's what I'm hearing in my attic.
Yeah, that's probably squirrels.
Yeah, I cut off their superhighway. They were using a cherry tree branch to get onto my roof, and I cut that fucker off. Now they don't have a highway anymore.
Nice.
All right, guys, I'm gonna have to call it a night on my end. I gotta be up early for work.
Dream well, Patriot.
One last bowl, sure.
Fire in the bowl.
So this cherry wood, I think I'm going to make some pipe bowls out of it.
Good night, everybody.
Have a good one, buddy. Dream well.
Yep.
Good night.
Later.
Good night.
See you.
Night, Bill. Night, everybody in the chat. Peace out.
So you think cherry wood bowl for a pipe would be good?
Yep.
Because I got some cherry branches now, black cherry.
I've got some peach trees I'm getting ready to deal with, and I'm thinking I'm gonna when I do take them down, that's what I'm gonna use them for. Making pipes.
Yep.
Let's see. Do I still got that one over here?
I tried to cut them so that I could use the V in the branch, so that I could have a hole for the stem and another hole for the bowl.
Yeah, where the brain's coming off of another one. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, they'll be like bent pipes.
Yep. But what I really want to start doing, I wanted to make some of the longer pipes, like the peace pipes, stuff like that. I want but make them smaller, like about maybe 6 or 7 inches long. You know what I'm saying?
I'm wondering if you have pipestone up there where you live on your property. It's a type of rock that's called pipestone.
I don't know what that is. I know we got a lot of marbled limestone and quartz, jasper, uh, yeah, a lot of limestone.
So to put in wells, you gotta drill through rock there.
Oh yeah, we got underneath the limestone is all not basalt, it's actual oh shit. Not marble, but I'll think of it in a minute. But it's common around here to have a big God, a thick layer. It's a large layer. Well, we're in the mountains.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
so we've got that. It's not basalt. It's name a couple other rocks common for me. I'm Devin.
Chert rocks? Chert rocks?
No, I'm talking about
soapstone.
No,
we've got soapstone here. I found a place called Soapstone Canyon, and there's a quarry where they
like the pyramids were built with.
Oh, not agate. Not granite.
I can't think.
Granite.
Granite. No. Yeah, granite. That's it. We've got large layers of granite underneath.
Granite's hard to deal with.
Yeah, and so and we have to go down 350, 400 feet for water here.
Oh wow!
So right, so like I said, we're on the edge of the plateau, and yeah, we have to go down.
There's times wells here are 60 and 70 feet deep is all.
Granite is very hard to drill through.
Really hard. They have to use that water system where it's constantly got water flowing.
And diamond bit blades.
Yep,
Exactly.
diamond bits. And that's why a well around here costs around $12,000.
Yeah, I believe that.
And the diamond bit blades, they get smoothed out and they're no good anymore.
But I tell you what, once you do hit the water here, you're in the aquifer.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you're artesian well.
Yep, good water.
Oh, dude, it's a harder water, but boy, it is healthy as hell. And I tell you what, when you go to boil it, you know what I'm saying, the way I do with my my stock pot for heating, it'll leave a good crust on it. It's heavier mineralized water, but
that's my water.
But it's so good. You can drink this water and get quenched. Unlike the water you get out of the fucking tap water in the county or in the cities.
My water gets a crust on all the faucets and everything. It destroys water filters. I mean, it'll ruin your freaking coffee makers. There's so much of this. Well, it's calcified water. It's got a lot of calcium in it, natural calcium.
But ain't that some of that shit's good to drink though?
Yeah.
Like really, over filtered water, even though don't get me wrong, pure water is great for you. I'm not saying that. But some of that water with those natural minerals is really good for you.
It is.
Oh yeah. And I tell you what, we had my brother's father-in-law. He was on his last legs, out in Arizona or something where he was, and he had cancer and had bad gut problems, and he came up here and started drinking the water here, and um, eating. He's one of the guys that helped me start building the chicken coops and stuff like that. So we were keeping chickens, and he started eating right and drinking the water here, and all of his gut problems went away.
Yeah, I believe that. There's so much shit that's been hidden from us, you guys. Like, look at ivermectin and look at hydrochloroquine. Until this nonsense started, I guess maybe I've heard of it, but never really thought anything of it. And here it's amazing what this stuff does.
Right.
And we really should be taking it on a weekly basis. You say you take it on a prescription basis for the first 10 days, and then after that you go on a once a week. They call it the Sunday pill.
Well, yeah, it eliminates all the bad parasites and stuff in the digestive tract.
Remember, we were talking about the parasites and how they cause your DNA to start to crack the code of the parasite DNA, and then it starts to try to replicate. Your DNA tries to replicate the DNA of the parasites, and that's how you get free radicals. That's one way that your DNA code gets scrambled and causes free radical formations in your body. So there was a guy that I was telling Wizard about that was actually curing people of cancer. And he finally died of old age. He cured so many people of cancer, putting them on a parasite cleanse.
Yeah. That's one thing about that ivermectin. Everybody give everybody shit about that. That's a horse. Like you guys, I'd squeeze a glob of that shit in my mouth so quick. If I was sick, and I'd grab that. Fuck, right now, I'd go to the hardware store, the farm store, and I'd get a tube of ivermectin before I'd go to the doctor.
What do you think? What do you think that spike protein is? The spike protein. What do you think it is? It's a parasite.
I wouldn't doubt. I wouldn't know, but I wouldn't doubt it. I don't know. I'm not having nothing. That I'm having nothing to do with that. They're not sticking that shit in me.
Right.
It's not happening. They ain't sticking it in my grandson, my daughter, my family's not getting that shit.
No, we're staying pure blood. We're pure bloods.
Yeah. I'll go with God. I'll let.
Yeah.
We have pretty amazing systems. What I have done though is I've started taking and it's a regular regimen. God, you ought to see it. It's half a handful. It's C, D3, iron, zinc, or not iron, but zinc, quercetin. Yep. I don't know. What's the other one that for pain?
Turmeric.
Yeah, that. Yeah. And there's 6 things I take. There's 6 things, and 3 times since I've started, and I've been doing this for, I don't know, 6, 8 months, 10 months, that you ever get that feeling in your sinuses, in your throat, like you're going to, you're going to get sick?
Yeah.
And I thought, oh, I'm going to get sick, because you could feel it in the back of your head. You kind of felt hot and clammy. It didn't really feel bad. But, just kind of had that tingly feeling in your nose and hot and no joke, in a day or day and a half, I'd just wake up and it'd be gone, and I actually never got sick.
Right.
What were you showing there, Wiz?
Oh, my vitamin regimen.
Oh, vitamins. Okay.
Show it again.
It's a Monday. It's a weekly tab.
I have that. I have absolutely that very same container filled just like that, and I do it every day.
You do it. I do it every other day.
All the day. I dump it in my hand. Yeah.
Yep.
My sisters do it for me.
Yeah. Really?
2 weeks at a time.
You guys are fucking older than me, then.
No. That's not medications. That's not some kind of shit I can't explain.
No, but it looks like an old people thing. That's why I don't want one.
Oh, yeah. Hell, I don't even care. They just set it up, and because I'm stupid, I don't read the bottles. I don't do any of that stuff. Fuck that, you know. Hell, I don't even wash my hands when I eat. I just rinse them off in the minnow bucket.
Who sets it up? Who's they? Who's they?
My sisters. My sisters take care of me.
Oh, they take care of you. Okay, all right. You have your sisters are your handlers.
Yeah, you know, it's like when I tell people about my cell phone. You know what happened, you guys, was I fell out. You heard I fell out of that tree. I was 26 foot up on an oak tree, and I fell out of it. And about halfway down, I hooked my leg on a climbing spike on the back of my leg, from the back of my leg to my knee. And I thought I dropped my leg over a branch, but I hadn't. I'd hooked the meat right in, and then I tried to get up, and my leg pulled off there, and I fell the rest of the way down to the ground. Well, I don't know. It was a while later, not like real soon, but a while later, all of a sudden they come over and they had a flip phone for me. And I'm like, what's that? I don't carry a phone. And they literally said, I'm not joking when I say that. It'd be my youngest sister. All my sisters are older than me, but the youngest one of the three. She looked right at me and she said, you got to carry a phone so that if, when we're trying to find your carcass, we can ping your phone. That's literally why they bought it for me. That's not a joke. And the washing your hands in the minnow bucket, that's not made up either. I've done that.
You should be grateful to God that you have people that love you like your sisters.
Right. You know what? And I am. And I got 3 phone calls. I got Mallory and my 2 sisters, and I have to text them every single night when I come in, and I don't have a choice. And one night I missed, and the phone started ringing. And of course, my phone was in the truck, and you have to put it in the window of the hunting shack or it doesn't get reception. And all of a sudden, one of the guys that hangs around over there, Craig, he comes pulling in. Where the hell you been? I said, I've been here. He goes, God, my phone's lit up. Nobody knows where. I have to call in every night. I got 3 people that I'd make a text. I'm back at camp, not going anywhere for the night, and I send them out.
Right.
Yeah. So no, it's nice to have people that get care. You're right. It is.
You have a good life.
Yeah. Yeah. Things are good. It's not bad for me. Could be better, but it's not bad. I mean,
not everybody can say the same thing.
Right. Right.
Well, like I said earlier, Carpenter, I had the call from one of my boys. He was telling me about all the stuff he had gotten accomplished and all the things he had managed to get taken care of, and he called to thank me for being the reason he's able to do all that.
Yeah.
Yeah. One of my godchildren. It's not,
kind of figuring out that harsh old grumpy man, there was a reason for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm serious.
He says everything you taught me is the reason I'm kicking ass the way I am, and I know that.
That's my kid. My kids are like that. They thought I was harsh and mean and shit like that, and then they couldn't find out I wasn't as bad as a lot of other kids' parents. But
I think
I taught them what they need.
Yeah, they realize that as a dad, just because you're harsh and kind of short and black and white about everything, they think it's harsh and being mean. No, it's not. It's because you know what's coming up for them.
Right. Yeah. My job, I always used to tell them, I was like, look, my job is to teach you guys how to deal with the world. As a parent, as a dad, that's my job. And I was a single dad, so it's my job to prepare you to deal with the world. And if you know the rules and you follow the rules of moral and character, and you know the tools of education and learning, then you follow those and you'll be good. You know what I'm saying? 10 Commandments, Constitution, and you're good.
My kids kind of scared me. Both of them have come to me and they said, I don't know how much longer we're going to have you, Dad.
Wow.
That kind of scared me hearing that kind of talk.
Yeah. Well, my kids have lived with that because I've already been dead twice. You know what I'm saying? They kind of grew up with that.
Well, they started. my family started asking me this year about when are you going to quit, And I'd never thought about it. I said, I'm not. What do you mean? What are you talking about? What are you going to do if you ever have to quit? And I never thought about that before. And they're worried about me with the way I lived. What's going to happen if something health-wise comes along and you got to stop?
You never really appreciate what you had until it's gone.
Right.
So,
well, I'm just going to keep. I'm going to keep going. Hell, I can run them ridges better than guys half my age and younger.
For now.
Yeah, for now.
That makes the 7th one out of my 8 kids. That was my 7th.
That's
phone call like that. Huh?
Yeah. That's thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for raising me the way you did, Pops.
Yeah.
I never realized once I started following your advice, then everything started working.
Well, yeah, they think you're just being rough. Well, you learn from experience.
Tell you something. Wizard said to me, and it. I really needed to hear that when you said that to me. You said, "Do what God has put in front of you in the here and now. What's right in front of you. Do that and work." I won't forget that. Yeah. I won't forget that. That was profound, really. I was surprised, to hear that.
Yeah. I see people that are so nervous and scared about every little thing that comes along. And I mean, I could name one right now and you guys would agree with me. I'm not gonna, but I could.
Right.
And I could, and they're just worried about every little thing that comes along. And it's like, bud, you just fuck that. When I was a kid, my sister worried, believe it or not, when I was like probably 12 or 13, me and my youngest sister of the 3, they're all older. The youngest sister were the closest. So we'd get up in the morning and we'd be eating breakfast and she'd be literally be worried about the sun exploding.
Colonel Shaw.
And it went on for a while. And I kept telling her, if the sun explodes, there's nothing we can do. So let's go outside and, play.
Carpenter, I appreciate when you come up here and share stuff.
Yeah.
And maybe you might think that, that I don't know what you think, but in case you think that maybe people are not listening or it's going in one ear and out the other, you do say a lot of profound things too. So
you can pretty much bet everything for me has been learned from trial and error, and it's been a tested thing. It's like I tell everybody, when I was younger, I made a lot of decisions based on my emotions and how I felt, and pretty much everything I did was a fucking mess and full of chaos. And then I got a little older, and as I aged, I started thinking just a little bit before I jumped off that cliff, before I made that decision, before I just stopped and thought about it first. And when I started doing that, everything in my life changed.
I've had a lot of things happen to me that's caused me to second guess myself.
Oh yeah, ton of that.
Lately.
Oh, really?
Lately. Oh yeah, a lot of things have happened. Caused me to second guess myself. But what you have to look at everything what happens, and look at the message that's in there. What should I have done? What could I have done to made it different? And with this last job that I just did, I really went against my better judgment, and I realized that we live in a world nowadays that everything has to be contractual. You have to have paperwork. You have to have everything itemized and concise, or people, they're not right in the head now.
Yeah. Well, they don't have that.
Protect yourself. You got to protect yourself. You got to cover every angle with documentation on everything what you do on jobs right now, the way it is. I never used to do it like that. Everything was on a handshake. And
people don't have their word don't mean things anymore.
No,
They're
it doesn't. They renege all the time. I mean, Wizard's got people calling saying, they're going to come up. They want to buy one of his dogs, or they want to buy one of the things that he makes, that he's selling, and then they never show up.
Right.
And I dealt with that back before I got into trucking, and I was trying to get out of the trade, and I just realized, I didn't need to get out of the trades. What I needed to do, and I realized from this last job I just did, I really should have had everything all where they sign it and there's an agreement there. It's on paper. They know they can't get out of it.
right.
Roto-Rooter does that. You call Roto-Rooter to come and, clean the pipes or whatever. They're going to lock you into a service charge. If you don't have them do the work, you're still going to pay them for showing up. I haven't done that. I need to. And these are little changes that I have to make, and I have to make these adjustments. And I have to just, now I'm looking for somebody that can do some paperwork for me so I can get these agreements written up and everything. And man, I can't even find, there's no generic stuff that will do the job. You have to be really concise about it. So
Well, just take notes. What I used to do is take notes when I bid. Take notes of what you discussed, and then I'd go back and I'd just write it all down on a piece of paper and take it back to them. And then before I started anything, they read it over, and
that's what the agreement is. Yeah, exactly.
yeah,
But
and
you
it's
want
kind of,
a
the
duplicate.
first couple of times, Ghost, it's going to be a little intimidating because you don't know what you're doing. But 2 or 3 times into it, you figure it out, and it becomes really easy.
Right.
Yep, it does. It does because as a contractor, computer service contractor, we run into a lot of that stuff. It's like hourly charge.
Generic contracts that had, they were like, it's carbonless, where I would, do one and hand them a copy and keep the original. I was doing that, and it just didn't. It just was really awkward. So I'm gonna try and get some made up where I can give them to people when they start these jobs, because I'm going back to being self-employed. I've been working for the man for a while, and I'm done with that shit.
Right. You need to be in your own business. You need to do whatever it
Yeah.
is. You need to be making your own product. You need to be providing your own service. You need to be able to be your own boss.
You're right.
Okay. Now, once you realize that, then you start doing it. You realize every customer is your boss.
Exactly. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So you just trade one boss for many bosses, but guess what? You're in charge of that thing, and you make the decisions
This
and you make
world
the money.
that we live in is
Hey,
very
Colonel.
legal.
Hey, Jason.
So anyway, enough of that.
Yeah, Colonel Shaw was mentioned full control. We lost a lot of freedom. What happened over there? Are you talking about over in the Netherlands? No, you got the flu too. Yeah, Colonel Shaw.
Damn it, man.
Megadose with C and start taking vitamin D3.
And zinc. And zinc.
Zinc the shit out of yourself.
You'd be
Zinc,
surprised how that'll.
and
I mean, it might not eliminate it completely, but it'll make it down to where it's like, you aren't sick or bedridden or missing work, or you're just like, you might not feel that great, but you don't get really sick anymore. I don't get sick anymore.
right. B, C, D, and zinc.
D because of lack of sunshine.
Right.
D, you need D big time, and you need that zinc and vitamin C.
And of course, I always use silver as well.
Hey, Skull.
Silver, knock it out, big, quick. Huckleberry's going through it right now. Huckleberry's going through it right now.
She's got the boogeyman flu.
Yeah. Yeah, she's getting over it though. I talked to her
Colonel,
today. She's doing so much better.
I have faith in humanity, and I know in that situation where you're in, it's probably hard sometimes to keep that faith. But their nonsense is starting to get exposed. Like there's no way for them to really anymore. It's all coming out. Did you guys heard about the that professor from Harvard? Didn't you?
No. What
Well,
about
yeah,
him?
he was fucking selling secrets about how to put these different crap in these viruses to the Wuhan lab.
Yeah.
He got convicted on all 6 charges.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Heard that.
Yeah, we just can't, you can't give in and you can't give up yet. You gotta stand your ground and take your hard knocks. We're in for all, you guys.
No, he got a minor flu.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. Yeah.
That's good. Yeah. A lot of people are getting other flus right now.
Hey, still the same treatment is that's a corona treatment.
Yeah.
Absolutely. See,
It
that's
is.
that's one of my things about the hydrochloroquine and ivermectin. Has there been? Did we need to be having these flus?
Nope.
That's
Because we
what I
got the treatment, we got the
remember when
cures.
this all started. Do you remember our conversation, me and you?
I told you.
Yeah, we came.
And I told you all they would be getting a cure for the common cold.
Yeah, we talked about that because I come out. I said, me and you talked about it.
Don't get the flu shot. All it does is taxes your immune system, and your body was meant to. Well, I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna shut up right now.
You got to give it the right fuel, and it will do the job.
Yeah, you just give it.
You give it the right fuel. Yep. But yeah,
right.
You're exactly right.
Well, and now what I never got was like when the CDC come out and admitted that PCR test is useless for determining infection. That just blew over people's heads. And then I'd be in these different chats and people would be, oh, my that has corona. It's like, how do you know that? Or the fact that it's never been isolated. I'm a carpenter. I'm not even smart.
Right. But they came out and said that the inventor of the test, the guy that created the test, says it's useless against finding whether or not you've got COVID.
Absolutely. Well, look at the guy that invented the mRNA right now. He's getting banned all over the internet. He invented the mRNA. He said you absolutely should not be putting that in people,
especially kids.
Yeah,
he said especially kids.
Did you see that? There's a big that I think it was Fauci, Gates, the WHO, the CDC, NHI. A bunch of them are getting sued right now in a world court for genocide and crimes against humanity.
Oh my God! Awesome. Yeah, it's happening, guys.
Yeah.
The good Lord gave you an immune system. And it's amazing if you leave your immune system alone, what it can do.
Exactly. Learn your little techniques to prop it up. And God blessed us with an amazing body.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, by all means, prop it up, do what you can do, keep an eye on it, watch what you do. But it's just like the parents that wipe their kids' face off all the time and they can't ever get a little bit dirty.
Right.
They're actually that's not good for kids.
Well,
those little kids with dirt all over their fingernails and all the sandbox and playing in the dirt and eating grass and mud, and that's, believe it or not, that's actually good for them.
Your natural immunities, they work really well on their own. I'm trying to say this in the right way. Your natural immunities, they're really good at working on their own. They don't need all this help The only thing we need to do is eat right and get enough sleep.
Right.
You eat
Proper
right.
nutrition. Right.
The main thing to keep your immune system healthy is to eat right, because a lot of our food is depleted. Nobody can get nearly enough vitamin C on, just from eating fruits and things like that, like they really need. And
Right. That's
vitamin
why
D, we're
that's
not
why a
getting it
good
from the
vitamin,
sun.
supplements will prop you up. That's what I'm talking about. Because our food
Exactly.
isn't like the old
Exactly.
food.
And your immune system will just go ahead and do its thing.
Yep. And the reason I do these vitamins and stuff like that is that's the fuels my body needs to do what it's supposed to do.
Yeah.
And that's what it's all about. I got CoQ10, BioPQQ. I've got
Echinacea.
garlic, fish oil. I've got selenium. I've got my multivitamins. I've got uh, uh, ginkgo biloba and DHA.
Well, like in your case, Emerald, it's like the difference between getting your vegetables at a store or getting them from your garden.
Right.
They're so manipulated in the stores. You know that when you go to the store and you see that perfectly beautiful round tomato that just has that perfect, beautiful tomato look, and you won't notice it until you eat garden vegetables. And because it happens to me all the time, I get a lot of garden vegetables and then I run out and I got to go back to store vegetables. But anyway, then you get these garden vegetables and it's laying on the vine, leaning against the tree with a little dark spot on it. It's got, they're not flawless. They're not perfect.
Okay.
Right.
But the ones at the store are these round, perfect. I mean, they belong in Better Homes and Gardens pictures.
Yeah.
Only they taste like bland, and you don't really notice it until you've been eating fresh green beans, fresh tomatoes,
Picked out the garden.
fresh onions from a garden, and then you go to the store and you replace them same things, and it's like you go home and cook them. It's like, wow, this is really bland.
Well,
That's why I take them only every other day.
Your fruits and vegetables at the tail end of their development is when all the nutrients get absorbed into that string bean or that banana or whatever it is. It's right at the tail end, and when they harvest them way before they're ripe so they can get it to market so they won't rot. And so you're not getting the nutrients, the final blast of nutrients of a ripe vegetable when you buy it from the store. When you grow it, and like you let your jalapenos, before you pick them, you let them get fully ripe and develop as big as they're going to get. And when you start seeing them turn red on the vine, that's when you come out and pick them. You don't, but in the store, you're not going to see red jalapenos because they didn't go fully ripe.
Right, Greg. Welcome in, Tulsa.
Same with bananas.
That and the GMOs you're right about that too. But what I'm talking about is the GMOs. I watched a video on it, and the guy was explaining how these fuckers are actually built for a lot of them for looks. Your green peppers, your red peppers, your tomatoes, your onions, they're actually growth modified, and they're modified so that they look perfect, but they deplete all the minerals and crap in them so bad. And then you got your part too, where they're not handled quite correctly.
The germ of the seed of an apple that you buy from the store.
There's Tesla.
The germ that's inside the seed is not fully developed when they pick it. And if it would have been allowed to drop to the ground, that apple that you bought at the store, it would have already gone into this period where it would be a sweet fruit. It's already sweet. You notice that. And you'll also notice that if you take an underdeveloped seed and try and plant it in the ground from, say, an apple, it's not going to grow. A lot of times they won't even grow at all.
Here's one of my jalapenos from the garden. I dried out. Right here. Yep, they all turn red when they're fully ripe.
Well, they'll go red in your refrigerator
Yep.
also, but that's not truly a ripe jalapeno. If you picked it before too soon, it's not going to have the full flavor, and you know
Oh,
it.
yeah. Oh, mine did. Oh shit!
You picked yours too soon,
I can't
or
eat them. I
did
can't
you
eat
let
them
them ripen?
jalapenos.
I picked some of them when they were green because they were just so big.
Yeah, no. I mean, you could pick them green, but you need to know that that plant is ripe to get the nutrient part of it. Uh, a fully developed seed means it's a fully developed fruit. And bananas, when you eat them, they're not sweet. You know they're not when you get them straight from the store.
Right.
Well,
Yeah,
what I do with these is I'll just grind this up into a powder. Now that it's dry like this, I'll grind that down into a powder and put it in a shaker, seeds and all. Oh man, dude, you want to
am
talk
I
about?
making any sense?
Huh?
Am I making any sense at all?
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm just saying store-bought food, store-bought produce is usually not fully developed. It develops on its way to the store and while it's in the store.
well, like I said, well, I walk through my garden in the summertime. Just I go out and pick green beans if I want to green beans with dinner. You know what I'm saying? Well, I pick green beans, get them all because they need to be picked. You let them sit on there too long, and they turn into beans. You know.
Do you can a lot?
Freeze. I'll freeze them.
Yep. Or freeze?
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't. I don't can a whole bunch. I did. I used to, and it just sits on the shelf and goes bad. So I just freeze for the winter, and then
Yeah,
I'm good with that because it's
Oh,
always better coming out of
I'll
the
tell you
freezer.
what, you guys. I think there's nothing better on this planet than a great big huge pot of fresh picked out of the garden green beans. Oh God, I could eat that for a meal.
Dude, it's not even that. Yeah, not even that. You just turn around and heat up a skillet with a little olive oil, throw a
Right.
bunch of green beans in
And you
there, and
don't
just
like overcook them to mush either. I like them
no,
warmed. The
right,
warm one.
just
Yep.
braised, and you throw the garlic and the Italian seasoning on there, and oh my gosh, talk about a good green bean,
I don't
fried
know
green
about
beans.
I
I'm
don't
a
know
big
about
fan.
you guys. Have you ever had fresh lima beans?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I mean, they're not the dry ones you get in a bag.
No,
I mean,
they're the good ones.
oh man, lima beans with some just
They're not
butter
even the
and salt and
same.
pepper.
They're not even the same thing really. They are, but they're not, like, for flavor, and it's not even the same. I don't even seem like the same thing to me.
No, not to
Well,
me. I love lima beans.
well, the point that started all this is the reason I kind of got into that was that I have to back off on my vitamins when I'm eating fresh garden picked stuff. I don't need them because
Well, right.
when I'm eating tomatoes and jalapenos and okra and green beans and zucchini and all
Well,
the other
exactly.
stuff, I don't have to take my vitamins because I actually start overdosing on some of the vitamins. So I have
Yeah,
to
you don't have to. You know,
taper
you're
off.
not constantly propping your system up.
Correct. Because so I've
But
learned to back off on it.
you do that on, like, store bought vegetables, and you do have to take vitamins, and you do
You
have
have to
to
take them. Yep.
prop your system up. But when you start eating out of these, I know people over here that have these gardens are fucking awesome, and some of these
Right.
people got green thumbs that are unbelievable. I've went
Right.
out, you guys, in a day and literally almost made myself sick to my stomach with just sitting there with a garden hose, eating them small onions and radishes as we were picking them,
Yeah.
and just going the whole day drinking a great big glass of ice water and picking onions and radishes and literally wash them under the garden hose and throw them in your mouth.
Right. Right.
Oh, that's good.
I tell you what, my garden. That's why I love my garden rice, because I'll just take, I'll take and I'll put away a lot of the stuff, put it in Ziplocs and throw it in the freezer. And the other ones I'll let set out, and I'll use them as I can. But I mean, potatoes. I grew my own potatoes. Had pretty good crop of it, and my soil will be right next year. My soil will finally be right. I've been working on it for 3 years.
Yeah, I heard you talking about that. See, here you don't do nothing but flip the soil with a shovel and throw the seeds in the ground.
Right.
Yeah, there's no making soil here. You don't. It's like we have outstanding soil. And I heard you talking about that, how you had to build it, and every year you had to, I thought that was pretty cool.
Well, yeah, because we're up on this ridge line here, so all the topsoil, most all the topsoil and nutrients get washed down. It's still healthy ground, but it's mostly rocky and clay. It's a hardwood forest kind of ground.
They grow a lot of potatoes around here too, Tesla. A lot of watermelons, a lot of pumpkins. There's fields out here. There's half a section, won't be nothing but gigantic basketball or bigger sized pumpkins and watermelons. And
you know what the coolest thing was? All my volunteers. I had volunteer tomato plants. I had volunteer lots of volunteer cucumbers that came back. Just the ones I didn't want to deal with, I just threw them in the back of the garden. That whole area back there was covered with. I was picking cucumbers out of there.
Nice. Cucumbers. That's good. Since you brought it up, I don't really like cucumbers in the store.
No, I
really don't. I'm not a big fan of them at all. But to the point where I won't even buy them. But cucumbers out of a garden?
Oh my God!
Whole different thing. You peel them off and shit. I can eat it with salt.
Okay.
Yeah. I like taking just a little thing of ranch dressing. I'll cut them down, wedge them out, and like pickles, and then I'll dip them in
lemon juice, salt, all it don't matter. A bunch of hell. I like Italian, French, like you said. I like all that kind of stuff. Cucumbers, I don't like it in a store, but I like them out of the garden.
Right. Same way with zucchini.
I just had zucchini. I've never been a zucchini guy. I never liked it. And this lady had a recipe. She put cinnamon and a bunch of other different stuff in there. Man, it was good.
I loved cucumbers from the garden.
You're laughing.
Yep. Oh yeah. Yeah.
So do I. Who is that?
That's Mama Don.
Oh, hi.
Welcome
home,
Mrs.
Don.
Glad you made it safe.
Thank you. What a drive.
She drove 2,600 miles in
how long
2
she been
days,
home?
3 hours.
She's probably tired.
She's just been home for just about an hour now?
About an hour now, yeah.
Oh, yeah. She's still got she's all covered with road rash.
Yeah.
Oh, you're all stiff and sore, and you're so happy to be fucking out of that car.
She probably
Yep.
Yeah.
Right.
She probably wants to jump in that fancy schmancy shower you built there.
Did you get everything settled out east?
Huh?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Did you get everything settled out east you went to do?
Yes, sir. Thank you for asking. I was busting my ass from the time I got there till the day that I left, and I think I'm more sore in regards to that than anything else. The drive was sort of a relaxation factor for me.
Oh wow!
Nice. Well, it's nice having that. That's a big burden behind you to have to go back and.
Oh my gosh! Tell me about it. It was just, whew. That's exactly what I just said to my husband. It was just now I don't have to worry about the house out there anymore. It's just it's off my brain anyway. I don't know about his, but
Yep. So it's out of her hands, and now it's in my hands and the realtor's hands to get everything else
Yeah.
done.
Right.
So, and that's fine.
Big load off your shoulders.
Yeah. And she took a lot of responsibility to get the house prepped like that.
Yeah.
But it was just fucking killed it. Absolutely fucking killed it. So
Badass. That's awesome.
Well,
I'm happy to have
congratulations
her
on a
here.
big burden lifted.
thank you.
Skull says, hello, Mrs. Gravy Biscuit.
Hey, Skull.
Skull, he says, hey, 500 potato seeds. Potatoes. We love potatoes.
My
Yeah.
gosh. Obviously,
Hey, Skull,
you guys
what's up?
heard me mention about having cucumbers from a garden. I remember when my dad used to have a garden in back of our Toronto home, and having like fresh cantaloupes and cucumbers and everything, and I was just I think I was agreeing. I don't know who it was.
Somebody was talking about cucumbers or something like that. Who
That
was
was
it?
me.
Garden than store bought.
So much better.
Yeah, I don't like them. I don't like them out of a store, but and I really to the point where I won't even buy them.
Yeah.
But boy, you get me out of garden, that's a different deal.
I agree with you 1,000%.
Well, if you live in the right neighborhood, all of your fucking neighbors are growing cucumbers and tomatoes and everything else, and they always have an overabundance, and so everybody's bringing a basket of fucking
I take full
zucchini
advantage of that too, Don.
pickles or taters or tomatoes or beans. Fuck snap beans. Jesus Christ, we used to have snap beans coming out our asshole. I was giving snap beans to everybody that would fucking take a pound of it.
Oh, I love them.
And now you got to build a greenhouse.
I've got a brown thumb. I can't grow shit.
Well, watch my videos and you'll be able to do it.
There you go.
Hey, watch it. I'm pretty good at growing shit. At least weed.
That's true.
That's true.
I think what he doesn't do well, I take over for, and vice versa.
It's good. You
Team effort.
She brought 2 fucking turkeys from East.
Nice.
That she will be cooking tomorrow, the next day.
It'll be probably Friday or on the weekend.
That's how it is. That's how it is here, Tesla.
Hey, Mom and Dad.
Yes,
I'll go. Go ahead, Carpenter.
I get a lot of benefits from these gardens and.
Oh fuck yeah! Benefits from
gardens.
I
got one old lady. I do all of her tilling. She's older, and I do all. Hell, I'm older, but she's older than me. But I do all of her tilling and stuff, and she just loads me up. And
wow, that's awesome.
That woman can grow a garden. I mean, she knows right what to do, how to. It's amazing. And you ought to see the garden. It just looks like it belongs in a magazine.
Who's this woman?
This is the old lady that lives around here.
Oh, okay.
If I remember right, I put a roof on her garage, and was looking at her garden. I was standing one day. I'd done the front side of the garage, and I was doing the back side of the garage, and I turned around, and I was looking over this like acre and a quarter, maybe bigger, just beautiful garden, just pristine and perfect. Wow. And I was just admiring it. And so when it was done, she stopped over at my house one day and brought me a basket of this and a basket of that and a 5-gallon bucket of these and that. And then it just turned, and now it's just kind of taken on a life of its own.
Right.
My squirrel changed all that. It would be pristine and perfect.
Put the pellet rifle out and you defend your garden. Right?
Has anybody seen Nightingale tonight? Wifey wants to know.
She was in earlier.
I don't know if I've had snap peas, Cole.
Nightingale, where are
What are
you?
snap peas?
Snap peas? Those are the kind of they're like bean pods that you eat the whole damn thing.
Yeah.
And they're sweet.
Green, or are they the ones that are speckled?
Well, they're the ones like you get beans in. You get a bean pod in a Chinese dish.
Chinese stir fry or something. Yeah.
You eat
okay.
the whole pod and the peas that are in it.
Okay.
And they're
Yeah.
good. And they're sweet. They're yummy.
And
You
they
can
are
eat them
sweet and
raw.
tasty. Yeah. I have them all the time. I love them.
Stop scratching.
Okay.
Eating.
I love snap peas.
Stop.
Well, I think Jason. I think a lot of people don't get out in the sun like they used to. You know, so
Doesn't
many
look
people
like
are inside.
doesn't look like Nightingale's up in here.
Okay.
Well, you don't get in the sun and you start looking kind of tasty.
I was going to say, Don, you should have had her bring back half a dozen and market them out.
You know what? If we had the way to transport them, I mean, we barely had methods to transport two.
Right.
But yeah, if we could have transported more, we could have sold them for scalped them on the corner of the fucking Walmart for $3 a pound.
Right.
So what are these turkeys? Are they big old honking turkeys?
One's a 23-pounder, the other one's 22.
Wow.
Nice.
That's damn good size.
We don't do no small birds around here, dude. And she will turn every bit of that into
Soup.
sandwiches, soup,
Yep.
salad, bits, the whole nut. We'll have it all. Yes, sir. I love turkey sandwiches. Oh my God, can I eat a turkey sandwich?
Ask her if she got that turkey salad dressing, that turkey salad recipe. Did she get that?
Do you have a turkey salad recipe? No.
Oh shit! I'll have to text it to you or something. But
okay.
Yeah, but yeah.
Please do.
Yes, please.
I call it the Thanksgiving sandwich.
Mm.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it mayo based, Mr. Oz?
I use Miracle Whip, but you could use salad dressing if you wanted to.
I don't like salad dressing. I like mayo.
She's a mayo head.
Okay, that's good. That's cool. But yeah. Well, yeah.
Huh.
If you don't mind, I'll give it to you right now. It's not that bad.
I'm just assuming you just throw everything in and it comes out really good.
Right. You do a pile of the meat, and then you take a pile of the stuffing, the same size.
Mm-hmm.
You dice up an onion, some celery, and you also use the skin of the turkey.
Mm.
You put the skin of the turkey in. Mix all that together, and then appropriate amount of mayo, and then a little bit of garlic and some pickle juice.
Really? No onion or anything like that, or would that be, I guess, in the stuffing?
Onion and celery. I diced up the onion and celery into it.
Now, is that spring onion or just shallot or what?
I usually use the yellow.
Oh, okay. They're a little stronger. Okay.
Yep, a little stronger.
That sounds really good.
Jason, I don't think the caveman worried so much about the common cold as he died.
It's quick and easy, and it'll last in the fridge for a week.
Well, weren't the cavemen, weren't they like a food source
really
themselves?
Thank you.
I mean, they were.
You cover a piece of bread with that, and then put a piece of lettuce on top of that, and you're done.
Mm.
Yeah.
Lettuce. No lettuce.
Yeah, you ruin it.
No lettuce.
No lettuce.
Lettuce is for rabbits.
Lettuce is what my food eats.
Right. But it's the only really place that I like lettuce other than a BLT.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just noticed I have a resting bitch face.
Oh yeah. I can attest to that.
Oh shit.
You got fire in there?
Sometimes.
Ho, ho, ho.
Get some sand.
I will. I'm going to put some sand in there. That's a good idea. Hadn't thought about that.
Some puff dirt.
It's raining, by the way. One of the fucking third or fourth time I've actually ever seen rain in the desert.
Right.
It's
Oh,
perfect
wow.
timing then. Holy crap. I missed it.
Yeah, and wifey just got home.
Oh, wow.
Be
It
careful
was
with the flash flood.
perfect. Perfect
Do you have
weather when
like
I left here and perfect when I got back.
Awesome. And now you're getting a car wash.
do you have like plant explosions when that happens?
Plant explosions.
It's rain. It's water.
It's water.
Well, I mean, just all of a sudden everything turns
No,
green.
not so much. Well, I mean, yeah. Actually, I got to say that the desert gets surprisingly green during the winter time.
Yeah.
And particularly this winter is apparently a very wet winter, so that it gets more green.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now it's not like you're growing grass or anything, but let's just say that the scrub brush has leaves on it instead of
Right.
not having leaves on it.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah. We were talking about, I was watching a video about the 5 reasons why you don't mess with America and these people's reactions. And I just thought, with the amazing technology we had, what if this technology didn't have to be made for like them submarines, them deep dive submarines, those radar systems, those just amazing satellites and all. What if it wasn't like to destroy humanity, but it was to benefit humanity?
Right.
It's all this huge, gigantic technology that's no other reason but to develop to destroy humanity. Well, what if all that technology was turned around and benefited humanity?
There would be. Go ahead.
How would you do that?
I don't know. I don't know how we got into the point where everything that comes down the pipe technologically, immediately the first place it goes is into some sort of chaotic destruction of mankind.
Right.
And then a little bit of it bleeds out, like in our cell phones and shit.
Well, like the satellites and stuff like that, they could be utilized to benefit. Because just like we were talking the other night, they use it to locate mines, minerals, and deposits where asteroids hit and meteorites.
I didn't know that about asteroids, but I thought that was pretty. That was pretty amazing. We had a good talk last night.
Right.
I had no idea that was. I suppose them fuckers come in. They're coming in hot.
Yeah.
They do shit at an atomic level that,
They'll combine minerals and.
He sounds like he's a Canuck. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
Carpenter, my wife says you sound like a Canuck.
Yeah, just a bit.
Just a bit, eh?
Yeah.
Without the A. Right? He's up in
So, Carpenter, I want to proffer a different perspective on the technology thing for you. So let's take, for instance, the development of radar. Are you familiar with the history and development of radar?
Absolutely not.
Okay. The long and short of it is radar was developed to solve a problem in England with the Luftwaffe coming in and bombing the fuck out of the English. And what radar did was give us the ability to find these planes and meet them with other planes. And the development of radar, yeah, it was military, but so instead of you thinking that the technology just starts with an ugly purpose, it actually does. It actually does. That most of the technology of the world is developed to kill people. So you're pretty much right. But derivatives of that, say adhesives, petrochemical processes and derivatives thereof, electronics, for instance, the advancement of alloys, exactly, polymers, things like that, are things that are derived from those programs, from those smart people thinking about how to kill people more efficiently. And so the government doesn't, and it's a function. It's not just a function of the government, but it's a function of how you spend your money. The fact is, literally a third of every dollar you put into the federal government is there. It goes to the DOD or a derivative thereof.
Right.
DARPA, NSA, whatever. I mean, there's just a whole
JPL,
shit ton of hole there for that to go.
Yeah.
So when you put that kind of money in there, some really weird shit is going to come out of it, particularly when you start, giving it to these contractors to spend, and they're coming up with some really weird shit to solve some really weird problems. But with that said, I kind of differ. I think that ultimately we're both that you are right in that. Well, ultimately, I think you're wrong, because the technology doesn't go to the warfare and then trickle off to the civilian side. The technology is actually built by the warfare. And some of it is just kind of tossed off or as a tertiary or a side item of some of that warfare effort. There are some civilian uses. So I kind of differ with your analysis, but only slightly. And I'll shut up now.
I get what you're saying. See, I was kind of thinking, like, if you ever looked into Tesla, and I'm a big fan of Tesla. I think the man was amazing, and I think that I know of, he's the most amazing man to ever walk the planet. But that's just of what I know, and I don't know much. But he was over in Europe. He started out over there in Europe, and all of his inventions, he was a humanitarian.
Right.
So he put all of his inventions were to make life for the better man. He was a humanitarian. He wasn't a profiteer. He didn't give a shit about money.
And all they cared about was turning his inventions into how they could kill people.
Right.
Let me stop you right there. Hold on.
And I know that
let me stop you right there. Let me stop you right there. And so I absolutely agree with the fact that Tesla was more of a humanitarian. But, and I really am going to say this, and you're not going to want to hear it, but that's the problem. Let me explain. If he would have tried to monetize his own and grow it into the thing that, say, Edison did, then his shit would still be around and Edison's would not. I'll shut up now.
I agree with that 100%. I agree. A lot of the technology they talk about with the static, the Tesla towers, the static electricity, like everybody talks about solar and wind. His whole deal was static electricity, just the electricity that floats around everywhere, and how you could use that, not burn it up, and instead of pumping it into the ground or like wood, burning it up and wasting it, when you were done using it, it just got pumped back into the atmosphere. Nothing used, nothing, nothing lost, nothing. You weren't using it up, you were just using it.
Yep.
And I think that, I just wonder, there's it's just too bad that, I mean, I know that that's a human thing and you can't really get away from it. It's just, maybe I look through a little bit more rose-colored glasses. Just I've seen enough strife in my life that I'd like to, at some point in my life, see some of the better.
There's nothing wrong with a little rose-colored glass. There's not.
Yeah, and maybe I got, I just, I wasn't like this for a long time, and then God's humbled me enough.
If it weren't for our ideals, we wouldn't be the men we are today. We wouldn't be driven. We wouldn't have a fucking motivation at all. If it wasn't for your, what are you talking about there? The nice person in you, your empathy, your humanitarianism. If it wasn't for that, you wouldn't be the man you are today. So that ideal that you drive by is not just something that you can, well, I don't think I'm going to use that today. Sorry, you don't have that choice.
Right. It's something inherent. It's in the character. It's in the filter. Yep. Yeah. That's a great thing. That's what makes us human. Exactly.
Yeah, I wasn't always a nice person, you guys. There's a lot.
I know.
All my life, I wasn't a good person.
You know what? No, neither was I.
Oh.
I was not always a nice person. Matter of fact, I'm still not a nice person. Look, resting bitch face. Resting bitch face.
Yeah. And I've had my days too where I was not a person to trifle with.
It's like I was telling the fucking the internet installer the other day. I'm a prick.
Exactly.
I'm a prick, but I get shit done. So stay the fuck out of the way.
Oh, right. And I understand that because I got that in me big time.
Right.
I'm like that myself. I have that. I get pretty narrow-minded when I get tracked onto something.
Yeah, just get out the way and I'll get it done. Just stay the fuck out of the way. Shut up and stay the fuck out of the way if you know what's good for you.
Right. And that energy you were talking about from Tesla, that he called it radiant energy.
Radiant energy. That's it. That toxic masculinity that I just got fucking gobs of. Yeah. Carpenters eat up with it too. I can see that.
Yeah.
Right.
Low tech there. He wants to say that he's not. He wants to say, well, I'm a nice, gentle, empathetic person. He wants to say that, but he's not. He's one of us.
Yeah,
Skulls Razor says, is humanitarian like a vegetarian that only eats vegetables?
No.
He's being silly.
The first part of a haiku. Yeah. Resting bitch face.
Oh man.
Dude, yeah. I'm pretty narrow minded when it comes to that kind of shit. Especially when I get a vision and a schedule, just,
Right.
And my tools, fuck. But anyway.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. But talking about the technology, though, that's why I want to get so back to this. I want to get so back to the raw materials and dealing with raw material to finished product, because applying the technology that we know to the raw materials again, you know what I'm saying, and actually re-engineering, reimagining the processes and stuff like that that we actually have access to and technology for now to the raw materials gives a new from scratch. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I was talking about. Go ahead. I'm done.
Well, Tesla put it good. It's like that's probably kind of he's right. That's what I was kind of the point I was trying to get. It'd be nice to have us be able to control the technology and not have the technology control us.
Right. Have it benefit humanity rather than to control it or to interfere with it.
I make technology benefit me. I don't know about you guys, but technology benefits the fuck out of me.
We have we all take advantage of its ability.
Right.
We do. The communications and all that.
Exactly. Particularly the communications. I'm getting all my solar panels gathered up now and moving them into location. I'm going to probably go to Lowe's this weekend and get the first probably $500 worth of lumber to build the rack to put the solar panels on. And I have all my shit already set up in the building. So I have a pretty clear glide path on the amount of work and tools and integration that I have to do over the next 30 to 60 days. So I'm kind of looking forward to it. Sorry. So the technology is going to work for me. It really is. The free power, I'm going to make the free power work for me. It's not free. I know that, but I'll pay less expensive. I'll pay less for it owning it over the next 25 years than I will paying the guys to bring it to the house. It's really just that simple.
Right.
So I'm pretty excited about it. I'm sorry. Go ahead there, Ghost.
I didn't say anything. I just like cheese. I like cheese.
Cheese is good. Cheese is good. Yeah. Okay.
Out of the blue. Oh shit! You see what's called the Ozark Wizards raw materials and products under Galactic. Yeah.
With offices in New York, London, Paris, Moscow, and lunar, or soon to be on the surface of the moon.
But yeah, the technology, we're using the shit out of the technologies that are available to us now, especially with the solar power. And,
by the way, and I really do want to bring this up. The internet was invented by the warfighter. It was invented by DARPA, by the way.
Right.
Just so you know. Yeah. Your tax dollars hard at work. We invented the fucking internet. Don't let any one of those goddamn European.
Right.
We invented the internet. The internet was invented in fucking Palo Alto in 1965.
Yep.
I'm surprised you know that one.
Why?
Oh, I knew about that. I grew up near Palo Alto. Had some pretty cool trivia.
Yep.
As weird as California is, there's some really smart motherfuckers out there. There really is.
Yep. It used to be the land of dreams.
Most really smart fuckers are weird.
Say again?
I mean, the true geniuses.
Right. You got that whole Rain Man thing going on.
Yeah. Yeah, they all outside the box thinking.
Right.
Everybody's tried to replicate it around the world. They can't do it. Chinese have tried it. Fucking Russians have tried it. The Europeans have tried it. They just can't replicate that. I don't know, innovative thing.
Spirit. Yep, the innovative spirit.
Can't do it.
It can't happen in a socialist society.
It's just kind of sad that it only happens in California.
Well, it happens all over the United States. Faraday.
It does. You know what? It does. It's starting to happen more like it's starting to happen in some of the larger metro areas. New York, as a matter of fact, there's pretty high innovative tech thing going on there. It happens where you get these high concentrations of people, I guess. I don't know. I don't really want to be around those high concentrations of people anymore.
Right.
I just don't. I'm good. I've had enough. So I'm going to use the technology to separate myself from them and do all of my work remotely from now on out.
Amen to that, boy.
So I've been 5 years working remotely, and I've already told them all I ain't going back. Fuck you.
Right.
You need somebody to fly down to fucking Dallas? Find somebody else. I'm not your boy.
Yeah. No, I had to put a squash on that years and years ago. They wanted me to go to they'd want me to go up to California. They'd want me to go up to Washington, Portland, Seattle and Portland. And I'm like, no, I'm not going to New York either. No, I'm not hitting DC or Chicago. I'm not moving to Minnesota, Minneapolis. No, I'm sorry. I'm not that guy. I got 8 kids and 20 grandkids, and you're gonna move my whole fucking family if you're moving me. You know what I'm saying? I can't do it. Not gonna do it.
I'm so committed. I just built a fucking brand new house in the middle of the desert. So, fuck you. No, I'm not going back. I'll sell that thing back.
I drive 30, 40, 50 miles out of my way to go around the Twin Cities.
Right.
I'll blame
you.
Fuck, I go way over to Interstate 35, jump up on, I don't even know what that 156 or whatever going north, when I could shave 40 miles off my trip, just shooting right through it, but I can't stand it. I have anxiety. Nothing bothers me, you guys. I'm pretty easy going. And nothing bothers me, but I get in them big cities like that and I get anxiety. It's just, it's that.
Yeah.
Only it's not it's that feeling like when your brother or your sister was chasing you up the stairs. But it was fun when you were a kid, because it was your brother or sister back there and you were playing. But it's that same anxiety level, only it's a really bad anxiety.
Mm-hmm. The only thing I feel when I go to St. Louis anymore is how fast can I get the fuck out of here?
Right. No, I agree.
I think Don is in a really safe place where he's at.
Yeah.
Right.
Not only for me, but for others also. I'm a forward-thinking, social thinking individual. When I built my house out here, that means that I can't reach back to the big city and choke a bitch as easily as I used to be able to.
Fire in the motherfucking bowl.
So, social justice warriors get to live a better life. It's a quality of life improvement for the weak.
There's multiple beneficiaries of your decisions.
Exactly.
It's like when I say there's a lot of people living today because I smoke weed. Yeah. Fire in the bowl. Brought to you by Such Trading Whiskey Farms.
.com.
So how does this mic sound?
It sounds good, but we're getting some feedback in the back from the speakers or something.
There's a chirp.
I don't think the chirp is mine. I think the chirp is Mr. Low Tech Ghost's chirp.
Yeah, but we were getting some talk back from the speakers. I thought it was my phone at first. But
Okay. Let me put the headset on. Stand by.
Well, you guys, I really got to drop out. I got stuff I got to get done tomorrow.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me up, though.
Well, thanks for coming up, man. It's always a pleasure to have you up here, man.
Oh,
It's always a good
I appreciate
conversation.
you guys putting up with me.
Man, we'd like to put up with you a lot more.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'll be up a lot more.
Awesome. God bless you, brother. And
Good night, guys.
Dream well, Patriot.
Have a good night, Carpenter.
Night, Carpenter. Check, 1, 2.
Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. Studio quality.
That's that cheap ass cheese ball shit that I'm, buying from Amazon, Wally World. It's $30 Bluetooth stuff.
Right. It was just a little bit of an echo, kind of a follow. But it wasn't bad. As I was saying, it wasn't too bad.
That's cool.
But
Get my thing set up. So I'm off. I'm off for the fucking holidays, pretty much.
yeah.
I'm out. Tomorrow's Thursday. I think I got no meetings tomorrow. 2 hours that I'm actually supposed to be working, and the remaining 6 hours is off. Then Friday off, Saturday, Sunday off. Next week, I'm in and off on Friday, off on Thursday of next week. So I think I have 3 days that nobody is going to be in the fucking office, and I have no meetings, so really nothing to do.
Right.
And I'm caught up on all of my shit.
Nice.
So I'm just off. I'm like feeling the burdens of the world. They can basically go fuck themselves at this point in the program.
I know what you're going to do.
What am I doing?
You're going to put together a grow room.
You know what? You're pretty fucking. I think. You know what? Maybe I gave it away in my. It's maybe I gave it away. But I'm going to go down. I'll be spending quality time in the building this weekend, both putting together the lighting and the 2 inverters nailed to the wall, and begin wiring on those guys into the PV systems and into the power distribution. So
that won't take long.
Yeah, I hope so. Hope not. Hope so.
Won't take long. You'll see.
No,
it
won't.
You'll start looking at it, and then you start on it. And next thing you know, you're done with it, and you're like, okay, fire it up. Let's see what's going on.
Yeah, let's see if it works. Click. And everything fries. Yeah, I can see it now.
Nah, you'll do a good job. You'll do a good job. Red to red, black to black, white to white.
And then you'll probably have breaker switches.
And green to green. Yep.
So you don't fry your shit.
You're right. There'll be plenty of interconnecting cutouts, breakers. As a matter of fact, I'll have to build probably a breaker box.
You need to drive you got a copper rod?
No, but well, the building is about 30 feet from the mains that has a massive steel rod, stuck in the ground.
Right. I'd still put a ground out there.
Okay. I got
Yeah.
no problem with that.
Just find yourself a 4-foot stretch of copper pipe and then pound it in the ground.
Okay.
Just pound it in the ground. That's all you need. And,
So yes, I'm going to try to do as much safety goodness as possible. As far as, but what that also gives me the opportunity to do is to segment the work that I'm going to do. So, for instance, I can put disconnects on the PVs and I can go work on the PVs, or I can segment off the PVs, the photovoltaic panels from the inverters and from the batteries and from the AC, as long as all of them have their own interconnects, and they do. So that makes it very nice.
Right. Well, you need to make sure you have the right number of panels connected in series and then run those in parallel with the others. Yeah. You need to just make sure your amperage doesn't overrate your inputs, and you're good to go.
See,
400. Go ahead.
Don's got a lot of stuff figured out. You do, Don. And I know you know tons of electronic stuff, probably far beyond me. But when I drive that copper ground, that copper rod in the ground, I would also salt the area.
Why would you salt the
area? It helps the ground.
Connectivity. But he's got sand. He's looking at sand.
Yeah. And you put salt about 10 feet in diameter around that copper rod.
Is there a chemical thing there where the salt and the copper have a chemical reaction?
Yep, with water. Because of the kind of soil that you have, I would definitely salt it around the area where you drive your copper rod.
And it can be
the only reason.
But I know you know this stuff anyway. I mean, you're a ham operator. I do that.
Actually, I don't. That's the first time I've heard of salting.
Oh, wow.
The rod I got, I've been doing that for years.
I thought you might have known about that.
Salting, no, sir. Not.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. Yeah, I've done that. I've actually done salt and Epsom salt because it's got all that magnesium in it, and it actually helps your ground. So, like if you get hit by lightning or whatever, any kind of a surge, it'll just take it right into the ground. It's awesome.
Okay. I'm all about that. Yes, sir.
Yeah, just something to consider.
Yeah. I'm fucking happy to learn something new. That's why we do this. If I knew everything, I wouldn't need you guys. Well, yeah.
Well, I'm not a ham operator. I actually ran a Mars station, so I did military amateur radio. But
yeah. Brando has what Earth ground needs.
Well, fellas,
I like that.
I'm gonna call one more fire in the bowl, and I've got to make like a tree and leave.
Electrolytes conduct. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. And I'm sure that the salt and the copper create the electrolyte that Brendo needs.
It just helps the ground is all. You're running a ground probably 3 feet in the ground, and a ground rod roughly, and anyway, the salt helps conductivity, and it helps it to ground. It disperses the ground a lot better.
Yeah. Is anybody in Twitch that can block that person by followers bullshit. Just ban
It
them.
makes perfect sense to me. It makes perfect sense to me. So, Wiz, are you leaving?
Yeah, I've got to make like a pumpkin. I
Mind
turn
if I
into
stick
a
around?
pumpkin.
I don't
Yeah,
have
go
to
ahead.
get up early.
Yeah, absolutely. Dream well, Patriot.
Mr. Ghost, are you going to stick around with me? Because I hate to be up here.
No,
I can't be up here by myself.
I don't have to
Right.
get up early. So yeah,
Maybe Mr. Pearl will join us, or some of the other lurk
Fire in the
lurk
motherfucking boat.
monsters. Fire in a bowl, sir. Light them, smoke them if you got them, boys and girls.
Jason's out there. Jason, come up.
Because I got nowhere to be. Like I said, I'm starting to dig my. I'm starting to think my brain is starting to move into holiday time. You know, ho ho ho, and all that shit. Kind of. Wifey's home now. She's going to start her cooking thing. I'm starting giving away. I'm starting to give away gifts to everybody involved. So I'm digging that.
Rock on.
The remote Santa Claus guy is, the remote Santa Claus Prime box from Uncle Don is arriving in locations near you.
Oh wow. Oh,
So ho
badass.
ho ho, motherfucker! Merry Christmas and all that shit.
Merry Christmas. Fuck yeah. I got a puppy yelling at me.
All right, go do your thing.
so Don, I actually created I started studying about grounding things for, tower antennas and everything.
Yes.
And found out about, doing ground rods for electronic devices and things like that. And grounding your actual radio, the chassis of the radio, not just the antenna system. And anyway, I've got antenna manuals coming out the wazoo. Anyway, more than one time, I used to go out to Great Salt Lake.
Couple of things. First, you know that there's no formal RF education in the world today. All RF electronics is kind of self-taught.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Very well, Patriots.
Okay, good night. I learned a lot from other operators out there,
Well, I mean, that's the only way to learn. And yeah, it's a black art, but
Yep.
RF is a black art, right?
Yep.
Okay. Not stopping for more trees before I got to the house. I forgot and have to drive all the way back into town. Oh, trees. Trees is in trees. Got it. Trees. Trees is in trees, you mean. Trees. Yeah. Dude, I'm sorry to hear that. I am sorry to hear that. That's horrible. How are you living with yourself? Anyway, I'm sorry. Low tech. Go ahead.
So I'm looking at different grounding techniques, and that has a lot to do with electronics and radio performance. And a lot of people don't realize that, and it actually preserves your systems. So what I did was I had this pipe that I set up as a tower, and it was just chain link fence type of tubing that you could interlock. And I built a tower, and I ran a PDL2. I don't know if you know what a PDL2 beam is, but I had a PDL2 quad beam so I could run horizontal and vertical signal.
Yes.
And so I'm beaming out this freaking horizontal signal. And I had a rotor, and I could make it directional, so I could run a horizontal signal across the world, basically bounced my signal off the atmosphere. I was
So
talking
what freak were you running all of this fucking power out of?
11 meters. I was running in the 11 and 10 meter band. And specifically 27375.
What CB channel is that?
That would be channel 37. And I would run on lower sideband. And I got, oh man, I was getting QSL cards from all over the world. I mean, mainly I was a member of a club out of Toronto, Canada. Speaking of Toronto.
Yes.
Yeah. And I was in a radio club there, and I could shoot DX all over the country. And I was not doing this on ham. I was doing
no, it doesn't sound like you were doing it on ham, nor were you licensed, it sounds like.
No, I was not licensed, no.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how much power did you use?
Basically it was 18 watts on lower sideband, and on AM it was probably roughly I think it was about 6 watts, maybe 8 watts, something like that. I had no way of telling because I had got into my radio and peaked and tweaked the freaking so that I could slide in between frequencies and everything else. So yeah, I was talking to people in Cuba, Australia, all over the world off of CB radio. And
well,
I stayed constant. It was constant QSOs with them.
Oh, I'm sure it was. I'm absolutely sure of it.
Yeah. So the antenna system is based on a 10 meter ham system that would run on 11 meters.
Mm-hmm. You just tune the antenna to 11 meters.
No, not really. There's not that big of a difference between 10 and 11.
Yeah. There's a couple of megahertz of difference there.
Yeah.
And you can tune that with by lengthening the antenna, or the way you tune antennas is you lengthen the radiator or shorten the radiator.
Yep, that's the
radiating
simplistic way to
elements.
put it. You're right. That's the simplistic way to put it. But that's the fundamentals, yeah.
Not that I know anything about that shit, because I don't.
I think you do. But
I think you know a lot more about antennas than I do, but
I'm a geek. I admit it. I'm an electronics geek. And if I don't want to play by the rules, I will not play by the rules.
That's, the knowledge, and that's kind of, I've always lived by that. The knowledge gives you the power to not play by the rules.
Exactly.
The knowledge gives you the power to do what you want to do versus what they want you to do.
Don, I had lots of friends that were hams, and they were telling me, just keep on doing what I'm doing, It's I wasn't stepping on anybody's toes. I understand the protocols and everything.
Right. And I'm a ham, and I got to be honest with you, I'm not real fond of some of the amateur radio people out there. They're a little too rule centric, if you know what I mean.
Yep.
A little too self authoritative, if you know what I mean.
Exactly.
I think that they are that they and their protocols are the end and the beginning and the everything in between. And I just personally have a real hard time with that. I started doing, probably the last 10 years, I started doing a lot of RF with data and Ethernet. And you can now, there's a little sliver of Wi-Fi and that falls into a sliver of general class amateur radio bandwidth, as far as channeling is concerned. And so if you hold a general class, you can use these Wi-Fi tools and boost the power way past the milliwatts that they're using into, I can go to 10, 20, 50 watts, 100 watts if I wanted to pipe that signal in a very directional, using a parabolic or a Yagi or something like that. I could pipe that signal, horizon to horizon like they do on microwave at a very high data rate, using 2.4 or 5 gigahertz RF blocks.
Yeah.
But you know all that already.
I know a lot of it, yeah. Not all of it. But,
So
what
there's
about... Go ahead.
There's a segment of the amateur radio people that are doing that right there. They are utilizing that bleed over into from amateur radio into Wi-Fi and creating long distance, high data rate, emergency connections.
That's
for
cool.
lack of a better term.
That's really cool. That's really cool because well, our capabilities are beyond what they expect of us. If all the communication grid went down, I'm telling you, there are people that wouldn't miss a beat technologically. Now, the mass public, what?
Well, you and me, I wouldn't miss a beat. You can take the fucking grid out from under me right now, and my shit is tight. It is.
I'll set up a base station and be able to run on a mobile radio with my family,
Right.
No big deal.
Right.
I'm not worried. I'm
Right.
really not worried because I've been there, done that.
Exactly.
Yeah. I'll be able to, if I set up a base station, I'll probably be able to communicate with you. I talked
Yep.
with a pilot. Well, back when I had my base station set up, I used to talk with a pilot who was flying down to Las Vegas right over me. And I would talk with him all the way to Las Vegas. And that's on just standard CB radio shit. So,
AM. That's at AM.
It was AM. Well,
I know it's AM.
Was it? I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm. It is AM. And
Really?
that's why you got such good modulation through your atmospheric modulation. That's why you got such good atmospheric modulation. FM is the ground hugging modulation, frequency
That's
modulation. It hugs
Yeah.
the ground.
I had a friend who was in the Merchant Marines, and he was actually commercial licensed, and he's the one that gave me a old Commodore computer where I could learn to do CW in on a floppy drive. It didn't even have a hard drive. This computer didn't. It was an old Commodore without a hard drive. The whole purpose is to be able to learn CW at general class level back when they were requiring it. So, yeah, that's my story.
All right. Well, you learned it generations after I learned it. When I learned code, they didn't have floppies. There weren't personal computers. I learned code in, let's see, 1970.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
And so I would listen to 5 words a minute, 7.5 words a minute, 10 words a minute, 13 words a minute for general class, which is what it was at the time. And I mastered the 7.5 words a minute copying. Sending, I could send fucking 13 words a minute, but I could only copy 7.5. Which got me the novice.
I started at 16 words a minute on the floppy. It set me up to 16 words a minute so that I could get my general class. So I had to learn it at 16 words a minute because I was shooting for general class.
Did you get it?
No, I didn't.
Well, you know, I have it now.
I stayed a pirate.
They no longer require 13 words a minute for general, just so you know.
Well, now, now I think my pirate days are kind of somewhat over. So I'm thinking I'm probably gonna go get my technician no code. I'll probably start it at technician no code level and move up the scale, later on if I decide to get a general.
There's no longer a technician no code.
There's not?
It's just technician.
Oh, okay.
So you get the tech class with no code requirements.
That's what it'll be.
And then 5 words a minute for general now. Only 5 words a minute. So if you used to be a novice, now you're a general.
Wow.
I was a novice that went to a tech no code who, as soon as they dropped the 13 words a minute and went to 5 words a minute, I automatically went from a tech no code to a general class.
Wow. Did you have to
general class now?
Did you Did you have to do an additional test? Of course you did. No?
Mm-mm. No.
For your general?
Mm-mm.
Wow.
I don't think I did. I don't recall doing it.
Huh.
I mean, listen, dude, I've been a ham since fucking since I was 9.
Yeah. Well, you and I are pretty close in age.
Yeah.
So just kind of came out of the same era. My job was in the Army when I kind of got into it. And I actually got into it when I was a kid. I started getting into electronics. I got one of those science fair kits. There were like 101 projects that you could work on where you build your own radios and everything. And then I graduated from that to a 1,001 kit. So I could do 1,001 science fair project. And it's got like circuit boards that have capacitors, resistors, transistors, and blah, blah, blah. And it just has like little coils that you attach the resistors, where you can attach resistors and make a circuit, and screw around with the capacitance and all that. That was back when I was a kid. I was already doing that stuff. And then I go in the Army and I just I was going to go in the Navy. I really was going to go in the Navy. They refused me because I did something really stupid. I said that I had childhood asthma and it bumped me out of the Navy. And they said, if you want to still get in, you'll have to get 3 doctor signatures. So I walked
3 doctor signatures.
I got the 3 doctor signatures. I aced the ASVAB. I aced it.
Yeah.
And I could have got any job I wanted in the Navy. And Probably. Well, you don't have that choice in the Navy, actually. But I scored real
Actually,
high.
you do. I did.
Well,
I
when
was
I was going,
lucky enough to get what I wanted.
at that time, the Navy wasn't offering your choices. You know, you tested higher, you got better technological
Right,
type jobs.
right. Now
Yeah,
that you had to at least have the test scores to get what you wanted, so
right.
that was clear. But if you had the test scores, you could get whatever you wanted that was within your
But I go
test
to the
score
Army
range.
recruiter. When I go to the Army recruiter, they said, "Oh shit, you know, you're let's." I took my ASVAB again, a second time, and my test scores were high enough to get any job I wanted in the Army. So I said, "Well, I'm going to do something that I thought at that time was the wave of the future, right? Tactical communications operator mechanic." Because I wanted to get into communications because it's what 1977, and I'm thinking, you know, communications is going to be the thing of the future. I could have been a radar technician or avionics or anything like that. I wanted to get in communications. So that's what I did. I went in communications and I went to radio school, learned all the stuff about radio stuff and electronics and everything. And that's what I did. That was my little deal. And I didn't even have a high school diploma. That was part of the reason why. Also, in the Army at that time, you had to have like uh, three credits or whatever they call it, higher than everybody else with that diploma to get the right job that you want. You have to score higher than everybody else. And I scored way higher than everybody else. And I didn't think I was that smart. You know, here I am with no high school diploma. I didn't think I was very smart at all. And my score was so high, I could have had any job I wanted in the Army. Radar, avionics, I could have been a pilot, any of that stuff. But I thought electronics, that's going to be the wave of the future. That was everybody was telling me, get into electronics. That's the wave of the future, you know? Everybody said that. I get out of the freaking Army and I couldn't even get a job at a Radio Shack. Carter was president.
I had the same problem. Mine
Yep.
was even worse.
Was it?
Mine was even worse. I went in as an electronic warfare technician.
Oh,
So
cool.
they taught me the electronics part of it. So they taught me how to troubleshoot. But then there was an operational aspect of it. So, not a lot of call for electronic warfare technicians on the outside world. Just not.
Wow.
There is, on the other hand, a call for some of the technical troubleshooting. But to get the job, I had to go back to school. So I had to continue my education. The world really doesn't recognize A and C school.
Yeah.
The world recognizes associate's degrees, bachelor's degrees, certifications in certain areas, those types of things. That's what the commercial world recognizes. I'm finding this out. Well, actually, found this out 30 years ago. I mean, I'm with Skull. I did real well at it. I took my electronics. I, stayed in the Navy. I continued to learn electronics, continued to learn additional things. Got my associate's degree. Got a shit ton of certifications, both in networks. I went to, Cisco schools and Juniper schools, and learned how to build networks and data centers and stuff like that, firewalls and switching, and that's been pretty good for me. Along the way, I've continued to maintain my RF side just through I've got an FCC license for S-band radar. I've got an FCC license for K-band radar. I've got an FCC license for GMDSS, which is a maritime communications platform.
I like all that stuff.
I'm a community college guy.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of community college system.
I kind of have regrets that my ego got in the way and I went in the Army instead of the Navy. I just got pissed at the recruiters for not telling me, you just need to mark off everything, what they want to hear, and I didn't realize that,
Dude, we all went through the same meat grinder that you did. We really did. I went through the same. The recruiter shoved me through this meat grinder just as hard and fast as he could with the ASVAB scores that I had. Dude, I don't know that I'm very successful. I like to think that I'm at least a little successful. I don't live under a bridge, so that helps me out a little bit. I like to think that I'm doing okay.
I wish I would have had better guidance, is what I'm saying. I didn't have a dad in the picture or anything. I didn't have better guidance. I wish things, I went into air defense artillery so that I could get stationed in the Middle East. And at that time, I wanted to get stationed in the Middle East. I'm like Wizard. I wanted to freaking die, man. I wanted to die. My life was shit when I was at home. And all I wanted to do was and then they said, well, you want to be a ranger? I was like really, really seriously contemplating on being airborne ranger, but it would have.
I want to be an airborne ranger.
Yeah. I wanted to go special forces. I was physically fit enough to do it. There was nothing holding me back. I could have done it. And then I had a sergeant talk me out of it, and he says, the only thing that falls from the sky is bird shit and fools. And I'm like, okay,
The new house is downside, by the way, downsizing. We're downsizing from 2,700 square feet in the East Coast to, I think it's less than 2,000 square feet. I think it's even 1,900 square feet. And that's with the back porch and everything else.
Yep. Hey,
oh,
Dallas,
dang, I suck at life.
Dallas, you don't suck at life any more than any of the rest of them.
Nope.
We all
Dude,
suck
when
at
I was
life.
28 years old, I sucked at life. I did. But the thing I always tried to do was to build for tomorrow. So I've always tried to invest in myself, and help myself to do better. That's all.
Dude,
just kind of self-improvement.
With all that I did and everything, I got by without a high school diploma. And finally, at the age of 48, I decided to go back and get my high school diploma, finish that up. And I was in the process of getting two college certificates. They were 1-year certificates. And they changed from quarters to semesters. And I was going through divorce at the time, and I dropped the ball on school. And that was why I didn't complete college. But I do have a college diploma. I was originally going for a degree in computer science, which I could have followed through and done, but I didn't want to live in that world. I just didn't want to live in that world. You see what that world is now. That's your Google and all the other bullshit.
Dude,
Microsoft.
see, when I was military, all I ever saw, all the world I wanted to live in was the tech rep world.
Really?
So I saw these guys walking around in khakis like they were the hot shit, and they were always fucking with the latest stuff. Well, I wanted to be that guy. And they always made good money, and I always heard good stories, and they were this, that, and the other thing. And so I always wanted to be one of those tech rep guys. Dude, I got everything I ever wanted and more. I did. I said, hey, I want to do this. They said, great, here's the fucking training for it. Go. And I just grabbed it and did everything I needed to do to get it done. So the first 10, 15, 20 years of my technical career, I spent on the road, traveling the world, which I just fucking loved. They said, for you to do this, you have to continue to be this, have this certification, to have this certification, to work on this gear, you got to have this certification. I said, okay, no problem.
Yep.
No problem. So as long as I can maintain a certification, they'd send me anywhere I wanted to go, which was a lot of places. So I got to see so much cool shit. Just, is my life lucky? Yeah, it is. Did I work my balls off to get what I wanted? Yes, I did.
But Don, you fell into the right things at the right times.
Well, I fell, no. Drove headlong, yes. I knew that my life, I knew I loved electronics. When I was 9 years old, I went to the county fair and I saw the amateur radio booth, and they let me hold that mic and talk to that guy somewhere else. I was hooked. It was on at that point. So I had to have my radio license. I had to do electronics in my life. So the first thing I did was high school, amateur radio electronics, high school electronics, Navy electronics, college electronics, all of that. But the electronics phased. The electronics got me into the computers.
Right.
Which got me into the networks, which got me into the security, which got me into the consulting, got me into the architecture.
Yep.
That's it. It's all being exposed to this kind of shit and just doing what you want to do.
Taking the opportunities when you see them come up.
Taking the understanding that they are opportunities.
Exactly.
Half of the battle.
Yep. But hey, we can't relive our life, Don. We can't relive it.
Nope.
Where do we go from here? I mean, I have things that I have to look at. Where do I go from here? I'm not dead. I still got a lot of fight in me, and I just don't see anybody, especially Dallas, giving up on shit. I mean, this is a time when you just got to look at it and go, where do we go from here? This is where I'm at. Where do I go from here? Forget about the past and move forward in the future. Now, maybe I made bad decisions. I don't have to keep making bad decisions. I can change that.
Correct.
And that's what it's all about. It's
all about self. It comes down to you choosing how you choose or how you will improve yourself. But the whole idea is self-improvement. It really is. Self-improvement / self-advancement / self-investment.
Keep accepting the challenges. The next
yeah. Don't get lazy. Don't get complacent. I find myself doing that a lot recently, is getting very complacent.
Especially because of COVID. A lot of people are in that boat right now. That's one of the reasons. I'm not saying that's yours, but me that has been, and I'm working on trying to get my business back up off the ground and try to do it the right way this time. I'm trying to do it the right way this time, and I'm at an older stage in my life, but it's
Yep.
doable. I've probably got 20 years. Look, I'll be 20 in 20 years. I'll be 81 years old. That's what I'm looking forward to. I'll be 81 years old if I live that long. A lot of people in my family don't live that. A lot of men in my family do not live that long. They make
Most of the men in my family have not lived that long. Good evening, Valentine. How are you? Why is everyone quiet? We're sitting here talking. What's up, Skull? How are you, Jason?
I am
Valus,
Valentine.
dude, you need to. You and me need to talk. I need to. Yeah, I need you and I need. Yeah, you need to do some shit. You really are. You really should. I'm telling you. Me, dude, I am setting up a glide path to get the fuck out of Dodge. I'm gliding out of. I'm going to try to glide out of the professional world and into the side hustle world. I want to consult. I want to grow weed, and I want to mine bitcoins.
And you want to enjoy yourself.
And I want to enjoy myself and my family. I like adult toys, so I like to be outdoors in the dirt, so to speak.
Heck yeah.
If I have my way, I will. That's where I will bite the big, take the big dirt nap. We'll be out on the dirt somewhere. That's my thing.
Do what you can do.
Oh, I will, dude. I'm already starting. Already getting it all set up. As a matter of fact, I was out playing with the Jeep the other day.
Oh, well, Jason said he got his GED when he was 28. I don't feel so bad. I was 48 when I got my diploma. I didn't get a GED. I finished up high school literally just for the principle of it. But the GED, definitely. I mean, wow. That puts you right on par. I speak 4 freaking languages besides English.
Which ones?
I speak Spanish. I speak German. I speak Turkish. I speak, let's see, and I speak a good portion of Italian. Yeah.
Turkish.
Yeah.
Tell me something cool in Turkish.
Nerede çokadımlar. That means where are all the women at?
Where are all the women at?
Yep. Nerede
How do you say thank you in Turkish?
Çok teşekkür ederim.
That's way too long.
Or you could just say
thank you.
Teşekkür is the same. Teşekkür means thank you in Persian and also in Turkish.
So
I know
then the question.
I don't speak it fluently. I don't speak any of them fluently. No, okay. Spanish I speak the most.
Okay.
But I can speak enough. Give me a little time. Look, I haven't spoken Turkish for 40 years.
Okay.
Because, yeah, I've been gone from Turkey for 40 years.
I understand. I'm not asking you to be a fucking UN interpreter. That's not what I'm saying.
Yeah, but I pick up languages quickly.
I love languages myself. I'm like Japanese and Italian and well, that's about it.
And I thought I was terrible at math. I mean, I thought I was the worst person at math.
I bet you're not. I bet you're not.
I'm not. I'm actually really good at math. It's all about how much time you put into it.
I'm saying, love me some math.
Yeah. I love math too. I'm glad Valentine's here. I hope you don't feel like you're alone. Okay? Valentine or Phil or anybody. I am reading the chat, by the way. I'm just saying this because I am reading the chat, so you guys know.
Got to pay attention to chat.
Yep.
That's Aaron DeTire's rule number 1.
Yep. But, you know, I don't know. What screwed me up in school about math was that new math when I was a kid. I was in the California school system, and they were introducing what they call new math. This is the one where 4 plus 4 actually equals 10 instead of 8. You know?
I was never privy to that math. Sorry.
Well, privy to it. Oh, yeah. They put it on us, and then they decided, we're going to go back to arithmetic. And I really sucked at math. I had terrible math anxiety. That was the main thing of what it was, is not my inability to do math, but I had anxiety about it because they kept switching it up on us. But, you know, I found out even somebody with Down syndrome can actually do complex math problems. So it's something, it's the amount of time you put into it. It has nothing to do with what you think you have this intellectual capacity or whatever. Math is just straight out logic. And it's actually easy. It's kind of like a video game, Dallas. Just think of it as a video game. And just a mental challenge. And you say, well, you know what, I'm going to go after that challenge and just do it.
One of the times that I thought I was the coolest guy in the world is when I learned, what was it, the frequency for capacitive reactance. Oh. Glad you made it, Jason.
Converting voltage into ohms?
No, I believe it was capacitive reactance, C of R.
Yeah.
Equals 2 pi LR, I believe it was. Or no, 2 pi CR or CL. Capacitant and fuck it. I'm stoned. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do it.
You're doing what's called perseverating.
What is that?
Perseverating?
Uh-huh.
That's when your brain gets locked into something and that's all you think about. So, like my half brother who's autistic, he had issues with perseverating. He would read phone books. He would read dictionaries and memorize the whole damn thing.
I understand that. I do. As savant as that sounds, I understand that. I've memorized for years to get certified. I would memorize not just I would memorize the entire question volume. Sometimes that was upwards of 600 questions and their answers to go in and take a 50-question test. And I would ace the test. Why? Because I could memorize all 600 questions and answers.
Yep. And if your memory is really that good, which a lot of autistic people it is. It depends on what they want to focus on, what they perseverate over. But like you take like the Rain Man, where in the movie Rain Man, where he took him to a casino, and uh, Rain Man had figured out how to count the amount of cards that were being dealt, and he could tell him, which card was going to be the next card that was going to be dealt. I mean, and he just kept winning and winning in all the casinos. And finally, they started throwing him out of the casinos, and they're like, we don't know how he's doing it, but he is figuring out all the stuff. And it was Rain Man. Rain Man was telling him the shit, He made a ton of money, and that actually is a true story, by the way. The story about Rain Man, the movie, it was based on an actual true story. Kmart sucks. I want to go to Walbrook with Charlie. Charlie Walbrook. Loud noises scare them. A lot of times they go into panic mode. And we who are not actually, autistic, most humans have some of those traits anyway. And so certain things could cause you to have a complete mental block, like you hit a mental brick wall. And you suddenly think, it's like you hear a loud noise and all of a sudden your brain just like freezes up. Everybody has some of those traits.
Yes. Everybody has, in my humble opinion, autistic traits.
Yep.
Some of the smartest people I know, let's strike that. My observation has been that the smarter you are, the less social you are.
Right. Well, yeah, the less sociable you are. That's true. Yep.
Well, I don't want to say sociable. I guess there's no real difference, though. You're right.
Well, because anybody can try to be social without knowing that they're sociable and that they're actually able to connect with people. But that is the problem with autistic people, is they lack the ability to connect with common things that everyday people go through. Sometimes they don't have any compassion.
That would be me then. Well, I mean, it's not necessarily a lack of compassion. It's a lack of understanding how to react in a social moment or how to understand social signs.
Yep.
I'm not real good at that. I suck at that, as a matter of fact. Don't drop a hint to me. I don't take hints. If you want something from me, if you expect something from me, you need to tell me exactly what the fuck that is.
Yeah.
No, it's that simple.
And that's probably because
People,
your personality has evolved over time, and you discovered what works and what doesn't work, and you realize that people are going to play you.
yes. But people that know me know that's the way it is, and they're comfortable with that. So that's cool.
See, I don't
People
trust
that don't, on the other hand, try to do that whole social construct thing. And I'm sorry, I just don't play along. I don't do well there.
Yeah, and I have big time trust issues also, because just about everybody I've ever come in contact with my entire life has betrayed me in some way or another. So I'm like, where do I go with trusting a person? I start everybody I know out with 5 stars. Everybody starts out with 5 stars as it pertains to me. And you fuck me over, okay, you lose a star. You lie to me, you lose a star. There's certain things, disrespect me, you're going to lose a star. It's a star system. And then you get down to 0 stars and you can't earn them back. I mean, you might think you can, but you just can't earn it back. And this is where my trust issues are. You know, most people, and it would be 10 stars, but I start everybody out in a 5-star system. You do really good, you earn a star. Take a shit on me, you lose a star. That's just kind of how I deal with them. And I start everybody out at a 5-star. 5 out of 10.
Well, to begin with, you're too generous. You should fuck a bunch of stars. Second.
Wait a second.
Whoa. Hold on. Second. If you lie to me, we're done. It's over. And you only get one shot at that. So if you ever lie to me and I find out, we're done. And I'll tell you that right now. If you lie to me and I find out about it, we're done. You and me, we ain't anymore. Whatever we was, we are not. I don't take lying at all. Professionally, personally, faithfully, spiritually, lying does not, I don't allow it. It's not allowed. You don't lie to me in business. You don't lie to me personally. You don't lie to me. It's not going to happen.
Well, then every single one of the politicians has probably lost all their stars with you.
They fuck a bunch of politicians. They're in the politician slot for a reason. Because they're lying scumbags.
Because that's all they do.
Well, I mean, why would you ever believe anything that they're going to say? Why would you do that? When they have continuously told you and proven you wrong. So no.
Yeah.
Politicians, they don't even rate.
Nope.
No, dude. Lie, you're done. It's over.
They didn't just
I
betray
have
you.
terminated 10-year friendships because dude lied to me. Says, well, we're not going to do this evening. We're going to go somewhere else. Okay. Turns out he went and did that. He lied to me. I said, fuck you. We're done. No.
And you insult my kids or any of my family, I'll probably come and try and find them and kill them. I really, really take that to heart.
That's a different thing entirely. I will, exactly. Take that to heart and I will find you and beat the living shit out of you. You're right. That kind of shit deserves that.
And I'll do it in a way I'm not going to get implicated to make sure that I don't go to prison, and I will fuck them up so bad they won't even, they'll just disappear and nobody will even know who they are. Fuck over my family. That's it. You know, that's the utmost. I don't even care about myself. But my family, no way. So there are some people that you might even know that they're on my shit list. I'm sure you might even know who they are, but I'm not going to go into that.
Okay. But I don't allow people to lie to me. It's not allowed. You don't get that privilege.
People do that without even thinking. I mean, they're such compulsive liars. You know, it doesn't matter what you say to them. You know, there ain't There's no negotiating with demons. You just don't negotiate with them. Well, you might, but I don't. I don't negotiate with demons. and they start out with the lying shit, and I already know that they're demon possessed, and I don't want to talk to them.
So there's a pretty typical path for a lying scumbag. People that you don't know will approach you and generally try to tell you something, convince you of something, sell you something, whatever it is that they're there for. And if they're smart, the first things that come out of their mouth are things that you understand to be true. And then they continue with that. And as soon as they cross over into things that you know to be lying, you listen to one or two of those things, and then at that point you just shut everything down. Okay, he can continue talking, or he or she can continue talking, but you're no longer listening. At least I'm not.
Right.
Once they've crossed over the first, second, third lie, I'm no longer engaged. So if they're talking to me, I'm generally turned around, or I've lost interest, or whatever. But I'm not talking to them. And that's just kind of the way I treat it. If I have to engage a liar, if I need something out of the liar, the first thing I'm going to do is ask the liar's boss in business. I don't have time for the liar. I don't allow that. I'm sorry, I just don't allow that.
Well, it's not that we're not all capable of lying, but
everyone's capable of lying.
Everybody's capable of lying, and sometimes people slip up, and I get that. A lot of times.
Hold on. No. Sometimes people slip up. That's horse shit. Okay, that's horse shit. You either know the thing coming out of your face is the truth, or you say, well, I don't know about this, but I heard this, or I believe this to be the case, or something or a disclaimer of some kind. But slipping up about the truth is not, you don't slip up about the truth. You either, listen, okay, here's a case in point. In a business setting. So I talked to a guy, guy number one. Guy number one works for girl number two. I talked to guy number one, and I understand from guy number one everything that needs to happen. And then girl number two talks to me later in the day and tells me guy number one knows nothing about what we're talking about. Knows absolutely nothing about it.
And you catch
at that point in the program, girl number two is lying. She didn't slip up. She didn't say, oh, it might have been, or it could have been. She says, dude knows nothing about it. And I know that to be a lie. So she's lying at that point. At that point, her and I are done. We're done.
Yeah.
Why?
I heard.
She tried to lie to gain advantage. And I don't allow that. So we're done. And she can't understand that. Well, what did I do? I got nothing for you, girl. We're done.
But there's some people that have these delusions of grandeur, and a lot of times they're just trying to pump their ego because they feel inadequate, and you can kind of tell, but you can't prove it one way or another, but you know that it's pure bullshit coming out of their mouth. That's not something I'm going to just say. I'm just going to cut them off, but I might call them on it, there's a lot of people that they want to pump up their ego, look better among everybody. You see them in the chat all the freaking time, and they want to bolster their ego. You know, they want adoration or adulation, and they want to look better because they don't feel adequate. There's a lot of bullshitters like that. I mean, it's what I see that as is just juvenile stuff. That's like schoolyard stuff when people's, you know, I had a friend who told me his dad was in Vietnam and everything, and that he was a helicopter pilot and so on and so forth. Come to find out, none of it was true. Well, but he was a compulsive liar. I don't know if you would call it habitual or compulsive, but he couldn't control his lies. And it got to some point that I went along with it to a certain point, and then I just said, you know, I'm done with you. I just can't. You just get the fuck out of here, you know. And I told him to go to hell, and I just wouldn't even talk to him ever again. But I understand
Yes.
barroom bullshit, you know, from but they're not people that I make friends with. The barroom bullshitters are not people I make friends with.
Do I care if the guy sitting next to me is telling me a load of horse shit? No, I don't. And will I treat it like a load of horse shit? Yes, I will.
Yeah.
But will I be civil? Hey, how you doing? Have a nice day. Get the fuck out of here.
Sometimes you don't know.
I will.
You don't know for a fact that it's a load of horse shit, though, because you've got no way. You've got no way to dial it in and make sure, because they do it in such an evasive way.
Most of the time, you can get to 90% certainty on horse shit.
Well, that's going with a hunch.
Yes, so
a lot of times,
listen.
I feel
How
like
much
bullshit me.
How much more do I owe the guy sitting next to me in the bar? More than a hunch. How much more do I owe that guy?
Nothing.
Okay.
Oh,
So if he wants to hit me with a bunch of lies, then I'm gonna throw my 90% hunch on him that he's lying and treat him like a dickhead.
Because I'm not going to sit here and try and evaluate who's lying and who's not. You know, I'm not God, so you know, you want to lie to me, and if I suspect that it's bullshit, chances are I'm probably not going to have anything to do with you. If it sounds bullshittish enough, the bullshittery is just deep enough, I'm probably just going to have to say,
people expect you to listen to them, to their lies, and I don't. I cut them short, and that's why they hate me.
Well, maybe that's a shortcoming on my part. I try to give people the benefit of the doubt. You know, I don't know if they're lying or not. I feel like they're lying a lot of times. I've been deceived. I've been betrayed. It's happened. But I can't prove that they're lying. I'm not sure. I mean, I've got kids. Kids lie, you know, just how they are. I don't like it. I try to teach them otherwise. But if they don't learn, you know, what do? You can't just write your kids off forever. You can't write off every single person you ever see or you ever meet. But when you catch them in the lie, once you catch them in that damn lie,
has every single person you ever seen or meet lied to you?
Quite a few. Just about everybody.
Has every single person that you just said, every single person that you've ever met lied to you? Because you just said you can't write off every single person. Well, why the fuck would you want to write off every single person?
I don't want to. That's the point.
I tell people that lie to me to go fuck themselves, and I write them all off, every one of them. So if you lie to me, and I understand that you lie to me, you and I are no longer fucking friends.
When I
We
catch
don't
him,
associate.
when I catch him in it, that's the point. When I catch him in it, you can't go accusing everybody of lying just because you suspect them of it.
Sure you can. Why not?
I don't.
I do. If I suspect you of lying, I'm going to you and I'm going to say, you're a lying piece of shit. Prove me I'm wrong. Is there another way? Should I go around your back? Around behind you? Tell me.
I don't know any other way. I don't know. I just don't go just, you know, if I called everybody out on I suspect you of lying, you're full of shit, that'd be probably about 89% of the people I know. And then I'd be saying something that I might be wrong about them. I just suspected it. I assume they're lying because of the way it sounds. Sometimes I assume things.
So if
And
dude comes to you and says A,
never assume
A,
anything.
A, and A. Okay. Dude
Never
comes to you and says
assume.
A. No, you never assume. You should never, ever assume anything.
Well, I guess that's one of those things you got to use discretion about assuming things. But don't be quick to assume, you know? Because sometimes I could be wrong about what I suspect about people. And it's happened. I've been wrong. Sometimes I don't trust my first opinion of somebody just because of the way they look or whatever. I don't trust my first opinion about them, but I fight that and I try to freaking say, you know, maybe I should give this person a chance. I've done that a lot. I've given people a chance a lot. And a lot of times they came through just because I was willing to not assume about that person. I don't know if that makes sense to you. Yeah, I'm just doing the best I can, you know. I can't be assuming everybody's a liar even though they act like one. Now, I know when people are lying when I find out the facts. Once I get the facts and find out they were lying, it's over. But yeah, there's a lot of people I suspect they're lying. I just can't prove it.
Well, I freely admit that part of the problem could be my rigidity in my moral compass,
Mm-hmm.
my lack of tolerance for what would appear to be the norms of society today. That's my fault.
Well, I could tell you right now, Biden's lying his ass off.
I'll take that hit.
There's no guesswork in that. There's no guesswork in Fauci or Pelosi or any of them that they have nothing other than sinister intentions. Their intentions are purely sinister and self-serving. And it has nothing to do with them caring about anybody or anything other than their own personal gain. And everyone else be damned. Most selfish people on this earth. And we see them every day on the news. Cory Booker, you name it. We see them every single day, self-serving little bastards. And they know they're in the wrong. They know they're bullshit, but they can't stop because they dug the hole, and the hole is too damn deep to climb back out of it. So they work for CNN, they work for whatever, you know, they've got this lifestyle that is all based on a lie. Their entire lifestyle, their whole world is based on lies. And they can't get out of it. It's like, you know, it's like the kid that tells a lie to cover the lie that covers the lie that covers the lie. And you have to keep on lying to try to cover the lie, and there's no end to it, especially when Don T decides to dig in their shit.
You can't do that. You can't do that and have a conscience. You can't.
But they do.
You can't do that and have any kind of moral compass, any kind of empathy, any kind of, I don't know. You couldn't. I couldn't do that and remain sane. I couldn't do it. That's just me. And I know I'm different. I understand.
Well, that's what I like about you is you're the kind of person that'll dig in their shit. It's like, where do you get this information from? You've actually done that with me. You've dug in my shit and asked me, where do you, and I finally, you know, tell you, yeah, it's from such and such or whatever. It's the truth to the best of my knowledge. Wasn't me intentionally lying about something, you know, but that's good.
I always say,
I like that about you. I like that about you.
You can change my mind. People can change my mind. There's stuff out there I don't know. I freely admit that.
Exactly. That's my point. That's it. You just made my point right there. You can change my mind.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
But I got to start asking. I mean, I only get that away from asking the questions, though, right?
Right. Right.
But I have to be respectful when I ask the questions. That's important.
Sometimes you don't have to be respectful. When you get to the bottom of something, it's like, you know what? I really smell a rat here, and basically, you know, you haven't convinced me. You're going to have to do more than that to change my mind.
Correct. So when you finally gotten to that point, then no, you don't have to be respectful. Once you've drawn your conclusion that this person is a rat, then respect goes out the window. Sorry.
Right. Exactly.
But until then, while I'm asking the questions, I have to be at least somewhat respectful, at least in the beginning. Right?
I suppose so. I'd say, yeah. But sometimes I'm not very respectful. Sometimes I just freaking call them straight out. You lying piece of shit, get the fuck out of my face.
Here, sit in this chair. Yes, I understand, Skull. I'm going to screw your mind out, put another one in, and program it for you. Or put in a pre-programmed model. Straps, they're just there to keep you safe. Exactly. They're for the safety of everyone else involved.
Let me ask you this question. Don't you think when a person is being evasive, is that considered lying or not? If you're posing as something that you're not, is that is that actually a lie?
That is a lie. If you're posing as something that you're not, yes.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, how can that not be a lie? Can you pose as something you're not and still tell the truth?
Well, if you're going to come out here and tell everybody you're a cop, for example, you're a police officer, and you're not.
Okay. Okay.
We'll go along with it until a point, and then somebody's going
Until
to
we
call you
find out
out
you're
on it.
not, which that doesn't take a rocket science.
Somebody's going to call you out on it and find out you're not a cop, and then you're going to be doxxed and you're going to be the fuck out of here.
Yep. And yep. That's why I've always found it's best to lead with the truth.
Because I've seen
I'm me, and I do this, and this is what I know.
I'm pretty sure you and I both seen that before. Somebody getting on there saying they're, some kind of
I'm not a cop. Yeah.
Or trying to act like I've seen people try to act like veterans that weren't. They're just looking for adulation, and then somebody finds out that they're not. Better damn sure hope that your lie goes well, because you're gonna have to keep lying upon lie upon lie.
We call that stolen valor, and we do not look kindly upon stolen valor. No. Sorry.
But there's a lot of them doing it.
I'm like Skull. I'm actually worse than Skull. I just play some loser on TV, though. It's not hard to smell a rat in Pelosi's basement. I mean, come on. It's Pelosi. That thing, what is it, 80 now? I can only imagine the action that thing's seen.
Ooh. Yuck. I wonder how many of them, Pelosi included, actually had to do certain favors in order to get where they are.
You wonder how many of the Pelosi's of the world had to do that?
Had to do
Most
certain favors.
Most of them.
Kamala, all of them.
I got 20. Well, it's a well-known documented fact that Kamala used to suck the greatest cock on the planet of the mayor of San Francisco. The only reason she got to be the DA of San Francisco was because she was blowing the mayor. That's the only way she got into fucking politics, was she was blowing the mayor.
She was keeping Willie Brown's pipes clean.
Willie Brown, exactly. She was keeping Willie Brown. That said, if you just look at Pelosi, I mean, I can see blowjob written all over a young Pelosi's forehead. I really can. Tell me I'm wrong.
I can't.
So yeah, I got $20. It says Nancy's given more than one Hummer to get what she wants in both business and or life or politics. And if she were to say, no, I've never done that, that would be a fucking lie, and we all know it.
Well, we should call her out and say, Pelosi, how
well, see, there's one of those things you don't have the proof. I don't have the videotape.
See, that's what I'm talking about.
But you can assume. So I can now assume, that's a lie.
No, what you did is you connected the dots.
I just made an educated analysis. Mm-hmm. Somebody tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. Prove me wrong, please.
Deductive reasoning. My investigative skills.
I got a $20 bill that says Nancy has blown a cock before for professional gain and advancement. If you can prove me wrong, you can have this $20.
I have a hunch that Biden really is a pedo.
I mean, dude, really, I think you've got a lot more than a hunch.
I do, but
You
yeah.
simply have to look at every piece of
A
video where he has stood
it,
behind a young
yeah.
boy with his hands on his shoulders,
Or girl.
grinding his pelvis into them. Yes.
Uh-huh. Yes.
Makes me ill just thinking about it.
Yeah, and he still hasn't been excommunicated from the Catholic Church.
Oh yeah. Him and Nancy both can kill 65 million babies a year, and the church doesn't have a problem with that. Now, how is that? How the fuck is that? How do you do that and have any moral ground to stand on? Tell me. Somebody explain it to me. I'm listening. Just doesn't happen. I mean, dude, these are the things that, these are the righteous, these are the things that a righteous man should stand up for. These are the truths of our world, of our culture. And these are the things, these are the arguments that,
Well, when I
these are the,
see Biden's inability, he has an inability to touch a kid. That to me is all the proof right there. That's enough proof.
how does he
But
have
there's
the
more.
inability? Explain to me what you just said, please, because I clearly don't understand.
I'm saying at a minimum, that should be enough proof to, at least with me, to be an indicator that that he's got compulsive uh, thing going on there, because he's done that over and over. There's a compulsiveness that we all see, when it comes to little kids and girls and things like that, and sniffing their hair. There's this compulsiveness that a normal person doesn't do. Normal people don't do stuff like that with other people's kids. You see Jeff Sessions brushing his hand away, trying to pull his granddaughter away from Biden, because he's trying to, move in on her.
Pedo.
Little
I see it. I see it. I understand it. I 100% fucking agree with it. So how do we prosecute young Joe Potato Head for fucking pedo? Take something.
Yeah. How do we prosecute it? Well, I mean, who's investigating it? There's actually people that have come forward and said that he was inappropriate, including members of his own family.
Really?
And we're not prosecuting it. Like the shower story.
I don't know the shower story. Tell me the shower story.
Well, he's. I think it was one of his granddaughters that was saying that he wanted to take a shower with her.
See, now you can't lead with "I think."
Well, I don't have the document in front of me or the video in front of me, so it's hard for me.
Did you read the document?
I believe it was a video that I saw.
You saw a video.
Yeah.
So that means that you committed something to memory.
Yep. Something stuck in my memory about it, vaguely, because there's so much stuff. There's so much stuff. I mean, but the people that are in the know about this stuff, why isn't it being, well, because of suppression. These kind of stories are suppressed. to protect him, to insulate him so that he can be their front man. That's the way it appears.
I personally think these kinds of stories are wishful thinking.
Well, it's how do they appear? The
They
appearances
appear to be wishful thinking
on whose part? Mine?
on somebody's part.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't dispute the fact that Joe has some really creepy fucking tendencies. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But there is none credible evidence that he's ever crossed from creepy to fucking illegal. None. Unless you have some. Do you know some?
No proof.
As much as I hate the fucker, I'm not going to throw
no proof.
unauthorized or unauthenticated pedo fucking files or pedo accusations at him.
No proof. I certainly don't have any proof. I haven't been out there investigating this stuff. I don't have the money and the wherewithal to do it, or I would.
Now, I do question that. The Veritas diary. I really do want to know more about that, but I don't know enough about that too. It was in that diary that was found. It's Biden's granddaughter's diary. FBI went in to get it back. I forgot who had the diary first. I don't know. It was in that diary. So what was in that diary? Tell me, Mr. Skull. But that FBI raid for that diary does sound like some shady shit. It really does.
Well, there's a lot going on that we don't see.
Yeah. You are right.
Yeah, I believe it was Biden's granddaughter's diary. And yeah, I remember that was what it was.
So what was it then? It was the diary.
Like
What about the diary?
It's kind of vague. It was back like probably about 2 years before Biden actually announced that they announced that Biden was going to run for president. It was while Trump was in office. Am I right, Skull? Sometime around 2 years before Trump was in office.
Granddaughter took showers with Joe.
Yes.
If that's a genuine accusation, then that's fucking weird. Yes.
It was in her diary. It was in her diary about that. And she did an interview. Yep. They interviewed her about those writings that were in her diary. That's all I remember. Her stuff, I don't remember the details. So much of it, Dawn. There's just so much of it. But someday it will come out. It's bound to. She said she believes inappropriate things went on that she can't remember when she was little. I think it was when she was little and she couldn't remember what they were, but it was like way before we ever even thought he was going to be running it for office. Things go way back. And they were talking about all these things, back before he even ran for office.
Wow. Okay. That's some serious shit in the diary, that's for sure.
Yeah. And
Once again, more shit that I don't know. World's full of shit that I don't know.
probably stuff I don't want to know. So a lot of it I really don't want to know and don't care, because there's not a damn thing I can do about it. All I know is I can't stand Biden. That's all I know. I'll just leave it at that. He's got some tendencies that are very odd.
Yeah.
Very unusual, that look very pedophile.
Dude, I could not agree with you more. I think you're absolutely correct. And there's a whole shit ton of tendencies that I really don't care for from the man. My humble opinion. But with that said, he currently holds the office of President of the United States. In that capacity, his day-to-day functions are affecting my day-to-day life.
Well,
okay.
I don't. I think he's just a mouthpiece for Obama. I don't. I really think that a lot of things. He's like, he doesn't even know what he's signing.
Okay. So he's a mouthpiece for Obama.
That's what I think. My opinion. I think that little earpiece he's got is probably Obama himself whispering in his ear, for all I know. The way it looks.
Excuse me.
Either that or somebody else is whispering in his earpiece that has a script that Obama has given him. But I don't think he's his own man at all.
Okay. So what do you propose that we do about that?
Talk about it, but don't get involved in it. Because getting involved in it is going to take you out of the fight. And a dead soldier ain't no good to anybody. I mean, the only thing you could do is either take the time and the money and try to hustle and get people behind you to finance so that you can go over there and investigate everything, which I think is already being done anyway by Judicial Watch, Project Veritas, several different, and they probably have all kinds of files on them. And that's not something I don't have a dog in that fight.
Well, we just need a strong DOJ. You're right. One that's not corrupt and run by the FBI.
Well, yeah, that'd be a start.
Did you read where the FBI just paid the parents of that Marjorie Stone high school shooting? The FBI had to pay out some $40 or $50 million for their failure to stop it when they could have. It was amazing. Finally, the FBI was held to account.
That's a switch.
That's what I said. That's a switch.
Because they're pretty rogue.
They're quite rogue, and they're rarely held to be accountable for anything. But at least monetarily, civilly, they were held to account for this. Criminally, I'm sure that they have not been held to account for it.
And I know why that originated.
Why?
Back when Hoover started all that crap. And
Oh fuck! I know why, but that does not justify it. Okay, none of that justifies. None of the FBI's history justifies the horse shit, lies, and fucking deceit they have done on the American people. None of it.
None of it.
None of it. None of it justifies it. There's no fucking justification for it.
What they wanted was autonomy without political involvement. That's what they claimed they wanted when they started.
They never got it. And they've been a fucking corrupt piece of shit organization since day one. And any kind of, we're holier than thou bullshit is just that. Holier than thou bullshit. But I'm not bitter. No, sir.
I think the Biden administration might be ending very soon anyway.
How? Because you're not the first person to tell me that.
The big pile of lawsuits against him and everything, the unconstitutional measures that he's been trying to take.
Such as?
Well, you know what they are. That's one.
Yeah.
Trying to push the mandates and stuff that are not constitutional. That's not all, but there's
just
other
short
stuff.
of impeachment. Then how do you propose to bring this
I don't propose it.
injustice to
I'm not the
heal?
one proposing anything. I'm not proposing anything. I can't.
So then, what are you saying? You just told me
I think that
that
there's powers that be, like Project Veritas, Judicial Watch, and several others that are dialing it in and trying to go through that process about whether he was actually even duly elected. There's questions about that. They call, but me even talking about that could get this channel taken down.
You're right.
So I'm not going to go into that.
Okay.
I'll let Mike Lindell and
I see. Others.
Some of those people deal with that because, well, if I was in a position, I had the financial means, I would do it. I'd do whatever I could myself. So I'd do whatever I could myself, but I'm here whenever I'm needed.
It makes a huge difference, though, when you swap the resistors in the voltage divider. And yeah, 10 volts is not the same as 2 volts, particularly when it's a reference voltage for a trigger. Yes. But yes, we do know. But thank you for reminding us of this. Very much appreciate it. Fire in a bowl, by the way. Brought to you by
SausageBiscuitsGravy.com.
See, why is it so hard? Why is it so hard?
What?
Sausage Gravy Biscuit Farms. SGB Farms.
Because I'm tired.
Okay. A lot of people making that mistake these days.
I'm tired.
Sausage biscuits and some gravies.
And you're picking my brain for shit. and it's 1:27 here. What time is it there? You're on Pacific.
12:27.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
yeah, you're on Pacific time.
It's still early here. Well, I mean, I could shut it down. I'm happy to let everybody go. I mean, I wouldn't think we're that cool, Skull. I mean, but yeah, we do know that 10 volts is not 2 volts, especially when it comes to trigger levels. I mean, hell, even I know that.
Wish I had an ice maker that worked.
A what?
My fridge doesn't have a water thing or an ice maker.
Oh man, ice maker. You gotta have an ice maker. I love ice makers.
Yeah. I got what I could get on my budget.
That's all you can do, brother. That's all you can do.
But
All right.
I do go to the well and get water. So the well water I drink is pretty good stuff.
This is this is the softest water I believe I have ever drunk straight out of the dirt.
Really?
Really very soft, yes. Extremely soft. Almost too soft.
So you don't need a water softener.
No, but I believe that I'd like to have a filter at least. And so I'm debating a whole house filter. We'll see. We'll see. I might be able to get. I'm looking at a filter, and a chiller, whole house for around $400.
Now that is a novel thing, a chiller. Yep.
That way, everything that comes out of the cold side's cold. The problem is routing the hot. So I don't know. I need to talk to somebody.
Then it's going to run some power out of your system too to run it.
Probably yes. Yes.
So you might have to beef up your power, your solar.
Don't know. I need to talk to somebody that knows about this shit.
Sit down with the
Mary lurkers, all you lurkers out there in Lurkerland. Lurkers, sound off.
I see the lurkers, but I don't know who they are.
Well, we got Dallas, which is not really a lurker. He's more of our resident politician. Skull, and we're helping Skull work on his voltage divider skills, which clearly needs some work these days. When you can't tell 10 volts from 2 volts. Valentine's here. Valentine's in the house. Outstanding. Thank you, Valentine. Appreciate it immensely. Who else? Jason Pearl's still here. I'm sure he is. But he's down in Pelosi's basement, so I'm a little worried about the boy.
Oh wow, there's Shadow Man.
What? No. Checking in from Canada. Canadian brothers checking in. Much respect, sir. Let's Dallas, yo. Dallas checking in from Dallas. No, Dallas doesn't live in Dallas. Dallas lives somewhere in Wisconsin, doesn't he? Doesn't he? Or does he?
I think that's where he lives. Either Minnesota or Wisconsin. I can't remember.
Not Minneapolis, I hope. Wisconsin. Wisconsin. That's awesome.
I think you might be close to Milwaukee. Well, you know what? I don't have to work tomorrow, but I am tired.
40 minutes from Minneapolis on the good side.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Waukesha. I live in a little town called Osha. So we got to get a comm system set up here. I think I really feel challenged to shoot you a horizontal wave down there.
Okay. I'm set up in a valley, so I'm good for it. I need to figure out the direction of where you are and start pushing a frequency with a PL tone up there.
Kind of northeast of you.
Neosho, Missouri. Okay. Sounds like a good place. Shadow Man, we're at in Canada. Canuckistan. I'm married into Canada. Wifey's Canadian. Now she's Canadian American. She's a dual citizen. You know, just to live with a dual citizen, a top secret cleared person has to get a special justification. Did you know that? Hamilton, Ontario. We had this conversation. You're absolutely right. I know exactly. I've been through Hamilton 100 times. Across that fucking big old ass bridge on the 405, I think it is, or the QE.
I wish I had a citizenship of some like weird country like Romania or something. It's like if everything just goes totally crazy, I'll just like go to Romania.
Yep. Been across there a couple times when I was chasing the wife. I would drive up from Richmond, Skyway Bridge, exactly. I would drive up from Richmond once a month to see the wife in Toronto. That was the early days, the early dawn days, the young dawn.
What do they do for fun in Ontario?
Ontario, Canada?
Yeah.
Well, Toronto's in Ontario.
Yeah.
In Hamilton, I think they eat coal and steel for fun and profit. Yeah. Hamilton's a very industrial place.
How about New Brunswick? You ever been to New Brunswick?
Never been to New Brunswick.
There's probably like nothing there.
Am I wrong, Shadow Man? You guys eat coal and steel up there? Is that your thing, or am I off the mark here? Most of the time I go through there, it's going through at night. Lurky Smirky's up. Lurky Smirky. What is up, Birdie?
Just a lurking and a smirking. And a firing in the bowling.
Good. Now I can go to sleep because you got company, Don.
Yeah. Rest your
Not
neck.
me, wife does. Born here. Okay. Dude, I mean, low tech. If you want to go, sir, go ahead. Okay. That's fine. I get it.
I'm old.
Really?
I'm
Sound like a
old.
teenager. Sound like my son.
Well,
Okay.
I think you're younger than my son.
I'm 60,
Probably.
so I'm not that old. I'm 60 with resting bitch face. Spam on toast.
A resting bitch face grows with it's like gray hair, you know.
I know. I thought it was a good thing. Here I thought I was doing all right.
Because I'm only 158 years old, so
Well,
My
I can see
chiropractor.
where that being molested by Maxine Waters at a young age in the early 1800s has psychologically affected you.
it was harsh.
I bet it was. I bet it was.
I'm still traumatized.
No therapy available. I mean, they were using little, what kind of dolls were they using when they said, point out on the doll here where Miss Waters or Maxine touched you. And how did that work out? Were they anatomical correct dolls in the early 1800s? I don't think they
Yeah,
were.
yeah. Well, I just showed her the bum. She touched my butt,
See?
but I pulled away.
Touched your
She
bunghole.
forced herself against me. I started
Way
yelling.
more information.
She started screaming at me, "I want my reparations."
Uh-huh.
Reparations.
As she ground her pelvic area into your whatever.
No, because I pulled away, just barely in the nick of time. But back then, us guys, we didn't have anybody, any therapy or anything for men that get molested by old biddies.
Yeah, it's tough, you know.
Way back in 1897, when she was in office back then.
1897.
Yeah, and she was
Touching buttholes in 1897. I mean,
yeah, I think that was one of her third elections.
she was way ahead of her time.
Oh yeah.
I clearly need another drink.
I could vouch for one. One little one.
Lurky Schmerkle.
Lurky, smirky, smirky, lurky.
Wisconsin. Some good cheese there.
Wisconsin. Yeah.
I like cheese.
I like cheese too. Everybody likes cheese.
Just not spam on toast. Maybe throw some cheese on it.
Fried spam.
Fried spam.
I had a time when I ate spam. I would eat it if I had to.
Mmm,
Don't
spam.
prefer it. I guess if you go to the woods, you get the Vienna sausages. But
Dude, I used to do that. My father would get a couple of cans of Vienna sausages and a loaf of bread. And that's lunch.
What about pig's feet? You ever had
pigs in
them?
a blanket.
No, pig's knuckle.
Pig's feet, pig's knuckles. No, can't do it. Sorry.
Oh, that's a fishing thing.
I don't have it in me.
Beer and pig's knuckles.
It'll taste. I'm not trying to get drunk. Just want to take one of my
little
Kava chills, but It's too late to get on Kava Chill. It's just to be a waste. It's extra
What's
strength.
Kava Chills?
They ran out of it. The extra strength Dr. Jones Naturals. It's Kava Kava and a bunch of other valerian, chamomile, organic skull cap. Pretty good at chilling you out. That and a bowl of weed.
That and a bowl of weed. Exactly.
Makes everything better. Q
You know what?
E W.
EW?
I don't know what Shadow Man said something about Skyway Bridge.
Skyway Bridge on the QEW, Queen Elizabeth Way.
Okay.
Which is the highway between Buffalo and Toronto.
Okay.
I was telling him that I used to pass through there. Pass through Hamilton on my way to Toronto to see the wife.
Huh. Cheers. Here's to you. Here's to me. Here's to old. Here's to new. Or however it goes.
Oh, I got one for you. How's it go? Here's to you and here's to me, and if by chance we don't agree, fuck you, here's to me.
That's great. It's a classic Don toast.
I gotta be me. I gotta be me.
Everybody else already passed out. I can't believe it's so damn late.
I know.
I was gonna come home and wrap some gifts, but I'll wait till morning when I can think. When I can wrap a present, it'll look like a damn piece of trash or something. I don't feel tired, but it's like I know it's late. And yeah. You got nobody else chatting there, I guess. Mostly everybody dropped off. I don't know if anybody else is lurking.
Well, I'm thinking Shadow Man's probably still there. Valentine's probably still there. Skull is probably still there.
What have you got going on the big X day?
I got nothing really. We're gonna do the whole low key thing here. Just me and the wife. We've had a pretty exciting month.
Yeah.
So
time to relax.
Yeah, we're looking to go low key and.
That's what I say. I just visit family right around the way, and they'll come over here on Friday, and we'll have some dinner and go over there to their place the next day. They live like 5 minutes away.
There you go. Do family. That's the thing.
And then go see the girlfriend's family. Well, actually, I'll see her family first, and then go see my family. So.
Yep.
I wish we
That's
could
exactly it.
Do a little stream party, a little Christmas party, but I know it might be kind of hard to fit that in people's schedule.
I think that we are going to try that. Both on New Year or on Christmas Eve and on Christmas Day, if I'm not mistaken, or on Christmas Day evening. No Christmas there till we move up north. Okay, dude, I get it.
I guess we've got family up there, Shadow Man, or can't have Christmas without snow. What's wrong with you?
Christmas without snow, yeah.
I've had many years here in Nashville, Tennessee. They don't have a flake on the ground. Usually it'll have a little during the, before or after Christmas, but you're lucky if you get it right on Christmas. We've had a few nice Christmas days where it just snowed and it was like, you know, made you think you were actually in the whatever Home Alone movie or something.
The whole White Christmas dreamy commercial.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
commercialized Christmas.
I've had one or two of those.
I wouldn't want to get buried in 4 feet of snow though. I'm good on that. Or 6 feet or 10 feet or whatever.
Well,
But
after you've had your first one or two or half dozen White Christmases, then it's just a fucking effort in, it's a backbreaking effort in shoveling snow at that point.
yeah. Snow. Used to shovel a lot of snow. A little snow here and there doesn't hurt. It's a very erratic, malformed output pulse. Messing with your computer there, Skull, or doing something? Adjusting something. I'm here to adjusting trigger settings on this oscilloscope. I've never played with one of those, so I don't know how that works. I'm guessing, what would you look at with the oscilloscope? Is that first it's looking at the stars? Checking out the moon? I have to look that up. What is the oscilloscope? This damn thing isn't working. Doesn't hear me. It would hear y'all chat whenever I try to look up something on my phone. I would press the button and it's supposed to look up, maybe the spelling of a word, whatever, but it wouldn't hear anything I said. And used to shovel snow for the one.
Yeah, Shadow, I understand getting out of the city, brother. Completely
Okay.
understand that. Yeah, I'm trying to get past that muted thing. No. But thank you, Skull.
The city life. Yeah, I left the city too, man. I mean, I wouldn't say I left it, but I left the big city like Nashville. It's a bigger city compared to Murfreesboro, where you got mostly don't tread on me, fellas, and just good people out here.
I don't think I could ever live in the city. Never have. Probably never will.
I wouldn't consider Nashville like other cities. It's definitely not your quintessential
No.
blue city.
No, definitely not a blue city.
You can get around. I mean, people will listen, but it's just a matter if the government steps in the way and makes everything mandate this or do that. That's when people get all fucking dictatorial and blah blah blah. And people are speeding out here and just acting fools. There's wrecks all the time. I know a guy who got in a wreck this morning, and it's just I don't know, man. People are gonna have to grow up.
Yeah, people are gonna have to grow up.
I mean,
obviously in alcohol, and a lot of wrecks.
Yeah.
So one dude killed out here, an alcoholic, just walks in the middle of the highway and just gets smashed. Amazing.
That's why I'm glad I'm further from the bigger interstate, like all the 440 and all the spider web of streets. Too long. I wonder what scope for electrical signals you're making. Like, what does that do? Winnipeg, Calgary, and here. What is that? Minnesota, whatever he said earlier.
Here,
Wisconsin.
I think, is Toronto. He's in Hamilton. Excuse me,
Oh, okay.
Hamilton, Ontario. Just that's south of Toronto.
Is it just me, or there's always somebody in a chat room? It's not just here, but it could be YouTube on any channel. I noticed somebody will come in. It's probably a robot, and it says, even in this chat, it says VASF.tech with
Yep.
upper lowercase.
Yep.
I've started noticing that for several weeks now in
Yep.
different chats.
Yep.
I don't know what's up with that.
Wiz bans them. He just times them out, bans them. I don't know what it is. It seems to me it's either a person that's using another language or it's a bot of some kind. Block
It's a
it.
bot of-
Chatterman
it's a bot
said
of-
block it, so just block it.
There'll be different names saying different things that look almost like a
They're bots.
HTML type of thing, like. But yeah, it's like the Matrix. Like you're coming in, listening to everything. Block it, pocket. I've got one of those Blocket Pockets, one of the original ones from InfoWars. What's that, Don? You said something there.
I'm going to see if I can block that Dooflatchy.
I noticed it first in this Ezekiel prophet guy, Moshe.
There you go. Skull's got it.
And then I noticed him in just about any other live chat I go to. Eventually it shows up.
Yep.
Actually, might have to ask my brother. He might know a little bit more about that. But then again, he might not. I might have to Google, like, people experiencing this. What do? They do nothing. They just sit there and they maybe they're prying into your life. Who knows what they're really doing? Like, I think if you go and check their channel out, when you do that, maybe it'll like throw a bug at you or something, you know?
It's like Skull says they're spamming us.
Right. Just don't even mess with them. Let them exist, because that's all they're going to do is exist.
Mm-hmm.
Till whatever. I just thought it was really interesting. I'm glad you guys noticed or knew about it, at least, you know. Not just me. It's one of those things having me looking over my shoulder like, what's going on here? You know, this thing's following me into every single chat room I'm in.
Yeah, you see them across all the. It's not like I go to a lot of chat rooms and in a lot of places, but you see them all over the place.
It's like an algorithm seed. Like, it listens to everything and builds a composite of everything out there. Just guessing. Yeah. Data collection type of thing. That's what I keep thinking in my head. Data collection. Data. It is a bad thing. I don't know. They're definitely not useful to me, whatever they are. Yep. Yeah, I have yet to start wrapping one single gift for any of my family. I'm going to do that in the morning, though. Someone was saying in the chat that they're going to, January, they're going to try to start locking down like really bad again. I don't know. Somebody was trying to give a fair warning, and I just,
I heard that also. What do you think about that?
I
Think
don't
that's
think
going
it
to
can
happen?
happen the same way. Like people here in Tennessee, I don't think they're going to float with it all the way. I mean, you got your Apple store, you got people that want to mandate, but that's just like getting a. I mean, people are going to find a way around everything anyway. I've already found a way around the mask just by having my own type of mask. I don't care how many masks you want to put on. I can breathe through mine, and you can't see my nose or my face, but I breathe straight through the bottom. And but
I
it's
think
really
New York and LA and Chicago and the big cities like that are actually going to have some pretty serious lockdown. New
I
York's
mean,
already talking about locking down completely in January and February.
it's just that one video where it's a remix of Fauci saying, why are people even wearing a mask out on the street? Why it's pointless. Why wear a mask out there? And then he turns around and it's like does a 180 again all the time. But if people could just see that one video on mainstream, like everybody, and not just Fox News, but that's the whole thing is the news industry. They're never going to wake up. They're paid and played
Well, the
too
news
hard.
industry stopped being the news industry and started being the entertainment industry. So it's no longer about getting you the facts and letting you decide. It's about doing their own analysis and on the facts and telling you what they think you need to understand. And that's just not going to work.
Yeah.
And I'm like you. I don't think here in Nevada, I don't think a lockdown mandate January is gonna fly very far.
Ship's not going to sail, I don't think.
No, I don't see
Very
people.
well.
I don't see people doing it. I don't see people falling in line. It's just
It's a
the
sad
more I see
psychological.
people, the more people are saying "fuck you." This ain't gonna happen.
I think it's a sad tactic to try to drive people to civil disobedience that they can claim as being the civil unrest that they want to call the next civil war. Yeah, it's not going to happen the way they wish it would.
No,
Uh-uh.
no, it won't. There'll be no. Dude, the Civil War. I like that term. I really do. Because to me, it invokes a visceral, North and South kind of us and them.
Trigger, phrase. I mean,
Well,
obviously, this.
yeah, trigger, yeah,
But
yeah.
no, I see where you're coming from. It's a little bit more novel, I want to say. I mean, I don't know. What do you think about Civil War? What were you getting at there? Or the term, or whatever you were.
Well, the Civil War, the war of the war of northern aggression, for lack of a better term. The Civil War was one of the deadliest wars on the planet. And the Civil War, literally turned brother against brother. And there was a lot of death and carnage. And so if the left wants it to be a civil war, then, dude, we have all the guns. So they have no chance in hell.
I was thinking some really deep stuff about that earlier. I actually, I say I wrote it down, but I recorded some things that I said about it. It was I'm trying to tap into it. I have to go back, but basically, it's a catch-22 ultimately for them. They're going to have to grow up or just lose everything, and that's the bottom line. They're gonna wish they had Christians that celebrated Christmas, or they're gonna wish they had, something to keep them stable,
Disciplined, stable. Yeah.
I mean, I don't go and I could have easily gone and gotten food stamps and everything else in my life, but I don't rely on anyone but myself, even if I can't even rely on myself. You know, bottom line, I'm not gonna, you know, be a sucker
Absolutely, brother.
to the system.
Got to rely on oneself. If you can't rely on oneself, you got nobody else.
You know, here in
Which is
Canada,
sad.
Canada. Wait, what's here in Canada? You?
Shadow Man's Canadian.
Oh,
A true Canuck by the truest,
nice.
true.
I know. I watch a lot of. I used to watch that guy, Canadian Prepper. What was his name? I know he probably knows him. But he's a Canadian guy. What was his name? I gotta look him up here.
There's a guy. See you next Tuesday, guy. Who was that? Rick Mercer.
No,
Love that guy. Funny as shit. Turns out he's a fucking liberal. Well, he's kind of a center of the road guy for a Canadian guy, but I always thought he was funny as shit.
Yeah, this guy. I think his name is Northern Shore Preparedness. He's got a channel, and it's just interesting. There's like Schiff. Wait, not Schiff. Shuff. There's Shuff 111, but there's a bunch of y'all know Dabu 7 is. You know, there was another guy that worked with him. But it's just interesting how a lot of YouTubers they all kind of found a corner. You know, like hey, we're in this corner. We're good people. You know, and even if not all of them like Trump, you know, there's just basically the never sleevers. You know, it's the world of the never sleevers all over the world. And never sleevers, meaning they're never going to get the jab, never going to roll up their sleeve. They call it the roll up your sleever. Roll up your sleeve.
Never sleevers.
Never
Okay,
sleevers.
I like that. That's
yes,
me.
Sir. You
I'm
should
one
listen
of
to
those.
Montegraph. This guy's an older gentleman like you guys, but he's against Trump and he hates AJ. He'll dish, but I think that's the reason he's on YouTube still is because he'll diss on them. But he's totally against the jab. He's totally against lockdown and all the stuff. You know? He always says, you know, something about speaking free. He's all about the First Amendment, though. You know, so I mean, he's a good guy. He loves his rights, Second Amendment, all that. But I'll listen to him, Montegraph, and his dad apparently was in some kind of military, something to do with the information being passed through. I forget what it is, but he's kind of like one of those, kind of an AJ type of guy. I mean, he's lived that kind of weird life where his dad was into some stuff and he figured out what's going on. Sort of, he's kind of a tech guru with the computers.
Yeah.
So, he tries to call AJ out on his bullshit, and he tries to call out Trump and all this stuff. And I get it. I totally get it.
I don't understand that. I really don't. I mean, if you're a good conservative and you're a pro Second Amendment guy, you're anti-abortion guy, you're just, you know, you're conservative.
I really think he does it to stay on YouTube. Because a lot of times he'll go back and he'll redact a little bit and he'll say, well, I don't, you know, hate Trump or nothing. You know. So, you know, a lot of me thinks he just does it for the pleasure of the algorithms. To stay
okay.
online.
Does it to get noticed.
To get noticed, plus, I mean, he'll get on and he's got 500 to 1,000 people if he goes on live at 8 o'clock at night on Montegraph. And he's got another channel, October Reigns, but not as many people get on there or know about it. But he's an interesting guy. He's kind of funny, kind of snarky, just kind of, you kind of roll your eyes a little bit, but he'll say some pretty interesting stuff unless he's blathering about some internet trolls that are after him. And he'll put them in the internet corner and all this. He's got some sayings, you know, like he's got some funny sayings that he pops out with. Oh, you got a link there? Oh, yeah, the Canadian Prepper. Let me see. Is that the same one? Oh, no, I must have highlighted it. Why is it in blue?
I did that.
Oh, okay. I guess I could uh, underscore it and look it up or highlight it.
I don't know how to. I was trying to copy it,
And go
but
to
I
the
don't.
website. Oh, crap.
I
I
didn't.
just. Okay, I didn't leave. I thought I left the studio here. No,
Uh,
I right clicked and I searched for it and I got it right here popped up. No, I was never subscribed to that guy, but I am now. That looks pretty cool. Wait, is that so? Is that this guy? I mean, that's not Shadow Man. It's some other YouTuber.
I'm assuming that that is not Shadow Man until he tells me otherwise.
Yeah, there's
No, it is not.
a lot of people that are still out there, but a lot of people got taken down. You ever listen to that Patriot Soapbox? I guess.
I really don't listen. I haven't seen a lot.
Well, they're not there
Um,
anymore. They got taken down. But
oh,
they were some major Trump supporters and QAnoners. You know, some of the main ones I think were in there.
I never got behind QAnon or any of that shit.
I never got behind it. Like my mother knew about more because she had more time to look into that stuff. So, and she's more her heart's in a Christian way, and a lot of the thing about QAnon is it's very Christian. So it gets a lot of the Christians ramped up and this and that. And
Okay.
but yeah, it's pretty deep. I've heard a lot of different stuff with all the numbers and all the things. And just it goes on and on. It's endless.
I did not know. Still do not know.
Yeah, same here. I don't participate with the Q thing. It just
Yep, me either.
doesn't please me to not know who I'm supporting or who exactly the infrastructure is. Listen to who, what, when, how, and smoke another
Well,
bowl. One more bowl, and then
let's get another bowl, and then I'm
all
gonna
right,
have to. I'm gonna have to call it an
bring it
evening if
on
you don't
in, man.
mind.
I got to get out of here too. I'm about to pass out.
I'm a little tired and yeah, a little bit tired. But let's smoke another one. Fire in the
Hungry.
bowl, boys and girls.
Hey, I got some free Chinese food earlier, huh? How about that?
Dude, love free Chinese.
Dude,
Fuck yeah.
this guy ordered from Georgia, thinking that he was ordering here in Nashville. And I delivered to the Hilton Hotel. I call him, it says meet at the door or at your car, wait in the car. He'll come outside. So I'm like, I'm here. I call him. Oh, he just had that like, oh man, I'm in another state, man. I already know I fucked. I'm like, yeah, well.
How do you do that?
That's a good question. Like you have to be thinking that he must travel a lot. I'm thinking he in his head he's thinking he's in Georgia, but he must have just came here or something. That's all I can think. You'd have to be wasted to really do that.
I mean, dude, listen, I've traveled a lot. And I mean, yeah, I guess you could do that.
He's like a travel agent, or if he's just constantly
guess.
traveling, like for insurance or something.
It just does not make any sense to me. It just does not make any sense to me at all.
No, but the food made sense when it hit my belly. For sure.
Well,
I mean, I wasn't. You can't.
I mean,
do anything.
You got to be kind of a thumb happy, app happy kind of door dashing machine to make that kind of mistake. I mean, I don't know. I don't.
Yeah, he does a lot of ordering. It is what I think.
I don't do a lot of door dashing or ordering across or ordering within. I just don't know. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I just. It just
crazy.
seems odd as fuck to me, though.
It's crazy to me. Like I order maybe once or twice from Uber with my girl or something a year, and I'm not really well off. But some of these guys, you'll deliver almost daily to some of these people. They order daily through Uber Eats or Grubhub or DoorDash.
I don't get it. I don't understand.
People don't want to get out, and I get it, I guess. But I'm
Well,
never
I
gonna.
mean, yeah, but I mean, dude, the amount of money ordering your services ain't cheap.
Mm-mm.
I mean, you're talking about adding 10, $15 to every order
Yeah,
to get it delivered. And you know, if dude's doing that once, twice, 3 times a week from different places,
yeah.
you're talking about what's going to start off to be a $30 order that's going to end up being a $45 order
Mhm.
3 to 5
These
times a
people
week.
are spending wicked amounts of money though, because I'll see like $98 worth, and then you go pick up maybe some ice cream for the same person. It's two different restaurants getting picked up for the same fucking person. Like they're gonna order dinner here, and then they're gonna order dessert from here. Yeah, what?
Wow.
Yeah, that's pretty highfalutin, I would say.
Dude, I had no idea. I had
Mhm.
no idea.
There was
Anybody, I just,
something else
yeah,
that
I
happened
guess.
earlier. You would trip if I. No, that was it about the guy ordering from a different state. I knew you'd trip about that, but
That is weird. That is just a fucking, that is strange.
I'll
It's just
never.
strange.
I mean, that's happened one time before. Like the first 6 months I started, somebody had ordered from another state, and I got a free pizza or something, and it was a crappy pepperoni pizza. But I'm never gonna order from or go pick up orders for McDonald's. I already banned them, boycotted them from eating there, and now I will never pick up. Well, I guess in Franklin where it's nice, it's a little bit better out there. You don't feel that crap, but the smell, there's something. I've picked up food from everywhere, but McDonald's has something to it. It's like cardboard smelling, but like sewer. I don't know what it is, man, but it's just not good. And there's lines of people like cockroaches around these things. I don't know.
It's that industrial grease smell.
Cytotoxins, it's got all that stuff in it.
Industrial grease. Yep.
Government cheese, all that.
It's definitely government cheese. Fuck. Jump in car, 10-minute walk, just for a loaf of bread.
That's
Yeah.
not bad. I mean, 10 minutes. That's how it
That's
was when I lived next to the Circle K. But now I'd probably, if I had to walk, I'd probably be going 30, 40 minutes, depending if I walked.
so. Let's see. Um, I'm 10 miles from a loaf of bread,
A little bit
from
out.
coffee.
Not much, but yeah, 10 miles.
But from grocery shopping, like a Walmart or a Smith's or an Albertsons, I'm 50 miles.
Wow. Yeah.
Fast food, 50 miles. I'm 50 miles from fast food.
That's crazy. 50 miles. That's getting on out there a little bit.
Dude, yeah, it is.
I like
You're
it.
absolutely right.
I
love
couldn't
it.
handle it at my age in my shoes, but
Sure you could. Sure
Yeah.
you could.
well, with
You'd have a big
connections, I
pantry.
have connections. That's my only hope. And yeah, stock up my pantry. I'm all about making good friends. I need to talk to a few of my neighbors, but everybody's pretty cool around here. It's not like it was in Nashville where you got just people you don't even want to meet them. You just don't even
In
want.
Nashville?
Yeah, they're just douchebags. Nothing really, like they're not criminals or anything. They're just like
Douchebags.
probably liberal douchebag, low life. Like don't get the big picture.
Douchebags.
They don't. I'm gonna pack one more bowl if you got time. Real quick. This
Dude, I
bubbler's
have time. I'm not
bubbling.
in any rush.
I have nothing going on much. I don't have to work. My buddy tried to call me in because he smashed his car into some other car on the way.
Oh shit!
But,
is he okay?
Yeah, something happened. He's all right. I went by there tonight when I got my trees, and it looked like it was. I don't want to say totaled, but yeah, the front right there where the water, the reservoir for your what you call it, the coolant
Radiator,
yeah, all that. Well, not just the corner right, that tire, that passenger tire. Oh man, it wasn't busted, but all the trim around that, just up into the engine bay, devastated. And it's a nice SUV. I forget which kind. It's a like brand new Nissan. Oh, is
what?
it an Armada? Not an Armada.
Oh my god! Yeah, those are huge.
It wasn't the Armada. It's smaller. It's like a compact Armada. I don't know if it was the Acadia. I don't think it's an Acadia. It might have been an Acadia.
Acadia is
very similar.
Chevy
I love a Denali Acadia GMC, man. I actually drove an Acadia too. It was a 2019 Acadia all the way down to Florida, Fort Pierce, with my brother. We both switched out and drove half and half, whatever. But that thing is nice because it'll get up behind a car with the cruise control, and it will manage their speed. It will sense, adaptive, whatever you call it. It's adaptive something, adaptive sync technology. It's probably gotten a lot better.
Cool shit.
It probably breaks too now. It didn't break, but it'll probably break.
Dude, they have what they call driver assist now. I mean, yeah. Tesla literally takes over.
Oh, yeah. I think I heard of that.
That's badass.
Yeah. Yeah. Tesla's got a road that he's paved all for himself. Yeah. Yep. With the patenting. But there's competition only in that if somebody comes up with that battery that's going to keep going longer and longer, because I know a guy that has a Tesla. I read an article about people trying to put a 2017 battery in one of the new Teslas, and Elon Musk is putting out a warning: do not put the old batteries in a new car, in a new Tesla. So I don't know what that's about, but a buddy owns one, and he says it goes only so many miles. I mean, you don't want to try to use them for long distance for sure, unless you've got a bunch of batteries or something.
But the batteries are getting better and better and better and better.
Yeah, and I think it's an unveiling thing. It's all about making money. They're not going to put out what they have already. They're going to keep making you buy and buy, just like with phone technology.
Yeah, it's going to be battery technology should end up to be an ever better technology. In other words, it should be like smartphone and, 1G, 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G.
Would I have to become an electrician to get into like making batteries, or thinking of the ideas for engineering batteries? Because that would be pretty cool.
I mean, you may want to have some electrical experience there, but the new battery technology is probably some shit that we haven't even begun to think about yet, is my thinking. And the reason I say that is this. So we started with alkaline, and then we went to nickel cadmium, and then we went to nickel metal hydride, and then we went to mercury and lithium and lithium iron phosphate and so the technology, batteries are chemistry, and that's it. Skull right there. That's the shit. So if you understand the chemistry, then you understand what the next gen battery is going to do. So with all of that said, then battery, the changing in battery is a changing of chemistry. I guess for lack of a better
Just like
summary or better analysis,
mhm.
but yeah, chemistry is what's doing it for batteries these days. It really is. And we seem to be choosing you know what, dude, you're the smartest guy in the room then. Using sausage gravy biscuit batteries.
I want to make a nano generator that I put inside the battery and it keeps on rebuilding.
Well, if you have a nano generator, why do you need the battery?
Well, you'd have to you'd be using like ion, like something magnetic. It's in my head, but and my brother, he's an electromechanical engineer, and he's come up with engines like a cylindrical shaped engine that's like a vortex, and he could explain it. He's way smarter than me, but there's just a lot of in-depth stuff to mechanisms. Hey, you don't have to. I understand what you're saying. You don't have to have. Why would you have to have a generator if you're using a battery? But it's the concept of what kind of battery I'm using. Because a battery could be anything, as long as it's doing.
I look at them. I look at them in the context of, say, solar systems.
Yeah.
Where you have a battery that backs up a PV array, or no, you have a generator that backs up a PV array, and both of them feed a battery. And the battery's there for the nighttime. So the battery's there when for instance, the sun can't make any power or the generator can't make any power. So that's why the battery's there. So when the generator comes online, it not only makes the power that is consumed, but also makes the power that is charged into the battery. So when the generator turns off, the battery then kicks on and continues the
If you could
feeding
just
of the power.
recycle the alkalization, or you know what I mean, like.
Well, it's a charge and a discharge of the battery. It is.
Yeah.
It's throwing a bunch of electrons up on there real quick and letting them float versus taking them off in the form of DC power, then which is converted to AC power, which is then converted to whatever they're using it for.
Right.
But with all that said, what the fuck is that? Damn.
See a spider
All
on
right.
the wall? That's a spider
Nah,
monkey.
it's a hot
Camel
chick.
spider.
Robin Mead. Apparently, she's on HLN, and her commercial has her in a very tight dress with very large breasts.
Oh, okay.
And I like chicks with tight breasts and tight dresses and large breasts. I just do. It's what I'm supposed to do. I mean, it's my thing.
Don't knock it unless you knock it, or something.
Exactly.
Till you try it, till you knocked it.
Till you knock it. Don't knock it until you knock it.
Exactly. That's it.
But yeah, I mean, but it didn't look like, I didn't know that it was going to be.
Well, if you recycle something, I know a guy who works with GE, and he's also works with Homeland Security, but that's a whole nother thing. But he's come up with a concept years ago. We're talking about 15 years ago, recycling oil, because they hadn't really fully, come up with a concept for that. Otherwise, why would we be spending so much money on oil if we can just recycle oil? But at any rate, the ideas and technology are there, but they can't implement them because it's going to cut off other people from making money. Just just like Tesla. I mean, just like Nikolai Tesla. You know,
Mhm.
it's sad. It's so sad. I mean, it's not
It's sad.
socialism if we implement things that help people without, uh, it's not about just helping
But they
everyone and
don't
being
last. If
communist.
you just give it away, it don't last. If you sell it, it lasts. Why? Because it has intrinsic value and people value it more.
And
But
they'll
if you
actually
give it
want
away, well, it has value. People value if it has value, then people will want it.
Mm.
But it has value. But if you give it away, it does not have that same intrinsic value. And while it may have
For the
value for
people that
doing the
need to
work that it's,
prosper. It'll have the same intrinsic value for the people that need it. If you get what I'm saying. I think there's people that ultimately they will lose their empire if people will let
okay,
free ideas roam.
okay. I
That's
mean,
just my opinion.
so and I agree with you, but let me ask you the question. So what if one day we all had all the power, electricity, natural gas, whatever that we needed, each of us individually
Hmm.
could power everything that we needed for free. We go out to the backyard and we'd pick up a rock, and that rock would power our house, our car, our job, our everything. The rock would power the whole motherfucker, and we could go out and we can consistently go to the backyard forever and ever and ever and pick up a new rock for more power. So all we needed, all the power we ever needed, was available to us for free. What if,
Hmm.
what if that were to happen? What if? Tell me that.
People wouldn't need the government anymore, right?
There's a lot of things people wouldn't need anymore.
They wouldn't even
Lots
need,
of things.
yeah, yeah.
But the
And that's the
government is
problem is
not
they
here
need
just
us
to.
to need each other like a community so that we don't just have our own laws, like we don't need to go away from home. So we'll make up our own laws and have our own like new state, within uh
So
it
you're
depends
saying there
on the
would be a
grid. It's a
revolution?
grid type of thing. They need us on their grid, right?
Well, that's what I'm asking you. What if we didn't need to be on their grid anymore? What if, to power our homes, our
Why would we
cars,
need to
our
even
business?
trade with them? Why would we even need to have uh
Oh,
stocks? Why would we need to have investments? Why would we want any of that other than dental care and all the little things, life insurance, maybe, I don't know. But there would have to be still something to work towards. It would just be a different value system of that.
that's my point.
It
That's
wouldn't be
my
so
point.
much struggle either. You couldn't say that we need a slave group or a underclass of people. We couldn't say that we need people to take out our trash anymore.
Do we have that now?
It's like an unofficial rule, I guess. you know, I mean, for business to carry on as it were, right?
Back in two shake.
I think that robots could take out the trash. Two shakes and a whatever it's called. I'll call a fire in the bowl here when he gets back. The Empire owners will just manufacture it. Yeah. Yeah, a free energy idea, of course, is going to free the people from having to rely on anything big. If you got your own source of energy tapped into free, I mean, it's like the pyramids. I don't think anybody paid for the pyramids to give them a source of energy, if that's what I'm perceiving happened at some level. Maybe spiritual energy from the pyramids. Biscuit gravy batteries. We're going to make biscuit gravy batteries, and they're going to run on nothing but pure biscuit gravy farm juice. Baby.
Well, my
Talking
question
about a
about the energy
generator.
was really simple.
Yeah.
If right now one of the biggest aspects of your life is providing for your energy, and your energy powers your home, your heat, your car, your work, your everything else, and you work a certain amount of hours per month to either pay for or provide for your energy, whatever that may be, gas, electric, you pay for it, right? If there came a day where you didn't have to worry about that you didn't have to pay for that energy, then it would free up a shit ton of your resources, right?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, a large chunk of your monthly income would come back into your pocket, right?
Yeah.
Now, your life wouldn't be, it all of a sudden your life wouldn't turn into this utopia, this place that's this wonderful. While your energy would be provided for, you still have to provide for your home, your food, your
Medical. People still die.
medical. I mean, there's still just a whole shit ton of stuff that you need to provide for.
Right.
Just energy ain't one of them.
Mm-hmm.
So my
Which
point
cuts
here,
out. And there's less medical issues because you won't be working as hard and this and that. Go ahead.
yeah, but that kind of brings me to my point.
Okay.
Is that even if you had your energy provided to you for free, in other words, you didn't have to pay for it at all, then there's still enough fully complex functions in your life to cause you stress, pain, and consternation.
Like fire in the bowl?
Like fire in a bowl. Exactly.
No,
exactly
yeah,
like
I
fire in a
agree,
bowl.
though. There's going to be enough complications to where it's still not like a utopian lifestyle.
Right.
For
And
sure.
so my ultimate point is really very simple, and that is that even if we had all of the energy we ever had for ourselves that we ever needed in our lives would still be a complicated fucking mess. And it wouldn't solve all of our problems. It wouldn't bring world peace. It wouldn't bring domestic harmony. It's not going to fucking. It's not going to free It's not going to free the Israelites. It's not going to bring social justice. It's just not.
Fighting for land, which territory has been an issue since the dawn of mankind.
Since the dawn of time, exactly.
Mankind.
There will always be strife.
Yeah.
No always. Because there will always be stress and drama and risk.
And that's the part where I think less complications make it easier to deal with those issues if we didn't have. And I know there's got to be a centrifugal force where people are having products moved, selling products. But if energy wasn't one of them, it would change the strategy of man to deal with their actual problems on a more plain, like transparent playing field.
I agree with that. Yeah.
Simply because people aren't battling for oil or
For
oil is a whole
resources.
different problem.
Exactly. You're
Resources.
absolutely right. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And then it just becomes a territory issue.
Yep.
Who was here first? Who had their churches here first? Islam versus Israel.
Well, I mean, when does it get to a food issue?
Well,
that could be part of the territory issue.
I
You're
deliver
right. It could be
food.
part of the
I
territory
fed
issue.
everybody. I'm Jesus Christ. Look at this hair.
Oh, okay. There you go.
I done fed everybody in the land.
Your Holiness, I'm sorry I missed you this evening.
The people are all fed. Everything's good.
Plenty of fish. Everybody's doing the fishing. Exactly. Plenty of fish. Oh, dude, listen, it's 1:38 a.m. my time, which means it's
going on 3:30.
4:38 a.m. or something thereabouts your time. Is that correct?
That sounds like affirmative. 3:30.
Holy
3:30.
fuck, Murfreesboro. The wife just came through Nashville, by the way, on 40.
Oh, did she?
Yeah, she drove from Maryland to here, and she just got here a couple hours ago.
Oh, from Maryland, had to come down and swoop.
Came down 81 and then crossed across 40 all the way.
Okay. Wow.
Came down 81 from Washington, D.C. area.
Yeah.
4:38 a.m. Shadowman's time because he's in Ontario.
Gosh.
That's Canadian. That's Canadian AM time for those of you. That's CBC East Coast time, not the Maritimes.
I'm just praying for those. I mean, in Canada. Gosh.
So am I, brother.
Wake up.
And praying, I'm praying for those in Australia.
Yeah.
Also.
Yeah. And then give me 1 sec.
Go ahead. 1 sec. I think we got a second. Charge the batteries with the sausage. That's exactly correct. That is exactly correct.
No, sorry, I had to go and do something real quick there. This Skull, what is he working on with his computer or?
Skull does circuit design and build, if I'm not mistaken. He does circuit and circuit board design and build.
That's pretty cool.
Looks like some pretty unique shit with some oscillators and tuning circuits and those kinds of things.
It's funny, man. If my older brothers were into this, the channel, they would totally kick it with you guys. They're not ex-military, but they smart as shit with all the electrical and building.
Why do we got to be ex-military?
No, it doesn't. I'm glad you guys accept me as I am, because I don't know even diddly squat about all the computers and cars and guns and different things. I just really enjoy the banter because, I mean, I'm into it. I don't know.
That's all you got to be. That's all you got to be, brother.
Thank you.
I had it for a synthesizer, and I started to finally try it out right now. See? Yeah, that's what it's all about.
Synthesizer you got?
Looks like it.
Or he did. Oh yeah.
Well, no, Skull is the yeah. He's electrical engineer. It looks like he's a guy that comes up with all these ideas.
Brother, he knows about well, I wouldn't say synthesizers, but he can keep up with some of the CPU jargon, which I can, to an extent, I can understand better than I can explain. I'll put it that way, which is great. That's why I like learning from all the guys here and gals. Good gals and good guys. 1800 trucking property. Gotta make it. That's for sure. If you build it,
1,800 for the truck, 5,000 for the property. Okay, that makes good sense.
they will come. Modulator synthesizers. That's pretty cool stuff, though. I was thinking about getting into sound audio engineering, really. That was kind of a thing. I just figured, well, I'm not going to go to concerts and use this. I didn't know how I could use it. But I love sound audio and just understanding hertz frequencies, and it all has to do with energy. So it comes down to the same principles. They move pyramids using sound plus this and that, or, built them from different aspects of people's theologies that go into making the pyramids. Circuit divide clock signals based on a timing cycle. Yeah. And see, I do watch repairs, so I'm into this stuff when it comes to timing and doing it. Like, my brother can do the timing on a BMW with that little ray gun, that little red dot infrared ray gun, and he'll do the timing. I remember he did it on my 77 5 Series Beamer, old 530i, man, 4-stick, before they even had a 5-speed. Yeah, and I'm not an old guy. I just got lucky and got my hands on an old car. But doing the timing, my brother, man, he got it down perfect. Precision tuning.
Hey,
like that's the American. That is Americana, is precision tuning, and the. Go ahead, Don. Sorry.
nah, dude, you go ahead. I'm about to fall asleep. My eyes are about to fall over.
I don't blame you, man. I'm there with you, and everybody's probably about to go to sleep on us, or they already did. So, for all those lurkers, we know.
Sound off one more time. We're gonna hit this ball one more time, and then we're gonna get the fuck out of here. Okay?
We know we're gonna win this shit.
Oh, we're all over this. See this?
Yes, sir. Teeing up on the green here.
Firing the motherfucking ball off.
Take care, Shadow.
Smoke them
man.
if you got them.
Everybody in here.
Always a pleasure, Shadow, Skull. Glad to have you guys on board.
We'll definitely be up early.
Sounding off, moo.
Looking to wrap up all my gifts, man. Who wants a gift? I thought we were getting late night gifts here.
Dude, I wished I had something for you. I'm all fucking gifted out. I need to go in and snuggle up next to the wife.
Do it.
Wifey poo. I haven't seen her in a week or two now. So,
yeah, man. Yeah. Definitely.
What in the sausage gravy biscuits is going on over here? Dude, we're about to get out of here. We are just about to close this thing down. I apologize,
woke
but
up from a nap.
I can't hold my eyes open anymore. So I'm about to fall over. Fire in the bowl, boys and girls.
Keep you up there. I just finished my bowl. I'm clear. All good here. All clear in Sector 7.
All righty there, Sector 7. This is headquarters. Hey, Canadian. Skull Drazer, Lord Skull, the Shadow, everybody. Y'all have a wonderful evening. And stay safe. And we'll be back with a day show tomorrow. So look for us in about 8 to 12 hours.
Sounds legit.
From here.
Too legit.
And we'll talk to you soon.
Hey.
Be cool, y'all. Popped over to Twitch quick. Yep. All righty, guys. We're out.
Cool, man. Late night, Don. Have a good one, Skull. Be safe.